Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once more to another phenomenal day here for the Conference Cups for Americas for the Overwatch World Cup. Getster, we are on day 2 now of this phenomenal weekend, and you yourself had the pleasure of watching a lot of these games yesterday, going through all the action, and let me tell you, it was a phenomenal time. A lot of big games coming into form. Half of them ended up going the absolute distance as well. And some of these teams that we've seen kind of acting differently than we would have originally thought in terms of their records. Some better, some worse. I know you got to watch quite a bit. Just in your mind, is there a team that really stood out to you, whether that's in a good way or potentially a not so good way as well?
I have been very pleasantly surprised by Chile so far. I think that, right now they are currently sitting in first place with the highest map differential, sitting at a 2-0 record with a +3 map differential, which is the best out of anybody in the Conference Cup right now. And they've been playing just lights out Overwatch this whole time. So it's been phenomenal stuff. I'm very excited to see where day 2 takes us.
Yeah, no, 100%. It's going to be a lot of fun moving forward and seeing kind of what we get out of this whole day. Obviously, like we kind of brought up, lots of action happening yesterday. I should have brought up Calvary's post. That would have been really
in fact, I just did that.
Tell you what, I'm going to straight just download his thing really quick. Yeah, go ahead with your shout out.
Shout out Cavalry Esports. We love Twitter account Cavalry Esports. OWCE Esports.
Yeah, no, absolutely phenomenal. Helped a lot with helping people realize, like, oh, there's actual games happening today. Was a bit of a thing, but that's a whole conversation not getting into. But I just about have the thing up so we can actually take a good look as to everything that happened yesterday, because let me tell you, lots of things ended up happening yesterday as a result. I'm trying to put it up so that we can actually talk about it while everyone can look at it, because thankfully the Wikipedia is updated, so that's a good thing. That's a step in the right direction.
While we're talking about it, while you're pulling it up, I can also talk a little bit about Asia that happened last night.
Yeah, please do.
Big news coming out of Asia. Currently sitting in first place is the first time roster of Pakistan, who have never fielded an Overwatch World Cup roster before. But Pakistan is known for their Tekken scene, which sounds a little bit random, but they were isolated from basically the entire world in terms of fighting games for a very long time, until a guy called Arslan Ash, you might have heard of him if you know anything about Tekken. He came out of nowhere and just kind of won Evo Japan one year. And now a few years later, Pakistan is one of the strongest regions in Tekken. And thus far they're looking pretty good at Overwatch too. That's all I'm saying, maybe we have another superpower on our hands.
Hey, it is a very real reality we get to that point. I'm going to be excited to hear more about it into the late hours tonight. But they have some very good games going on tonight as well. They only have the 2 days of action as well, so everything concludes with them here in the early hours coming up. But in terms of everything, I do have the thing, and again, shout out Overwatch Calvary, who makes it so easy to keep up with everything esports related, everything Overwatch related for that point, and made this very lovely graphic so y'all can kind of see the way the results have gone. And for me, you said Chile, that big surprise. That big surprise for me is Guatemala, a team that was the last team to get through and approved here going into this Conference Cup. A team that people didn't have a ton of expectations for, but then they go ahead and get two really big wins to get things started for them here and give them a sense of momentum. And the reason why I like talking about this team right now, Getster, is because this is our first match of the day. Guatemala is taking on Honduras, who in their own right got a nice upset win to end the day yesterday against Panama. So this is a big game for both teams going in, because Guatemala is only one of 2 undefeated teams remaining.
Yeah, the aforementioned Chile is also undefeated, but they aren't facing off against each other immediately, so
yeah, when are that's one thing I meant to check is when.
That's a good question.
It's day 3.
I can look at the schedule right now.
So one thing we did yesterday, which we'll talk a little bit about some of the matches down the line. I talked about that Panama team. There's another match happening at the same time, because if you guys were here yesterday, or if you were just at any stream yesterday, you probably found out that there was 2 different streams that are going on. We have a A feed and a B feed, and
Indeed.
yeah, we're following all the games on B today, but we will be peeking on the A games occasionally when we have the time to do so. And the one that's starting over there is Ecuador versus Panama, which, given the standings the way they are, that is essentially a do-or-die battle right there going on. Like,
Sorry, I'm making a funny post on Twitter.
well, I'll say why. It's because both are, unfortunately, the distinction of being the only 0-2 teams right now. So, for any chance, you got to win that, get some momentum on their side. And Ecuador, especially so, since they have to go back-to-back to start the day. After this game, they have to go up against Argentina, who didn't have their best appearance yesterday as they lost out in the game against Puerto Rico. But Argentina have a chance to do it today, because Argentina, guess what? They play a grand total of 4 games today.
Oh my goodness, that is that's a lot to have to work with for one team. But I mean, these are the kinds of days where you figure out how prepared you are, right? How durable you are, and durability is definitely going to be one of those things that's extremely important here, because even aside from the fact that the series is the matches, I should say, are shorter, best of 3s instead of best of 5s, you have to play so many of them over the course of 3 days, and just making sure you're at the top of your game the whole time is very difficult.
It is a very difficult thing, ultimately, but these teams have to be able to try to pull it out. Again, that top 3 is going to move on and move forward. And for those of you that weren't around for day 1, or perhaps are just getting caught up with everything that has happened, let's take a moment and kind of explain that the format that we know so far gets through with this. So, obviously, as you saw from the standings, as I'm going to show one more time for the sake of transparency, 9 teams are competing in what is essentially a wild card to get into the main conference that is America. So these 9 teams are going to play a full round robin. Everybody will face everybody. And at the end of the day, the top 3 teams, when all is said and done, are going to move on to the American Conference. And when that happens, they're going to join the likes of USA, Canada, Mexico, Colombia, and Brazil, where they will then have their own, I believe, group stages that will define who's going to move on from there. But obviously, we're focused on this, on that top 3 of who's going to move forward. It's going to be a very lively day, because unlike yesterday, where it's a lot of opening games, seeing where everybody's at, today's the day where we're really going to find out if a team could be undefeated and pretty locked in, or honestly, quite a couple of teams that are already going to be mathematically eliminated here during the course of the day.
Yeah, this is do or die for a lot of the teams near the bottom of the table. I mean, we mentioned Ecuador, who, I mean, I really hope to see do maybe a little bit better. I think Ecuador has a lot of potential to do really well here. Panama also not looking amazing right now. Argentina going 0-2 in their 1 match yesterday, so they're in a bit of a rough spot. But none of these teams are completely out of the running quite yet, I believe. It is going to be very difficult for like our current like bottom 2 teams, because they've already lost 2 matches, but everybody else has only lost 1 if they've lost it all. So this is still anybody's group to take. Top 3 is achievable for any of these teams.
No, it still is, very much so, but you got to start making it happen now if you're some of those teams that are a little further down. Argentina can make a really good bounce back. They have a couple games going on, but that first game is against Ecuador, so, you know, Argentina does have a chance to bounce back, but they still have other really tough games today. They have, what is it? They have Costa Rica later on, who, while losing out on that game against Chile, which is an unfortunate sequence right there, they managed to bounce back later. But hey, guess what? We're getting started here pretty quickly, so we're gonna quickly sync up really quick to make sure. I need to move forward like a second, and then I'll be good. So, Gester, why don't you tell me where you're at right now in terms of timing?
20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14.
Okay. Here's 13, what I need you to do. All
12,
I need to do is
11.
Yep, you're good. All I need you to do is don't do it yet, but you're gonna pause for just 1 second, and then we will be lined up. Just do the 1 second, and then we will be perfect. And we're good. We're solid. We're ready to go,
Cool.
and we're ready to go
Excellent.
with day 2 of the action gets there. I am
Day
more than
2.
excited. Let's do this thing right here, and Richie
Oh,
dead
Lunar.
immediately. Oh no.
Lunar is kind of nice at this game. Oh my god. Honduras going up against, I believe this is Guatemala, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it is. So, right off the bat, player advantage for Honduras, thanks to Lunar Sky on this Rica. Out of the equation just means that so much damage is completely gone. You can't, like, engage nearly as effectively. But, I mean, they still find a way into this fight here. Does Guatemala. With Cell going down, I mean, this just gets rougher and rougher for the side of Honduras until eventually they've lost out on basically everybody else, and Lunar likely unable to escape.
Yeah, unfortunate, but again, this is the ground and pound style that we saw from Guatemala all day yesterday and what they're able to do. They like taking a large sense of aggression. They like being the team to take fights immediately. I like that the adjustment from Honduras is to send Ragozo over on to the Mauga and really try to just burn down Glacier every chance they get. But guess that's still going to be a difficult thing to do given the situation, especially as Lunar Sky can't even really get into the fight, is now just getting some care, and Glacier already has the Terra Surge active and ready for this engagement.
I'm really glad you pointed that out because I had completely missed it. What a nice little push there onto Ragazzo, and that's just the fight completely wrapped up in the blink of an eye. I mean, you lose out on the Mauga that early, it's just over.
Yeah, that is absolutely rough, but now you get into this next one again. You still have a Terra Surge ready to go. The Pulse Bomb on the way as well is going to make things interesting. You can definitely pair those two together and make sure you get somebody in that exchange right here, as we did see Self over on that venture as well, as there's a good transition making their way over towards the point. Glacier is going to take some aggressive angles here, though, is more than happy to just run down Ragozo.
I mean, if it works, it works. You just lock down the Mauga and suddenly can't do anything about it. That's going to be an excellent Terra Surge, connecting onto 2 more. Glacier's out here for blood right now. The battle cattle is in effect.
That is insane. Fun little fact, by the way, we posted about this. Every single tank got play in the American Conference yesterday.
Yeah,
like actual play. That is insanity. And now we're seeing more of that. Ragozo has to make the swap over to the Junker Queen now instead. And you're still going to have 3 ultimates on the line right here. And there's nothing ready for Honduras.
Oh, yeah, they just aren't aware of Vito's position here. Guatemala in such a phenomenal spot right now, having taken Benja Persona out of the equation. There will not be a sound barrier for this final fight, and there will not be a Sojourn, a Fury, a Venture, or a Queen. This one's over. 100-0. Guatemala looking dominant.
100%. And we talked about this team yesterday. Both the games they had did go to map 3. But there were maps like this, rounds like this, where they came out swinging very dominantly. And they're doing so right out of the gate here against Honduras. To be fair, are not running a bad comp or a bad strategy by any means. But you see right there how things are going. Glacier with 13-0. Never died.
Oh my goodness, that's insane. Both, I mean, in terms of his own cooldown rotation and the support line, just managing to keep him standing throughout that entire onslaught. But, I mean, I say onslaught, it barely felt like that. Daniel only doing 1,200 damage there on the Sojourn is a very, unfortunately, low number. And, I mean, I hate to call out individual players, but I really want to see more out of this Sojourn because I know Daniel can do better. I've seen Daniel do better.
Yeah, no, we definitely have before. Like, when we watch those Honduras crowds, did absolutely phenomenal in that. We know they can do amazing things. But you got to get these openings right now. Glacier being burnt down could be a really good situation as Glacier is literally just running for their life.
Yeah, and left on 150 health, but there's not a whole lot of damage elsewhere. No, Ragazzo is eventually able to find the pick. A lot of point pressure comes out for Guatemala, though. Only a couple players alive, but surely they go down. Eventually, this should be a first point capture for Honduras here. Finally getting a little bit of percentage on the board.
Yeah, very scrappy engagement, by the way. You saw Vincent almost, like, come back in that instance right there. Almost ended up getting rid of 2. Just unfortunately had to get out of there. But now you go into this next fight. As scrappy as it was, no one built up super high in charge right now. A lot of people are generally pretty even in terms of their ultimates. I imagine you're going to take a really aggressive display again if you're Guatemala, as Lunar Sky has been taking really aggressive angles on the day already. And this is something we're going to see all day as Self is down early.
Yeah, you really hate to lose out on the venture this early in a fight because, I mean, that's a whole lot of your damage. Daniel also getting taken down here. The pressure is just a little bit too much for that Sojourn. And, I mean, this fight's over. It's just a matter of can Guatemala get any more staggers? And they do onto Benja Persona. Cell as well going down. They might even be able to get the tank here. That is a brutal stagger onto Ragazzo's queen. Ugh.
Yeah. Oh, but luckily Lunar Sky does get out, so that kind of gives you a little bit more of a, you know, more time to, I should say, less time to have to recover. You know, Hunter's good using the good old dictionary here today. But continue right. Oh, they're just going full aggro again.
They're just going in off of this one, but I mean, sound barriers exchanged on both sides. Shield goes down just to try and cut off a whole lot of sight lines for the side of Honduras, and it seems to be working as Richie puts out so much damage right now. 3 final blows in this fight alone. Nearly makes it 4 with those shots on the Lunar Sky, but Glacier steals away the final blow. But I mean, the team kill comes through regardless. It's good damage, it's good percentage, and it's a great ult economy. Or I would argue both of these teams.
Yeah, but that feels like way too much for one fight. Because again, you're going to have a continuing rush in your face where you don't have a genuine answer to it. Richie's gonna have to find somebody early on, and almost does so.
Not quite. You were right. So close to getting it, but not quite there. That is very unfortunate for Richie and the entirety of Guatemala, but I mean, surely they're able to hold on to this point for at least a little bit longer, at least until 80% at one fight territory.
It's not even over.
That's kind of been the thing. The fight, you're right, it isn't over. Marlea finding Benja Persona means that this is maybe still a fight, but no, eventually the point does get flipped. Honduras is firmly in control, and Guatemala, they just have to reset. Stay back a bit.
Yeah, absolutely have to right now. But now, Vito, full spawn back online. You would love to catch on to someone like Daniel or Benja, if possible, right here. Anyone else feels like they have no right to die to it. But obviously, we'll see in this engagement, as right now, Ragazzo does have things ready to go here with that Rampage is thrown out, and Pulse Bomb doesn't stick, but they're still finding the kills.
I mean, a lot of this comes down to Cell on that tectonic shock, but it's just not enough damage here. This is a fight win, a clean fight win for Guatemala, and now Honduras needs to get back and find a touch here. I'm not sure Cell has the touch, but Ragazzo's not swapping over to... Benja dies on the approach. Cell dies after the touch. We get an overtime, but it won't be refreshed. 2-0 in favor of Guatemala here on Lijiang Tower.
Yeah, and they're picking up right where they left off of yesterday right there. Honduras, though, honestly, good fight back over on that second point. I think found a much better style that worked for them right here and taking a little bit more aggressive fights and angles. Unfortunately, it only worked out for so long right here. They take advantage of the fact that the ult economy kind of goes haywire for Guatemala, and I think they end up using their ults very carefully and very precisely. Unfortunately, it's just not enough to make the whole thing happen. But everything considered, that is a back and forth second map, and the fact that Guatemala has already had to play 2 that went all 3, we're in a territory where we're perhaps looking at the same thing happening if Honduras can figure out where they want to take us, and of course, what they want to ban. And to be fair, you could ban the Arisa, but if you watched any Guatemala yesterday, Getster, you know Glacier has that Rhine in him. You know this.
Oh yeah, for sure. As a reminder, everybody watching at home, there is a second stream. There are more matches happening. I don't know who is co-streaming the A side. I believe Bullskunk might be, but...
might be... Grupo Senju might be as well. Let me check in on them really quick.
Let me look at...
Yeah, they are. Yeah. Big shout out to Senju.
So Bullskunk is also looking at the same game as us, but Grupo Senju, shout out to them. Go check them out. Their game currently is Ecuador versus Panama. So a lower end of the leaderboard, literally our bottom 2 teams, but that's a big momentum setter for the remainder of the day, because I was saying that, you know, it's still possible for one of those 2 teams to maybe make top 3. This is the win they really have to take in order to do that, because if they don't, I think they might be buried a little bit too deep.
Yeah, it's that's the scenario that we're in right now. And obviously, for no team, we're not at the point where we're calling anybody's ability to stay in this impossible. Everyone can do so. But this is really big for Guatemala because if they do manage to take this one away from Honduras and stay as an undefeated team, the thing to keep in mind is they do still have to face all of the quote-unquote juggernauts people have kind of listed as. You're thinking of like your Costa Ricas, your Chiles, your Perus. They still have to go against them. But a point that Dex and I made a lot yesterday, especially during the tail end, is how important momentum can be in Overwatch. If you go into this next game against a really tough opponent, which their next opponent on the board is going to be... where are you? Where are you? Oh, I'm looking at the wrong thing. I'm so dumb. Hunter has no brain cells. We don't see them for... when do we see them again? We don't see them until way later against Peru on the A stream. Like, way later on.
A while. It'll be a little bit, for sure.
But those are good test matches, though. Peru and Argentina, those are really good test matches. And if they win them both, all they have to do is get like an upset win on day 3, and they should move on. And that's a crazy thought. But it's becoming feasible if they win this one. Let's be real.
It is more than possible, for sure. So I am extremely curious to see how this one, how this day continues to pan out here, because we've already seen a very exciting, I would argue, first map here between Honduras and Guatemala. Map 1 also just wrapped between Panama and Ecuador. I believe it was an Ecuador win, but I missed it. I missed the exact moment.
Yeah, so it was an Ecuador win, so they take that first one against Panama. So Ecuador, by the way, a team that, despite all that has happened, I know they're like near the bottom of the standings. Let me tell you, they put up a fight against the 2 teams they went against. Let's keep it a buck. They had the unfortunate distinction of having to face Peru off the back of getting taken down by Chile in a map 3 situation. And Peru was playing very angry in that engagement, in that entire series.
Oh, yeah.
But Ecuador, in their own right, they had that second game against Guatemala, the team we're watching now, that just kind of, for the most part, kind of ran down Honduras. Ecuador took them to 3 maps, made a majority of them competitive. Let's be real. So, obviously, we'll be excited to kind of keep peeking back at that A stream and see what happens, how things go from there. Because I think you share in the sentiment, Getster, and Nex and I like talking about this a lot. We're not going to this presenting any favorites. We're not sitting here having our own quote-unquote power rankings. We're just happy that there are 9 countries that are being represented here. They're having a good time, and all we want is whoever ends up being the 3 strongest to move on and represent themselves well going over to the American Conference in a couple of months here to face against the big juggernauts that are basically sitting by and waiting for these last 3 teams to get through.
Yeah, entirely fair. It is, I mean, it's kind of difficult to have an idea of like who my personal favorite might be. So it's very difficult for me to be biased because admittedly I am not nearly as familiar with most of these players as you and Dexatron happen to be. But I mean, it is just, I am, words are very difficult in the morning for me. It is still the morning here on the West Coast. But yeah, it is it's one of those situations where I'm learning alongside a lot of the people who are also not super familiar with the region, and that's something I love about the World Cup. I talked about this on my own stream yesterday, but these like upcoming players from a region that's been underrepresented and hasn't had the same level of competitive support from Blizzard for a very long time is so cool to see, and I'm very excited to like continue to watch this region evolve and hopefully develop further in Overwatch esports.
Yeah, no, 100%. That's what we want ultimately in this situation, is for just them to have more exposure. And the fact that there are so many different people that are covering things this weekend, that's a good thing. The fact that like every team has their own coverage as well going on with their own Twitches, that's amazing too. I check in on some of these have like these big numbers, and it's like, oh my god, people are like tuning in for this. And keep in mind, again, because funny old Blizzard, the collegiate stuff's happening this weekend as well. Obviously, there's going on over there, but you still have people that are tuning into this as well. They're coming to watch this, and that makes me really excited to see that people are here for that and watching things here. So I'm really excited for that. I do want to take an opportunity while we're still waiting for the second map to shout out a couple more people that are streaming today. Some of our friends over at CGL,
True.
Joker, who was doing the games yesterday, actually did some of Asia over the night as well.
Oh, did he?
Oh yeah. He's been putting in absolute work for this region these last few months. So big shout out. And another person, Monteneva, who happy birthday yesterday. Congratulations, big birthday. And now Monteneva joining here on this day to stream through the Americas. So big shout out to both of them. Obviously, it's gonna be a massive day, really exciting day, and I'm excited that they can be a part of it.
Fun fact, Mott's birthday is actually Monday. He was just celebrating it yesterday.
Wow.
He told me that in DMs yesterday after I wished him a happy birthday. And I was like, what? Hunter lied to me. He lied.
All I did was, I was told, like, hey, I'm going to celebrate my birthday. It's like, oh my God, happy birthday.
Oh
I'm like,
my God,
no other context, happy birthday.
No, that was very funny. But yeah, we love Mott around here. I'm a big fan of that guy. And I tried to get him on my stream yesterday, but I didn't want to drag him away from birthday celebrations. I would love to continue to, like, just whenever someone's not doing a proper cast like this, just drag someone over into my realm where we just like chat and like talk about random garbage all day. It's like my favorite thing to do in a watch party. So I would love to do that. If you're at all interested in something like that, like in a Vast style co-stream, I'm gonna do a little bit of a self-plug here. Twitch.tv/Gedster49. It's fun. I'm obviously not doing it today, but it's a fun time. Tune in tomorrow.
Yeah, no, 100%. That's going to be really exciting moving forward, and there's a lot to be excited about. Obviously, I went on a whole like tirade before the stream ended last night about how much there is coming up. I don't know if you saw the announcement, Getster, but Grupo Senju has the circuit going on.
I did not. Ooh.
Yeah, I will share that post with you actually, because it is worth bringing up. I have to dig for it though, because it was like a few days ago, and turns out Grupo Senju has been very busy, which is not shocking. They have been doing like more coverage than anybody else for this entire
That's
region. Pretty
sick.
Like super sick. Actually, I need to get you this video because they've quote retweeted so much stuff the last 24 hours. I'm just trying to find the post now.
That's awesome.
Oh, you'll love it. You'll love it. But I have to actually scroll for like a few minutes. That's crazy.
Side note, map 2 between Ecuador and I've already forgotten the team.
You're talking about Panama.
Wow. Panama, yeah.
Oh, speaking of,
they are playing on the Esperanto.
So this is us. So both of them are going right now. We're going over to Rialto for the second one.
We are going to Rialto. This is the important one.
Yeah, well, this is the important one. They're both pretty important, especially for like the future. A lot of these teams right here, but it'll be exciting to see what happens. And Gedster, we talked about the fact that Glacier's got that Rhine in him. Well, that Rhine is still very much on the scene. Something that I've noticed a lot, and a lot of people have noticed as well, is how much AMER has kind of gone up the power rankings in a lot of ways, has become played a lot more often, to the point where they're like a good substitute for the Sojourn, maybe to play as an alternative, or typically if the Sojourns get banned, both of the Flex DPS just go over to the AMER, or I should say hit scan in this case.
Yeah, it is one of those heroes that benefited greatly from the immediate aftermath of the patch, where he just got a pretty significant buff to his damage, and now suddenly he is outputting absurd numbers, which, I mean, yeah, good for AMER. We love to see a new hit scan in the game, even if it is a burst rifle. Boo. Boo. I can't use them, bro. I hate burst weapons. It is tragic.
Yep, it's fair enough. But right now, it's not working out too great, as Glacier just pins in for a moment. He's going to lose the shield, but it's more than worth it here, isn't it?
I mean, you've just won the fight off of that. We'll take that every day of the week. Z-Karma and Daniel Mix are able to find picks like on the exit here, but I mean, is that worth it, really? I mean, Z
Kinda.
Karma is able to escape, but Daniel is not, so this card's gonna get a lot of progress at the moment.
Yeah, which is fine, to be fair. Benja makes the swap over to the Brig instead. You're going to get a reasonable retouch here. It's not going to be that easy, though, as, by the way, Richie is already, like, around the corner from having this online, this override protocol. So we'll see how long the fight ends up going on. Is that comes online and Glacier can live, it would be massive, but, Glacier
does not live, tragically. Daniel Mix also able to get a pick onto Richie's Emery here, and I think this is one of those things where I'm a little interested that we're on the Emery here, because I think Emery is a good character. Don't get me wrong. I just think Sojourn's a little more consistent, man. I like this pick from Daniel slightly more.
Yeah, but to be fair, the Override Protocol is a pesky thing to deal with, especially where you don't have a shield to deal with. You don't even have a cleanse. The only shield you have is from the Brig, and that's not going to be enough. So Richie's probably going to try to go aggro here in a minute right now. You can see they're just trying to pin in Ragozo and just burn all those resources away.
Pulse Bomb stuck to Glacier's Reinhardt, but it's not going to be enough to take him out. He'll simply hold shield and wait for the nano boost to connect. There's a nano on the Reinhardt and a protocol in the sky. A lot of damage being dealt to the side of Team Honduras, and that is, that's you're done. That's the first point.
You did it, and I don't care. In that situation, I don't care that you had to use 3 to get through there. It's worth it. You just clean house and get through. You still have a Shatter with nothing to really stop it, unless you sign something really well if you're Benja or Lunar Sky. So now in this situation, you're going to see a little more aggression still be on the line right here. Glacier's probably just going to find like a person or two to shatter and just do so. Why? Because he can. It's honestly that simple.
Nothing really to block it, so may as well.
Goodbye.
We're just going to charge the Nano Jumper Queen off the map. Yep. All right. Well, that's one way to take care of the Nano Boost, but unfortunately, you do have to give up your own life for it. And that is just going to be the fight. I mean, getting rid of the Queen is great and all, but when you're not there to help the rest of your team, 3 of them fall down, and you lose the fight anyway.
Yeah, I guess the one alternative is that Ragozo, with that fight with the Nano, probably could have built up to having that Rampage ready to go, and now it's not ready. Which is pretty integral considering where we're at right now in the fight, where you're about to have the sound barrier ready to go, and now you have the response imminent as they're going to go super aggro, and Vincent is dead immediately.
Yeah, and I mean, that's an interesting decision to Rampage there. I think a couple members of the team are already dead. I don't think you needed that one if you were Ragazzo, but I mean, it helped seal up the fight. You do still have your DPS ultimates to work with here. One of them could potentially force out a beat. So I don't hate the position that Honduras is in right now, but the beat goes out here. This is exactly what I was talking about. As an engagement tool, it's great, but now Daniel has the overclock and there's nothing to react to it. Pulse Bomb goes out and connects onto Richie. Beautiful stick coming out from Z Karma. Another Pulse Bomb goes out, but does go ever so slightly wide. Glacier with a shatter late in the fight.
Big slam.
But I mean, the Nano is so huge. The slam and the Nano both combining, and it is plenty for Glacier to work with.
Yeah, now you can get a little bit of no way. I'm about to say no way bro gets the pin. Oh my god, predicts it! And Karma goes down as a result! Oh my god.
Oh my god.
That's insanity. And now, you're gonna have a retouch here. You're just gonna throw Nano onto Ragozo. Richie, though, is probably at the hang back and just try to build up to the Override Protocol. As they go for the pin again, it does not work out, though.
I like the play there. If that works, then the Queen doesn't get the contest. They maybe get the point off of that. But, yeah, just ever so slightly missing that charge. And
Lunar?
it will end up being a problem for them, at least in the moment. Because Glacier just turns around, repositions himself, and wins the fight in the next engagement anyway. A clean 5-0 fight in terms of the picks. And Honduras, they just can't get anything going here.
No, they can't. They have found glimpses of success. They 100% have. But now you're going to fight where you're going to hope you get a Pulse Bomb online. You're going to hope maybe a rally. But, I mean, you have another Shadow that's ready to go here. The Override Protocol that has found a lot of success so far for Richie. When you hit this final quarter right here, you're probably going to see a really aggressive stance right here to go in with it and just try to take some really aggressive angles and damage. And to be fair, Honduras is kind of letting them set up for it by sitting so far back.
Yeah, they're very, very far away here, and I don't think it helps that they're playing this Junker Queen, and who, I mean, not the best at holding space far forward. Karma, bro. That's exactly what your team needed. The hero moment for the Tracer player, getting 2 kills off of 1 pulse bomb. Beautiful stuff coming out from Z Karma there.
Yeah, phenomenal. I have seen them play quite a few number of times going into this weekend right here, and that Tracer play is hard to match. But Shatter comes through. It gets a whopping 0, though. And they're still in bed. Oh, my sweet.
Okay. That works. All right, so, this Emery hero, huh?
And now you're hanging in the back, and someone's got to retouch. It's just Z Karma. Everyone's bum rushing to get to the point in time, but I don't think anybody's getting there.
There's no touch. There's no touch at all. What a phenomenal override protocol from Richie to close out that attack with a little over a minute in the bank, 122 to be specific. That is ridiculous. Like, I thought we were going to see, like, I thought we were maybe going to get like a YouTube short out of that one. Just a little bit of a laugh about a 0-man Shatter. But you know what? It's a zoning ultimate. Who cares? Just throw in the override protocol and everything will be fine.
Yeah, 100%. Seeing the stats right here, nothing stands out too horribly. Obviously, Richie has over 7,000 damage, but Glacier's close to 9,000, by the way, which is insanity. I know it's like a Reinhardt, but still... It's not easy at the end of the day to go in and do all of that. But we'll see what changes up right here. We do see Vincent is going to stay over on the Ana for the Nano, which honestly, I think was working out very well for them. You either can give it to Glacier and let them go aggressive like back on the first point, or you just throw it on Richie with the override protocol and you just burn people down with it. I like both alternatives right here. Is Ragozo opting for the Ramatra? In my head, I think it makes a lot of sense.
I like Ramatra here a lot more than I like Queen. Like, don't get me wrong, the Queen is good from Ragazzo, but I think that overall Ramatra is just a more consistent character. I think Ramatra does a lot better into Reinhardt specifically, which is a really big deal here. And I think that, I mean, just very generally speaking, I mean, this character has been good since his introduction in early Overwatch 2, and still is good as it turns out. So teams need to, I think they need to keep their eyes open for this hero for a little bit longer. Z Karma opening the engagement here with a pick onto Vito. Glacier again with a suicide pin onto Ragazzo. You know you can press shift again so you don't fall off the map, right?
Yeah, true. But to be fair, it's another situation where the DPS are going to clean up. You never really play for that initial corner over there much anyway. And Glacier gets a lot more charge, and Ragozo gets none for their ultimate. So it is kind of a give and a take there. But I think the fact that you're back and you're already playing for this corner means that it's a net positive in that Ragozo is going to have to keep fighting tooth and nail just to kind of...
No.
Again. Oh my god. Oh.
He did it! He did it! He pressed shift a second time! And now
That's
Glacier,
insane, dude. What?
He stays on the map. Oh, that's so tragic. And I mean, look, it's what you were pointing out earlier. Look at the ult charge difference between Glacier and Ragazzo. 68 to 23. It's bad out here for Honduras right now.
Oh,
they need something quick.
I love this. Mizuki. So now the pin's not going to work anymore. So they're going to go for the pin, and Lunar Sky's literally just going to pin it down, and Glacier is just not going to be able to try it again. Which, to be fair, this is a really smart strategy, but you lose out on a level of utility as well, running the Mizuki instead. So we'll see if it works, as the Nano is going in.
You don't need it. You don't need it. You don't need to be able to charge you off the map to do your entire health bar worth of damage. He just needs a Nano boost, and, I mean, Vincent has charged that in spades. So well played thus far on Guatemala's defense. They just feel like they can't be stopped at the moment.
Oh my god. This is really insane so far, the way this is working out for them. And now it tries it again. Honestly, can't blame you, especially now you have a Shatter ready to go, and you should be able to at least nail Ragozo with this shortly.
I mean, surely, right? Like, that shield isn't up, and Ragazzo just dies to spam damage here. I really thought that was going off the map for a moment, but Glacier does finally get punished for their hubris. this Reinhardt no longer going to be on
Ooh.
board, but yeah. Okay, a pulse bomb whiffs there, but that's perfectly fine for the side of Guatemala. They are spoiled for ultimates right now.
Oh, they are, and now they have a Shatter coming up. Vito does go down, but you're still moving in if you're Glacier because you're not scared. You have a Shatter ready to go. You have the Sound Barrier now, and now they're going to clean things out with Override.
Yeah, I mean, this ultimate's so ridiculous, man. Maybe if you don't lose Benja Persona early in that fight, you can use Lunar Sky's ultimate in order to mitigate the Override's effectiveness, but just a little bit too late in that particular fight here. But I am kind of wondering what they're waiting for with this Mizuki ults.
You just have to go in and kind of go for it, because I think you can block out the Shatter if I'm not mistaken, but my god. Vito's an assassin. It's insanity. And now everyone's going to be cleaned up late here.
Yeah, this is brutal. Lunar Sky gets staggered super heavily. Benja Persona is staggered. Daniel gets slept right outside of his spawn door. And Glacier is on a cheeky angle. Glacier is on a cheeky angle with the Shatter ready to go.
Oh, they don't know yet.
They have no idea where he is. Now they do. So they've spotted him out. But there's still a Shatter on board. Nice charge.
They're just going to turn and slam here in a second.
Wait a minute.
Big slam. Oh my god, he's going to try to pin him.
Two players, but Z-Karma will be the first to go down in the fight. Nano goes out onto Glacier, and that should just seal the deal. Despite the ultimate from Lunar Sky, despite the ultimate from Ragazzo, nothing will be enough to stop this Guatemalan squad. And they will take this one 2-0.
That's insanity. How well that works out there for Guatemala. And now, as things stand, the only team that is 3-0 for the weekend right now. That is utter insanity. I'm literally lacking words to throw in here right now, because it's simple play what's going on here for Guatemala. But you don't need something that's super complicated, sophisticated. This is very to the point. It's like, hey, we're throwing everything, all of our resources into our tank to give us as much space and make as much room as possible. And it's working out beautifully, because even if it doesn't work out for Glacier, Richie is there to follow up almost immediately and clean up these fights. It's a really impressive job seeing what they're doing and how they're going about it. And now I'm excited for later today to see Guatemala more against, again, some of their bigger tests down the line. That now I'm really pumped to see. That is insane.
Yeah, I mean, that was an absurd map. And can we talk about Glacier? Like, they call them the Guatemalan Derpy, because the way that Reinhardt was moving on that Rialto map was utterly absurd. Like, this is one of those characters that in the transition to Overwatch 2 suffered a little bit, I would say. But you would not be able to tell that. If this was your first game watching Overwatch 2, you'd think Reinhardt was still the dominant force that he was during the GOATS era. But no, Glacier's just that guy.
Literally is that guy. That's crazy. Being able to pull all that off right there. And you saw Honduras try so many different things to try to shut it down. And to be fair, some of them had a level of success. Again, I think the Mizuki swap, to a degree, kind of worked out. But unfortunately, Mizuki's not exactly in a good spot. That swap was literally just to keep preventing the pins from happening. And unfortunately, again, you don't have the utility for Mizuki. There's not a whole lot you can do in that situation to actually respond well enough. So now, it's back to the drawing board for Honduras, who realistically can't afford to get another. Oh, hi, OBS Sojourn. Hello.
Oh my goodness. Hello.
Hello. Hello. Oh my god.
We are big Chantal fans right here. Huge Chantal fans.
Of course we are. Why wouldn't we be? Be crazy elsewise.
Of course she won't hear that until like 2 minutes from now, because we have a delay on the stream.
We have to. Well, do we have to? I'll say we have to. Why not?
I don't think we actually have to. I don't think Bullskunk does. I didn't yesterday, and I didn't get in trouble.
I'm so used to it. Because, like, fun little fact, I guess I'll bring it up. The stuff they gave us was like the rules for like the OWCS stuff, which was like, oh, have like a 2-minute delay if you're just a co-streamer and a 3 if you're a player. And my brain's like, okay, let's make sure we follow standards. Only to realize that, oh, they just already done that, and now I can't really change it at this stage of the game without like making very critical decisions.
Yeah. I think we're a little bit. I think we're in too deep at this point to be changing the delay of the stream.
A little bit.
Potential update for day 3 though. Nah.
Potential. Yeah, well,
who knows?
Get there when we get there. It's a very unfortunate day for Dex and I tomorrow, but we'll talk more about that later.
Okay.
But as things are right now, big win for Guatemala. Honduras back to the drawing board. We'll see what they can do later tonight. We have another game with them later on against Peru. That should be a pretty fun one for them. But I'm going to start changing over the graphics because I guess it's a time to start talking about our next game because it could start very quickly for all we know. And that is going to be Costa Rica taking on Puerto Rico, which this is going to be an extremely fun game. I can't exaggerate how much fun it's going to be. And you know the really great part about this today, Getster?
What's that?
Really fun part here.
What is that?
Is guess what? We've seen this before. This show match happened last month on the 21st between Costa Rica and Puerto Rico. Ended up going 3-1 in Costa Rica's favor, but it was a pretty back and forth affair, all things considered. But we're excited to see it here right now because these rosters are pretty much the exact same as they were for that.
Very nice, very nice. And obviously a show match is a little bit different. That's going to be going to all 5 maps regardless of who wins 3 first, I should say. But here in the proper, what's it called? The oh my god, Glacier
Yes,
Raid.
sir. It's
Sorry.
Glacier.
It's Glacier. Glacier, we love you. We love
Glacier.
you so much.
Why you are? My God, insanity. That is insane what y'all were pulling off in that game, big time.
Delay, but say almost.
Bro, I give you credit. Glacier, we on delay, but yeah, we are on slight delay. I wonder if there's a way for me to somehow get rid of it without like killing everything.
Te quiero mucho, Glacier.
That's amazing.
You know that image of like the dog with the caption "Te quiero mucho" and then like insert like whatever. Just me, Te quiero mucho, Glacier. Big fan.
Oh
Big fan.
Oh, that's insane. All right, I'm going to get these up and running shortly. But I'm trying to think of a very good note. First of all, I mean, there's some goats in the chat right now. That's insane. First of all, thank you for the raid as well. That's amazing.
Big fan.
Oh my goodness. We are now big fans.
Yo, it's a good day. It's a good day for Overwatch. The international Overwatch community is having a baller ass day right now. Forgive my language, but you know,
it's chill.
It is. We are balling so hard right now. Everybody's having a good time.
We're having a phenomenal time right here, and the fact is how day this long is going to be. For those of you that maybe are in the loop,
how day this long is going to be.
How day this long is going to be. Exactly. I know my words well. This is just the first set of matches out of 7 sets.
7.
We will probably be going until probably about around 9 is my estimation for this whole stream, which is insane.
But you and I have CGL at 5.
Not 5. Oh, you're 5. Yeah. So
at 5 my time.
so you're so that's gonna become anyway. That's gonna be figured out. And GMs here very.
You know, okay. You want to know something completely unrelated that I just realized?
Yeah, of course.
The last game on the Asia B stream tomorrow night is going to be, well, tonight actually, is going to be India versus Pakistan.
Ooh.
I might need to stay awake for that one. I low-key might need to stay awake for that one because holy barn burner of a rivalry.
Yeah, that is going to be phenomenal once we get to that point. Insanity. Oh my god. But no, I love seeing everyone in the chat right here. Y'all are absolutely awesome. God damn. Y'all are crazy. But as things are right now, like I said, we're getting ready for this next matchup right here with Puerto Rico and Costa Rica. And in terms of where they're at the standings, because they haven't played any games, let me show you the handy-dandy little chart as to where they've been. Because both their first games today, Costa Rica is 1-1, went completely even yesterday, while Puerto Rico only held that one match against Argentina, which they took in 2-0 fashion. Costa Rica had a pretty back-and-forth day. They lose that 2-0 to Chile, but they ended up bouncing back pretty quickly during a matchup a little later in the day against Honduras, where they were able to take that one in 2-0 fashion, I believe. But again, good bounce back for them, and we're seeing what they can do today, because these are two teams that I've seen in people's top threes for their power rankings. Both have made many appearances in them. There are pretty high expectations for both of these teams, and the unfortunate part is whoever loses this, especially if it's Costa Rica, their back is going to be pretty against the wall in a scenario like this where you have two losses that early.
Yeah, you don't like going down this far this early in a like basic group stage, especially where you need top 3 in order to move on to face the much scarier teams in the America's Online qualifier. Like, you know, the US, Canada, Mexico. Colombia isn't in this because they got a direct invite, because Colombia, as it turns out, they're kind of crazy with it. So I mean,
Yeah.
you gotta, there's a lot happening.
Yeah, they had a very good run back in 2023 that helped them get in this position for 2026. That's why everybody is where they are at. Same thing with Brazil, since I'm pretty sure it's the fact that all of them qualified for the top 16 and went to BlizzCon. But I believe, to my knowledge, only it was only the big three of like U.S., Mexico, and actually was it just USA and Canada that got the top 8, or am I crazy? I might have to look at that, because I'm showing my lack of World Cup information right now.
I don't remember what happened in the last World Cup, man. That was like 3 years ago, man. I remember Saudi Arabia won in a reverse sweep grand final against China. That was a pretty sweet series, I won't lie. And I mean, that was a really cool World Cup, because that was one of those years where I was pulling for like a Korea or a China victory, but Saudi Arabia winning is really cool, honestly, if you think about it, because they weren't really on anybody's radar, right? They were kind of one of those countries that, you know, they had a couple players. Like, we knew about Labda, we knew about Courts, but we did not know they had the sauce like that. And, you know, now all this time later, Twisted Minds, they've won the OWCS, and I think it's cool that we have like stories like this. Like I mentioned Pakistani Tekken earlier, we also have Saudi Overwatch, and we can go into like how those two, like the differences between those two, like at some other point. But I do think it's cool to see countries that previously were kind of off the radar or under the radar, like, do really well at these tournaments.
Yeah, and that's what we want, is we want as many regions and countries to be shown as much as they can and have as much visibility as possible. Because we're hoping a lot is happening this year to kind of show off these regions, these teams, countries a lot more. And I hope we get to that point. But obviously, more to be announced in the future. That'll be fun to see. But as we're at right now, we are kind of just waiting for both games to get going, both for A stream and for B stream. So it is just kind of making sure that everything is going to be getting ready for both of those games. So we talked about what's going on our stream right now. If you're interested in Argentina taking on Ecuador, that is happening over on the A stream, which we're connected with Joker. So if you want to go watch that, Joker is doing that game over there. And that's big in its own right. Argentina, who needs to bounce back from their one loss yesterday, and the Ecuador, who just took down Panama in 2-0 fashion and puts themselves with that first win. And considering how much of a gauntlet they kind of are going to have later down the line, getting a win against Argentina 100% keeps their chances alive. Like, it really does.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting matchup for sure that they have to deal with at this point. And I mean, I'm hoping the best for Ecuador. Obviously, we did just, as you said, see them take down the Honduran squad. Not Honduras. Who was it? Am I crazy? Was it Honduras?
Guatemala. If you're talking about Guatemala just now, or are you talking about
Ecuador.
Oh, Ecuador just beat Panama. 2-0.
Panama. I am very silly. I am very.
This is a little silly human being right there.
I'm messing things up. No.
How dare you?
This is so sad. This is so sad. But yeah, anyway, slice it. We've got interesting matchups on both streams right now. And for Costa Rica, Puerto Rico, you're gonna want to stay right here. You're gonna want to go hang out with Bull Skunk, perhaps. You're gonna want to just find any of the co-streams that are streaming this one, because honestly, if you want my opinion, I think this is the more interesting match, just by a little bit.
I will not comment. I will not comment because we have been kind of deliberately avoiding saying we'll say if matches are important, because definitely that is a situation where it's this game has a high level importance. Hunter, why does it have a high level importance? Because these two teams are meant to have pretty good expectations on them to potentially make that top 3. Mm-hmm. Neither one losing puts them in a bit of a difficult situation, especially considering that they have more matches of their own to have down the line. But I'd say it's probably a little more critical for Puerto Rico in this sense. Because while they have that big win against Argentina, there are other big teams that they still have to face down the line. And getting a win against one of those teams within Costa Rica puts them in a really good position to potentially top 3, because there's a lot of the lower down teams that they still have to face as well, which if they have momentum on their side and they keep confidence, they could be able to go right through them as well. So it's a situation where you have to win those 3 or 4 big games, or at least win a majority of them to put you in a good position. And that's an important sequence here for both of these teams coming up here.
Yeah, I think it helps Puerto Rico a lot that their only match yesterday was a 2-0 win. Them having a very good map differential off of just one win means that they're off to a very good start. And they're currently sitting in 3rd place. So if it ended right now, they are going to the Americas online qualifier. But obviously not the case. There is going to be more matches played, but the excellent starting point that they have, the reason I bring that up is because they have a chance right now, if they 2-0 this, to overtake Chile for the number 1 spot.
Yeah, 100%. I can't type and talk at the same time. It's so weird. Everything that I've done in my lifetime, you stream below. All right, cool. But yeah, no, that's the scenario that we're in. That top 3 is going to be important, because the point we really made yesterday is, doesn't matter if you're 9th, doesn't matter if you're 4th. If you're not in that top 3, you just don't make it through. It will be as simple as that. And there's going to be some really critical games that are happening near the end of tomorrow that are going to make a big difference. I'm just going to name a couple that happen near the end of tomorrow. This one could literally be an actual decider match. Costa Rica and Peru is the second to last game on tomorrow. Depending on how things go, that could be a decider match. You have a little more earlier into the day. You have, trying to find something in here. Trying to find something in here. Have we? Okay, maybe there are less than I had originally realized in terms of what would be big deciders. Anyway, yeah, because Panama has a lot of games on their last day. Ecuador, Puerto Rico, depending on how things go for Ecuador today, you never know. But when it comes to later in the day, the very last game that's being covered on the day for both streams is big. Argentina versus Chile, and then Peru taking on Puerto Rico. Those are both extremely massive. In a way, you cannot maybe understand, because I'm not going to talk about Chile's schedule for day 3, but for the most part, it should go their way. So if they can come out of today undefeated and have those big wins, they should realistically be a lock, honestly.
Okay. It's definitely possible for sure. And I did just check on the teams that have already made it into the ones that got invited to the online qualifier. It's going to be the U.S., Canada, Colombia, Mexico, Brazil.
Yes.
Brazil is interesting to me because it feels like it's been a really long time since we've had Brazilian talent really, really popping off at the highest levels of Overwatch. And I think that's a shame. Obviously, Brazil is one of the biggest FPS countries in the world. The current best Rainbow Six Siege team in the world is Brazilian. Some of the best Counter-Strike teams of all time are Brazilian. Some of the best Valorant players of all time are Brazilian. MIBR lifted. No. Was it MIBR? I think it was MIBR. Who was it? It was Loud. It was Loud who won Champions a few years ago with Ospas on that roster. Excuse me, it was not MIBR. That was Ospas's later team. But no, yeah, and I think it is a real shame that Brazil has not been a bigger Overwatch country for a very long time. So I'm really excited to, once we get to the once we get to the Americas Online qualifiers, see that Brazilian squadron match up against some of these maybe more theoretically stacked teams like the US.
Yeah, no, 100%. So we'll have to see how it ends up going down when we kind of proceed forward. We don't fully know the format of what's going to be going on for the online qualifiers. We could try to take example of what we've seen in the past and try to go off of that, where I think it's going to be their own round robin, just like this right here. That's my assumption. At the end of the day, all we can really make are assumptions, unfortunately. But we'll kind of see where it goes a little later down the line once we get there. Hopefully, more gets announced a little more down the line. But no, it'll be exciting regardless. Hopefully, we go through today, and hopefully day 3 is very action-packed as well, and that things don't already feel kind of decided in a way. I don't think, given the matches that are remaining for day 3, that's a possibility. But there are other matches that, depending on how today goes, could be really big. Just like tomorrow, Costa Rica, Guatemala, be a really big game, especially if Guatemala keeps going on a tear here today, and that, in its own right, could become a decider match right there. But again, Getster, we can go on and on about what games are meaningful and how meaningful they can be and what it's going to mean for the short term and for the long term of the entire weekend. But all we can really do is just wait for this game to get started, which is, again, it's technically supposed to start at 3 o'clock, which it's now 3 on the dot, so hopefully we're getting started very shortly.
Yeah, that'd be nice. I think next time maybe we go to a 5-minute break between the maps. Not the maps, the matches. I know it's a little bit of a risk, but I saw the Grupo Senju stream go to like a 10-minute break between their series, so I think we can swing 5 because we've been waffling for a minute, and I'm good at waffling, and I can fill time. Don't get me wrong, but sometimes a guy got to turn off this light. You know, it's bright.
Yeah, you don't have to keep it on. We're big chilling over here. As what it is has come to be in quite a lot of occurrences. I won't say that I don't believe in breaks, because we most certainly do. But the problem is, those we learned yesterday, is there's no warning for when this game starts. Right. Boom. So if you have to step away, it'll go. And I'm like, well, I have to go in and solo cast, and you're gonna come back to the game.
I'm not gonna step away from you. I wouldn't do that to you, my man.
He wouldn't, certainly, right? He wouldn't dare. Oh no, I don't think you would. No. But I don't know. We can always waffle about esports in general. I can waffle.
That's true. I just talked about like Brazil and how they're so good at other FPS games. You can talk about whatever you want, man.
Yeah. We do have the next season of FACEIT coming up here. It's starting this coming week, actually. And South America's got its Master Division going on. We're a reminder, for whoever wins this season of South America, FACEIT coming up is going to get a LAN spot for a quote-unquote upcoming LAN. We all know what it is. Don't need to say what it is. We all know what it is.
We probably know what it is.
Yeah. But there's some really cool teams. If you are familiar at all with some of the teams we tend to see within Masters, or just in FACEIT in general, have you seen the Element org before?
Yeah, I'm familiar.
Well, they have two teams competing in South
Ooh.
America face it coming up here. And as a matter of fact, there's two Element teams fighting in North America as well. So for South America Masters, we got Element Ice and Element Heaven. And then over North America, I believe it's Element Normal that just got through from Expert. And then Element Garden, who managed to qualify in the LCQ to stay in Masters. So, really interesting situation right there. That's amazing to see. There's a lot of teams that have returned, like Iliad Artemis, who has maybe been the most consistent team in terms of the fact that I think they're one of the only orgs that has like been in Masters tier since we started covering. I think that
I
can,
think so.
Maybe Amplify, maybe the only two.
Yeah. There's definitely been a couple of teams like that have been around for a while, but I mean, we've also unfortunately lost a couple. You know, it sucks to have to bring it up, but we lost Nightmare, and that makes me sad. The Nightmare and Nightmare Academy rosters both hopefully finding new homes soon. One other org that we lost kind of recently that I'm still kind of sad about is Alternate Esports. I was a good friend of a lot of people involved at Alternate, and unfortunately they did kind of just collapse. So it sucks to see, but I'm very excited to see what new organizations potentially come in and fill those shoes, fill the holes left by, you know, the teams that have unfortunately had to leave us in the previous year. You know, it's an exciting time for Overwatch, but it's also kind of sad, you know.
Yeah, it is sad ultimately, and it's unfortunate. That orgs will come and go, and that's unfortunately kind of we live in this esport, and we know how often it happens, unfortunately. Never easy. That's why I give a lot of credit to the orgs that are able to stick around and continuously compete. Again, I bring up an org like Element. I bring up... honestly, I'm even going to bring up the Dildogs, honestly. It's a weird one to bring up, but they do make appearances everywhere. They are all over Face-It. They, like... Obviously, Dildogs, they qualify to get into Masters, so they're playing Face America Masters for North America. Last year, the Dilpados won South America. In Oceania, Dill Unturbables ended up playing in the grand finals against Fury and fought them pretty hard. And I know they have an EMEA team as well, and I can't think of what it's called, unfortunately. But they're there, and I'm pretty sure they're still competing there this coming season. So that's a really big one. Extinction has stuck around for a hot minute as well. And they've been putting on really consistent teams as well. I'm trying to think. Hive Mind stuck around as well, which is really exciting. Hive Mind's been a little up and down, but they stuck around. They're putting on a good roster this season. It's looking really exciting. And there are a couple of members that we're going to be seeing throughout the day that are actually playing on some of these teams, believe it or not. So it's going to be really fascinating.
The group... The A stream has started their second match, by the way, and interestingly enough, Team Argentina is rolling out here with a very interesting player. Lep is starting today. Was not present in yesterday's matches, but is playing in today. Currently starting on the Jetpack Cat, but I mean, it'll be interesting to see what he plays throughout the day. Shout out to Lep, recently signed to DSG. Very excited to see that team play. It's very cool to see PGE back in Tier 1 play. I remember, I'm still very nostalgic about this, and I bring it up a lot because I'm still proud of it. But I remember back during the Timeless Contender broadcast project, my friend Kiara and we got the chance to cast Wisp versus Amplify. And this was the Amplify roster that had PGE and the Wisp roster that had like Sanjin on it. So that was a very, very fun series to cover. PGE was like, this was pre-PGE blow up, but
yeah, because I remember watching that team as well, and I'm like, wait, I casted PGE. Wait, what? wait,
yeah,
what?
Yeah.
It's weird because there are some players in there that are still hanging around. And it's like, oh my god, now they're like massive, and it's awesome to see. I will say I do have it thrown on the screen for now, just until the other one gets going. But get started the moment B stream starts, we are jumping directly into that. I know we're not synced up, but we'll just kind of talk about it. I love receiving the Domina, honestly. Domina has gotten a decent amount of play throughout the weekend so far. But honestly, it's just weird seeing Lep on the cat. I'm gonna keep it a buck right now.
Yeah, I mean the cat. You see her a lot less in the last few weeks here because obviously when she came out she was terrorizing every lobby, banned in every game, blah blah blah, just ridiculous character. But now a little bit less so, you know. Still a very good character in my opinion, but the nerfs definitely made it so that she gets outshined by some of the other options in the support category. So I do think it's good to see her get play every now and then, but definitely needed a couple nerfs after that initial after that release.
Oh, absolutely needed to. All things considered, you have to. And now you see things carried around. I don't think you got to see the shrouds for Turkey, but literally when Dirt was trying out for some of the things, they were literally getting carried on a cat and were just literally dive bombing people with the hooks. It was insanity. And obviously no hog here. Oh, we did see some hog play yesterday. Actually, I think you saw the hog play yesterday.
Yeah, there was a little bit of hog play yesterday. Yeah, it was crazy.
The mirror hogs was insane right there.
That was ridiculous.
Yeah, but this one's getting cleaned up pretty quickly right here, so you should be able to see this one be done and dusted for this first round. And to be fair, it's worth stating how kind of strong this team is for Argentina with Pizzy and Lep on it. That's why it's so surprising that they ended up losing that first game in 2-0 fashion.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, Lep was not playing yesterday. I do not remember the name of the player who was, and I feel bad about it now. It was DM. It was DM who was playing on the Argentinian squad, a player for Factor X, according to Liquipedia, and I mean, he was playing a pretty solid main support. I won't lie. From what I saw, I was impressed. But, I mean, when you have a player like Lep on your squad, and he's been as proven as he has in the OWCS over the last few years, it'd be a mistake not to play him. You know, Lep is so good at the game. And, you know, despite some disappointing results last year, I think he's absolutely a player worth keeping on the squad, you know?
Oh, no, 100%. It'll be fascinating to see, as I'm keeping my eye so attentive on this other stream that I'm just waiting to see get going. But also, Mercy in 2026. There you go.
Damn.
Now you've seen it all. The cat, the Mercy. What's next? The Torbjorn. I can't wait.
We got a damage boosted Echo. What will she do?
That's terrifying, by the way. Let's be real.
That is horrifying. Hunter, is the stream looking at our faces, or are they looking at this game?
Look at the game.
Okay, I can turn off my light then. Excellent. Ugh.
Yeah, so either way, we'll see. It's just another cleanup coming through, though, for Argentina, who, again, should have a better performance today. It's a really unfortunate one yesterday, but you brought the point. They should be at full strength going into today, and to be fair, they're looking really good so far. Let's make that very clear.
Absolutely they are. By the way, Montenegro is streaming Argentina versus Ecuador at the moment.
Oh.
So if you aren't watching Montenegro, follow Montenegro. That's my boy. I love Mont.
Oh, 110%. But, again, if you want to watch that game, obviously, go check out Montenegro. But here over on this stream, we are going to be getting things going for this matchup coming up here with Costa Rica and Puerto Rico. And again, teams I've gotten to see quite a lot of, familiar with quite a number of these players. But of course, this is a big time matchup for both of these teams here today, though. Both put themselves in a brilliant spot moving forward for the rest of the weekend if they manage to take this one away. And our Sona is out on the hazard, something we have seen some glimpses of, but Artorias, well known for that diva, and is going to be starting at it as well. But the big thing I'm looking forward to is Kitso versus Talisman over in this Tracer 1v1. Both very decorated players in their own right.
Let me tell you something, Hunter. I am so happy they put Hazard in the initiator role because, yeah, I mean, he needed to be there. Let's be so real. He needed to be there. He is not a bruiser. He is an initiator. He will go in. He will mess you up. And putting him in that proper role, I think, has already made him feel a whole lot better as a character, both to play and to watch, really. Early, though, in this fight, we don't really have any significant damage. A lot gets put out onto Kixo there, but not enough quite to take him out of the equation. Talisman, though, will be the first to fall. The Tracer on the Puerto Rican side will be out of the equation for this first fight. And just like that, Costa Rica, first captured.
Yeah, 100% done and dusted on that one. So Costa Rica taking the first fight away. We need a quick regroup right here, but you have pretty much everybody back already. You can take a somewhat aggressive fight, but you're going to have a lot ready fast here if you are Costa Rica, especially as Kitso takes the 1v1 fight here to take down Talisman.
All right. All right, that is one way to do it. Puerto Rico once again on the back foot after losing Talisman early, this time off the back of Kisco. Just winning that Tracer duel and then throwing out a pulse bomb at nothing. Honestly, I get it. Sometimes you gotta tell him who's boss.
Sometimes you absolutely have to. You have Consider Rush about to be available over here for Wed, but it gets used by Smacks first to make some space right here. But there's enough time for it to be thrown right back in their face, and now somebody needs to get an ultimate online to turn this fight and turn this tide.
But you got to do it quickly, too, and they're coming up on a couple of them. Shane gets that sound barrier and will end up popping it. Going in on this one, and eventually Benji does go down. Very, very nice pick from Shane. And another instance where one player finds their counterpart, Smacks finding Wed. And that is a capture for Puerto Rico at 66%. But, I mean, that was a while that they were able to hold on to that one.
Oh, no, 100%. But it'll be fascinating where things go from here. Again, there's some really good ultimates that get held on to. Benji still having the sound barrier is really big because there's no other support ultimate on the line anywhere. And it's going to come down to Arsona to kind of pull this trigger as it's going to be Midchicken and Kel going in early. Midchicken's dead early.
Ooh. Yeah, dead so fast into this fight here. And, I mean, Arsona used it to use the downpour as well. But, I mean, a couple more players are going to fall. And this time it's the support line of Puerto Rico. So they just don't have any sustain on the point here. Hazard can't get back in time to contest it. So the flip will go through. 36% is all Puerto Rico is going to be getting in that initial engagement.
Yeah, 100%. So we'll see how things kind of truck on forward from here. 80% on the board. Just a pulse bomb to the name of Talisman for Puerto Rico to get things rocking and rolling. But you're going to have the touch over on this point. An early touch, all things considered. And Kitso is just going to be eyeing for that target in that backline. You would love to catch it onto Chain right here and do that.
Oh my god.
And what?
Are you serious? That was gross. Talisman just gets melted into a fine paste. There will be no Tracer recontest here, and there won't even be a Carry recontest because Wed hits every single kunai headshot for like a solid 5 seconds straight and gets 2 kills. And that's going to be a point for Costa Rica.
That is utter insanity. Let's make that very clear right now. For those of you that don't know, Talisman, honestly, maybe one of the bigger players in North American Face It for Master. Has been playing there very consistently, but on some really good teams like Dreamland. But Kitso in their own right comes in here and really takes it to him, wins the majority of those 1v1s, and now Talisman obviously going to TP them out right there as you're going to see Kitso not take the 1v1 now, gonna go over to the May to play for those walls and try to cut off Arsona.
I like that. I really like that play from
Arsona's already here.
I mean, oh, what? I mean, hunting down the Diva is one way to do it for sure. That is a lot of early damage being done to a lot of players on the side of Puerto Rico. And, I mean, so far, not a whole lot of response damage-wise. Kixo's kind of low and eventually does actually go down. But Arsona,
so close!
Also alive, not going to be able to get that environmental kill because Diva, as it turns out, she can fly. Kyle goes down, I assume, to self-nade damage, and that's just a first capture for Puerto Rico. Like, surely. They get this, and that's a reset.
Too. Yeah, but that's fine, all things considered. Again, that's way better right there for Talisman, who's already going to have a pulse bomb ready for the next fight right here. The May, again, you're hoping for a lot of that early game to work out well, and Arsona does get cut off. Unfortunately, still had all of that defense matrix to survive through it all. So now your Talisman, pulse bomb here early, no one can really eat this thing unless Artorias lines this thing up perfectly right here. But if you can catch us onto Benji or Kale, burn them down early, you can really stop a fight from happening before it even really occurs. And here we go.
Just to stick onto the Bastion, and there it is. The turret form is always so scary when you stick a Bastion because the damage reduction is enough to keep him alive, but the damage from the rest of the team was there, and as a result, the Bastion does live. Kisco nearly goes down in the mix of that, but I mean, Shane maybe gets a little bit over aggressive here, and now that's an opportunity for Costa Rica to get back in on this one. A couple of support ultimates get burned here, but so does the override protocol. A lot of damage going out here, but it is just not enough to get through the sound barrier.
Oh, the bomb! Look where it's at.
Self-destruct on top of the pillar just to try and force somebody out, but it's not enough here. The contest is going to not last any longer than 62%.
Now stagger time.
Yeah, it's stagger time. This poor diva, she will die. It's just a matter of when.
They're gonna let it go and demech again and get so much more charges to resolve.
No.
And now Osona's gonna that basically gets you to the double DPS. And now Orsona is staggered out even longer. You are walking into double support, though. You're going to have to deal with having the beat as well as that Kitsune Rush ready to go. So there is a lot to have to deal with right here. But if you manage to time this really well, if you're Kitso with this freeze, you put yourself in a really brilliant position as they're going to send somebody to the backup point right there, Talisman, and it's going to force everybody to have to give up that initial choke and lay back on some of that aggression.
I mean, the problem with Blizzard here is that everybody on this side of Puerto Rico is playing a very slippery character, so it's going to be hard to lock anyone down with the freeze itself. But, I mean, Smacks goes down before anybody even had the opportunity to get frozen. Shane is going to opt to use the sound barrier here as well, which, I mean, it seems like it may actually turn the fight, despite being down a player. No Kiriko to speak of. They're still going to use that ultimate very aggressively to engage in a fight where they were down a player and win it out.
Yeah, I like that, though. They pull it out. They needed to in that situation right there to really solidify a fight win. But now the worry is that you've used both. Kitsune Rush is ready to go for Wed, and now, again, a situation where there's no real answer immediately as Kale going to try to find somebody with the artillery strike. Just doesn't really get a whole lot out. Does get the cleanse at the very least, so if they're quick, this could end nicely. But again, Override Protocol ready to go.
Yep. Out it goes, and I mean, that Sigma's looking real injured and does eventually get taken down by the final big blast from the override. Pulse bomb here as well, and you know that Bastion's an easy stick, but you don't want to be too unsafe with it, considering what Bastion can do to you in a Kitsune Rush.
Yeah.
However, Talisman is just kind of nice at this character, as it turns out. Kind of nice at this Tracer character, as it turns out.
Yeah. Listen, playing angry after that first round, where Kitso was definitely just taking care of them really early in engagements, and now Talisman just comes alive right there. Again, you see the significance of how much those stats have changed right there. Talisman was like 4-4, now they're like 17-5. Phenomenal. But the person I think to bring up right here, between all these squads right here, we haven't said the name, really, McChicken, who's been just pumping in damage, has been making the life of Artorias as difficult as humanly possible. And is looking to do the same here to finish things off over on Night Market, where at the very least we see no changes coming through here for Puerto Rico. For Costa Rica, though, Kel is going to go over, match that AMER, as Kitso does end up going back to the Tracer to take on Talisman. Phenomenal.
Yeah, for a moment there, it looked like Talisman might be sticking to the Symmetra, but nope. Going over to the Tracer as well. So we have a full mirror match here with a very standard composition. Only real, like, non-standard or new thing is that we have both teams running the AMER hit scan instead of the Sojourn hit scan, but we've seen a lot of that in the last few matches, in the last few weeks. So not a huge surprise, but very interesting to note at very least.
Yeah, 100%. And now you're kind of just having this next fight ready to engage very quickly. It's really hard to force yourself into this engagement right here, where everyone is just getting forced out by Arizona, continuously making room. Midchick and Talisman need to eventually find the follow-up onto somebody to bring this fight towards its end, because right now, the further things delve into chaos right here, the worse it's potentially going to get, as Artorias is out of the mech early, and this fight should realistically become unwinnable.
Yeah, I mean, when you lose out on your tank entirely, it just becomes a massive problem. And, I mean, definitely a lost fight now that Kyle on that Emery is out of the equation. But I mean, this is just an opportunity for Puerto Rico to get aggressive and see if they can find anything else, which McChicken does. Wed is out. And, I mean, these shots are just beautiful from McChicken. Look at that ult charge. 89%. Yeah. Make it 91. Make it 93. Screw it. Like, this guy just won't miss a single headshot and already nearly has an override.
Yeah, and now you're going to be able to take this fight potentially aggressively as a result. You have so much on your back going this fight where it really is dealer's choice as to what you want to do right here. You have to eventually send a body back out of the point with Arsona, who does have a bomb ready to go, but so far it's McChicken trying to find some value at the moment. Finds Kitso out.
Sure. Oh. I mean, yeah, why not? Just get Kitso out of the game instantly. Look at him, and yeah, he's gone. That 175 HP is not going to last long against the override protocol, and neither is the rest of the team's HP pool. Holy Puerto Rico. They struggled on that first point, but now they're in one-fight territory. Kisco, the only player who might be able to trigger overtime here, has the pulse bomb in hand. So,
no overtime.
Oh, no. There's no touch there. This, I mean, the
oh my God,
big
comes
boop? In. That's a great boop onto McChicken, but the other target was your Lucio, so he's going to be able to make it back at very least. A lot of damage going out here thanks to the override protocol from Kyle, but it's just a matter of being able to continually clean up this fight, and losing out on Benji means that's going to be a lot harder going forward. Kisco with the pulse bomb doesn't connect onto anybody, but the Diva bomb comes out from Arsona. Not going to find any eliminations, and the Diva goes down in the midst of that. Pulse bomb gets eaten by Artoria's talisman with a maybe slight blunder. I don't think it's going to be that bad that it'll cost them the map quite yet, but it's definitely something you're going to look back on and kick yourself over. Demecking the Diva, though. Another Diva bomb on the point. This one forces everybody from the side of Puerto Rico off and gives Costa Rica their first capture percentage here on Night Market. But man, what a ridiculous fight that was.
Yeah, no, 100%. And now, no ultimate's really on the table kind of moving forward. You're getting up 2 wickets in a rush, which would be massive right here if you are Smash to go ahead and make that room. And now, you're kind of fighting to simply build that up, let damage go onto Arsona as a result, and give yourself that ability to pull that trigger and potentially win the fight as a result. And it's going to be sent out right here. Wed needs to live long enough, potentially get it online, but gets there, unfortunately, already losing on Sartorius and Kitso. This one, despite the thing being here, is going to be done and dusted.
Yeah, I mean, that was some heroics from the side of Puerto Rico near the end there. But Costa Rica, man, they made that so close. That first point felt pretty dominant in their favor. But the second and third point, man, I mean, Talisman's Tracer is so nasty, so ridiculous. And McChicken on this Emery also so good. Consistently throughout this entire thing. So big ups to both of those players for just being out of their minds on this map.
Yeah, no, 100%. It is insanity in that instance right there. But it's a good map for both sides. It just ends up being a tale of two sides ultimately. It's a really good start for Costa Rica, but Puerto Rico, they come back and they play angry on those last 2 points. They look fantastic. So now it's really about trying to find an answer if you're Costa Rica. And you have so many good players on this team to where you definitely have the ability to find an answer for everything that's going on. But it doesn't mean it's going to be an easy situation. You can decide on the map, you can decide on the ban, but it's going to be a scenario where you're playing similar enough styles to where either one of those is not going to be as powerful as they would be if you have, like, you know, if you're going up against, just for the instance of what we've seen today, a Guatemala where it's like, okay, we know they want to go brawl, let's go Gibraltar, and force them onto something else. That's a good alternative right there. But if you're so similar in teams and you know each other well enough, it's not going to be as simple to do. So we'll see what their answer is going to be soon. I will make a point really quick. Argentina did take that first map win over Ecuador, and they're actually, what? Are you looking at A-Stream right now?
I'm looking at A-Stream right now.
Look at that.
What is that time bank? What in the world?
If they actually do that, Rainy Day, what are you doing, buddy? Oh my god, Rainy actually.
Rainy.
That's insanity, by the way. If they actually manage to pull that one out, they're not going to. But my god, that's insane. Actually, are they going to? They're going to do it. They
No.
kept with 344 against Argentina?
That's crazy. Oh my god. What am I looking at?
I know y'all can't see it, but if you're watching anyone else's stream, that is insanity. No way.
Is this the same team we watched yesterday?
That is the same team. To be fair, they had strong members. We heard about like I heard about like Kelly and Kirby all day and never really got to see them at their finest. But again, we only saw the glimpse of like the end there, but still, that is, oh my god.
344 is absurd. Like, I mean, Gibraltar is not an easy map to finish. I don't think it's the hardest payload map to get to third points on. I think that's still Rialto, but it is not an easy map to finish. And yet here goes Team Ecuador with 344 in the time bank. What?
That is insanity, man. I wish I could see every single game, and I'm happy that I get to. But man, it sucks to not cover every single one. That's insane. Wow. I mean, I'm just
gonna sit back and watch that one until the next map starts for our series.
Yeah, I have it pulled up on the side for when it gets going. So yeah, Puerto Rico up 1-0 on Costa Rica, and subsequently for this other one, Argentina is up 1-0 on Ecuador. But we'll see how both of these teams are going to respond moving forward. It's going to be very, very fascinating to see. I will tell you that much. But for Costa Rica, again, some really phenomenal players over on this team that we've gotten the opportunity to learn quite a bit about. Biggest for Costa Rica, that backline within Benji and Wed that we saw. Both of them actually students and competitors over at Briarcliff University. Who have been pretty successful in their own right, have done a lot of amazing things. There's a lot of Briarcliff people that are actually playing this weekend, if you didn't know, within the Americas.
I did not.
Yeah, it's unreal how many are competing, because like obviously you have the two I just mentioned right there. You have right now LCS right now, who's playing over for Team Chile. You have Spooky, who's back up on the Costa Rica roster. It's phenomenal. Is Amity? Amity's just an American player. Okay, just had to double check. Amity, who I think has their own team coming up here. I believe, yeah, was on Hivemind before. Don't know if they still are or not. It's roster mania for Face It technically still, so hopefully we get that a little more solidified here soon. But
especially with Face It so soon.
Oh yeah, 100%. But a lot of these players also having a lot of really big success as well. I talk about Wed, or as they're kind of more known as WedTube. Last season, competed on Dilpados, won South American Face It, ended up winning 4-1 against Vlog de Caminero, which me and Dex can now say properly now, thankfully. Competed in NA Expert the season before on the cafe. Ended up getting top 4 in that right there, which is a really good display. But I can talk about these players all day long, Getster. The proof is in the pudding, though, as we're getting ready to head into our next map here, where it looks like
Runasapi.
Good old Runasapi. And Runasapi,
I like Runasapi.
To be fair, I think this is a beautiful map. I think it plays very well.
Yeah.
This is a map that either... The way I want to phrase it is you're either going to get a complete curb stomp, or it's the closest map you've ever seen, and there's not many in-betweens.
Yeah. So, one thing that I'm noticing right off the bat is both of these squadrons are running out with the Vendetta instead of the Tracer. So I'm willing to bet that there was probably a Tracer ban. That's probably what happened here, right? Obviously, this is the clean feed. We don't have access to the match chats. We don't have access to the admins or anything like that. So we don't know what the bans are, but I'm going to theorize that one of the bans was in fact Tracer. If I had to guess, it would have been Costa Rica who banned it out, but I mean, we got no way of knowing.
Yeah, it could be the case. But this fight's going pretty aggressively, and Talisman down early, which, normally is a really good sign for Costa Rica to go ahead and take a fight of their own. But for now, you're going to rally over towards the point. They realize you can't really take a fight without Talisman here, so they're just going to back out a little bit and keep everybody rocking and rolling and take the quick reset.
I think this is the correct play for Costa Rica as well, just making sure that they have a fair bit of distance on this barricade while Talisman is unable to, participate in the fight and contribute to any of it. Now, in the meantime, Talisman eventually does get back, but 33 meters in pushing. We're already well over halfway to that initial checkpoint. And I mean, a lot of damage is being poured out right now from the side of Costa Rica. Cal on this sojourn, just waiting for the opportunity to use a railgun.
Yeah, 100%. Just hoping to be able to get in there right now, and nobody willing to go down. This is a war of attrition at the corner right there. You see Kitso go mega aggressive over on the Vendetta. Not a whole lot of distance right now. We're building up to ultimate so quickly where Benji's right around the corner ramming a beat, and I imagine you're going to see a really aggressive take here in a second here. And yeah, there it is. Aggression. Bomb has to be used. Arso is dead on the spot, and now this swings the door wide open for Costa Rica.
Yeah, I mean, that's the railgun you want to see from your sojourn. Like, oh no, the diva has bombed. What shall we do? We kill her. We execute her on the spot. Right? Like, it's exactly what you need in this instance. Now, granted, big disadvantage, I should say, for the side of Costa Rica is that they do not have the sound barrier to work with now. Benji was forced to burn that in order to keep the team alive in that previous fight. So now, not going to have that one. Meanwhile, Chain and Smokes both have their support ultimates.
Yeah, and Arcturus is going to get the good spawn. Honestly, could have potentially lost out on it if that bot would have never stopped moving, but we'll see how much that affects the next one. Double sword ultimates are ready because Benji took the really aggressive stance. Not going to have the sound barriers, so another situation where Chain could decide to go really aggressive with Puerto Rico. As Katsumi rushes are out, and Chain is going to let that beat loose to try to turn the tide to this one. But all it's really going to do for the time being is kind of just sustain them and keep them alive. No real advantage found until now.
Yeah, and they do eventually get that Vendetta out of the equation, but Artoria's in a little bit of trouble here. Manages to escape, at least for now. Getting out in full as well. It's just a matter of, like, can they find a way to get over this checkpoint line, Puerto Rico? They've only really got the Sundering Blade to work with, using it behind cover in an attempt to just find a pick with it, and that's beautiful, Talisman. Just gorgeous stuff. Another pick too, but I mean, sometimes you press shift and you end up next to a diva bomb. It happens.
Yeah, this isn't quite over yet though. Benji's still hanging around. If Arsona can, yeah, actually they're gonna beat. Yeah, because they don't want to give up this. Remember, because of the way this is right now, this means you're super cut off if you're a McChicken. You should go down, and because they use that beat, they may sort of the checkpoint, but they don't surrender the lead. And the further that distance goes, the more important having that lead is going to be. So I like the idea. Plus, Benji still has room to be able to catch up potentially to get their own sound barrier up later on for a big engagement. But now Kitso is going to have their own Sundering Blade, is going to have some room here to make it work, but I like the way that Arsona is playing up aggressively. You don't want to have to go to that corner again if you don't have to. So for now, they're going to keep sitting here, but eventually they need to run.
Thundering. Oh! Spawn camp. As soon as you get out of that mech to self-destruct, you are just gone. You're dead. You're completely dead. Puerto Rico fighting back here in a major way, though. I mean, that might have been an early pick onto the tank, but it don't matter to them. They're going to win out the fight anyway. They're going to get every kill necessary, and they don't even need to burn an ultimate outside of the Diva Bomb that they tried to remech with.
100%. So we'll see what goes down from here. Remember, still time to touch this point and stop a full cap from going through. The question is, will they get there? And that they 100% will as the forward spawns unlock once more. They're going to be forced away, and potentially, yeah, we'll have to give up the lead instead. Regroup for another fight, as Wed will have their own considered rush, where they will have a big advantage going into this next one. Yeah, but
they are forced to back out here. It's a matter of, like, finding an opportunity to get back in, and that's a nice engagement. I really like the use of the override protocol alongside the beat to make sure that the Emery stays in the
Oh!
sky against Kyle on that Sojourn, and stay alive, McChicken does. And I mean, Angel of Death out here, because holy.
No, that's absolute insanity. And now we move forward. Lead starting to extend much further than Costa Rica is comfortable with. And now this is becoming a big must-win fight coming up here. You're going to have the sound barrier to be able to work with right here. But obviously, you would like to not use it if you don't have to. You would absolutely love to be able to hold on to it. But right now, Cal is just getting hard pressured out. Eventually is going to be able to get some care and stay alive. But now, it's the question of what do you do to engage in this fight, because you have to worry about Talisman as well with the Sundering Blade, and how valuable it's going to be to have that sound barrier, or at least having Artorias alive, to be able to pressure them out and stop it from getting any value.
Another Sundering goes out here. And keep in mind that it ignores sound barrier. It ignores that ultimate entirely, and I think that sometimes people forget that 2 players die to a Sundering Blade thinking they have the HP for it, and oh, that's just disastrous. This Diva's probably gonna die in the backline too, just while trying to escape.
Oh my god!
Again, off the map you go. You've been spiked. It's Super Smash Brothers in this bitch. 125 meters in building now, with Artorias currently still respawning. Eventually does have boosters, will be getting out of the door here, but I mean, there's so much working against Team Costa Rica at the moment. Puerto Rico only a few meters away, but Kyle manages to get back out and find McChicken. Bomb goes out from Artorias, but Talisman finds the kill on the Diva before that remake can happen.
Wow.
The full cap will come through, and Puerto Rico will take away our second map.
Yeah, gave them themselves a nice, much-needed win moving forward. And now, put themselves in great territory, because now, remember, Puerto Rico won yesterday. They win again today. They still have yet to... In fact, at this point, they're now the only team to still not drop a single map so far. It's only 2 matches, but that's still amazing to be in that position. Legit goated. That is phenomenal to be able to see. Like, wow. And right now... What's going on over there? I want to talk about this one for a moment. I'll wait for the thing to start for over here. But, nah, that is insane right there. A big closeout right there for Puerto Rico to be able to bring things in their own right. Put themselves, honestly, in an amazing position as potential contenders moving forward. I think this win right here is very defining of that reality. Especially, well, you've already got Argentina and Costa Rica out of the way. You still have to worry about Chile and Peru. But they have so many matchups still coming up here that I think are really winnable for them. I think they're in a phenomenal position right now, Ketster.
I agree, because goddamn did they look good during that series. It was very, very well played from Puerto Rico throughout yesterday and today's game. And I mean, they have a busy day today, if I recall correctly. I think they play like 3-4 matches, if I am not wrong. I could be. Let me check real quick, just so that I'm not lying to the people. Puerto Rico. They play 3 matches today. Okay, yeah. That is a lot for them, obviously. But I mean, 1 down, and it was quick. So, like, I'm not complaining too much if I'm Team Puerto Rico, because I'm feeling great.
Yeah, no, 100%. And our next match could end up getting started pretty quickly as well, as I'm going to set up the stuff forward. But we're going to be seeing Chile for the first time today, as they are taking on Puerto Rico, coming right off the back of winning 2-0. Meanwhile, Costa Rica, if you want to watch more of them, they're going to be on the A stream in their next matchup. That is against Argentina, which right now has their hands full. Right now with Ecuador. Little fact, while Argentina is up 1-0, Ecuador full cap the map with close to 4 minutes remaining. Now, it turns out that, Argentina was able to full cap as well, but with not nearly as much time. They pushed like halfway through second with their overtime. So now it's actually really good territory coming up here. Actually, I will go ahead and throw it up for the sake of throwing it up. Because, for the funsies.
I can turn off my light. My eyes hurt.
Oh, that's great.
Actually, while this map finishes up, I'm gonna run upstairs, grab a banana.
Yeah, do your thing, bro. I might fill up a drink here in a second too. We big chilling out here. Oh, But yeah, for all those of you that are just tuning in, whatever have you made, we're just watching this while we wait for our next match to get going right here. This is Argentina taking on Ecuador, and right now, Ecuador is in a really good position, should be able to claim this first point. And now, if they realistically win one more fight, they can take this to a third and final map to potentially get a big upset win on Argentina. But this is going to be a tough fight to have to win right here, and getting rid of Tizzy would be a great way to be able to do so. Obviously, we'll find out very shortly what the case is going to be. But, again, you just gotta try to play a little safe and do what you can early on in this fight right now. As Tizzy is just looking for some kind of target to go after, but there's no good targets right now. Yep, Pulse Bomb ready. If you're Kelly, it's gonna be thrown out. Nothing, but Oracle is going to get caught, and now this could be preceding the beginning of the end, and yeah, I think a 100% will be. It's a little bit more Saul from good old Saxton, Hale, and Lep, but it's not gonna be enough. So Ecuador is gonna take a map off of Argentina and take it over to 3. That is insanity. Ain't no way that's gonna happen. Wow, that's insane. Like, I don't know what to say with that one right there. That's just such a good play overall, right there. Like, that's rough though. Like, I need to bring things over right there, but I'll throw it back on us for a moment here while I'm prepping for the next one. But Getty Getster,
I'm back.
Ecuador won the map.
Holy!
They blitzed on their attack too, like
very nice.
Picked up where they left off. So now they're gonna go to a third and final map, and we'll see whether or not we'll be able to watch it or not. Because again, since neither of these teams are connected to our next matchup on our side, the B game could start literally at any time, for all we know.
Probably, unfortunately, which just means we have to sit here and wait.
Yeah, but we get to, you know, it'll be fine, probably. Who knows?
Yeah, yeah, we'll be fine. I'll live.
We might live. Who knows? It will give me time to get everything ready for this next game. Because, again, fun thing, I'm going to talk about it more often as much as I can. All these lovely graphics you're seeing, Mr. Dexatron himself has put together these, and guys, I don't know if you've checked the stream out at all, or if you've seen the ones I used before.
I've got the stream.
Yeah, well, they look phenomenal, don't they? They look amazing.
They do.
Phenomenal.
They do look quite nice.
They do. But I'm gonna get them all updated right now. That way, everything looks nice and official as it should. But at least for now, again, as I'm shaking, I keep shaking my leg and I keep shaking my camera. I need to back up a little bit. But yeah, as we're gonna have the lovely switch over here in a moment. Our next matchup is gonna be us following Puerto Rico once more as they take on Chile. Again, one of only 2 undefeated teams still remaining, with Chile and Guatemala being those 2 teams. So Chile in a really good position right now. Both very confident for what they have been able to do. Chile only dropping the 1 map. They went to a 3-map affair against Peru yesterday, where Peru had them on the ropes early on, and Chile managed to scrap their way back and end up having a really good display. But we'll have to see how this game goes down. Obviously, very excited for it. Again, I reiterate my points from yesterday, how important of a game it is for both of them right here, because both had very big expectations, and now being 2 teams that are still undefeated in terms of what they've done thus far, it really is a big game. And the fact that Chile has faced some of their toughest competition already within Costa Rica and Peru, and now getting Puerto Rico out of the way as well, if they come out of this 3-0, everything aside, I think they are in such a great position, top 3. Genuinely.
100% they are. I mean, Chile and Puerto Rico. I think this is the matchup I'm most excited for so far. Like, again, I hate to be the guy that's showing a little bit of bias about like individual matchups or something like that, but this match, man, this has me so pumped to see 2 teams that so far have not dropped a match. One of these teams has only dropped 1 map. The other has not dropped a single one yet. But one of them has to be a what's it called? Has to go down into that realm of, you know, losing a game, you know. And
right.
that's that's where you start to feel a little bit nervous. That's where the pressure might start to finally get to you a little bit. But one of these teams is about to have a whole lot of forward momentum.
Oh, 100% they are. And it's going to be insane because it puts them in such a into such a beautiful position.
Why is the chat making fun of you?
Because I was a little, because I'm behind. And that's because, funny thing, Hunter decided to put a delay on his thing. Because he didn't have to, because he didn't know, because he's stupid. And to be fair, I'm at a point where there's no way to reset it without, like... Actually, can I just delay it? What will happen if I've unclicked enable stream delay? What happens if I click apply? Should we find out in real time? I'm gonna find out in real time.
Let's find out in real time.
I don't think anything has happened. Delayed thing is still at the bottom. Because at that point, it would just jump 2 minutes forward. You would think.
Surely, you would think, yes. If I hit the refresh button on the stream.
So my theory, so this is my running theory. If I want to be able to get the delay, what I would do is I would hit stop streaming, and then I would instantly start streaming without the delay being intact. Is that how it works, or would that split it up?
I think that's... I think the problem with that plan is it would then show as 2 separate stream VODs.
I'm fine if it's 2 different VODs. Because there's already, like, the YouTube's running as well for the stream, so they have their own VOD that'll happen, so that's not a concern whatsoever.
Gotcha.
But still, it's also like, what if it just drops everything as well? You know? That's another potential worry. Which I haven't checked out on the YouTube thing in a hot minute. That seems like a potential good idea, can't lie.
Let's do that, yeah.
I always like to just make sure the quality over there is going nicely, which, to be fair, so far, it looks like it has, so... no worry. Yeah, everything's looking great over there. Perfect. I can close out of that now. What I will say is, we have the 3rd map of this other game going up, and we'll go ahead and, again, same thing as before. We'll just put it on for the sake of putting it on in this engagement. So, everyone, enjoy it for a minute. Getzer, I'm going to leave this to you for a quick moment, as I'm going to fill up my drink really quick as well. But talk it through, because this should be a really fun map.
Yeah, absolutely, it should be. Looking over here once again at Runa Sapi here between Ecuador and Argentina. A couple of very, very solid teams here. Rainy Day, interestingly, not playing the Echo that I am so used to seeing them on. Rather, they are on the Venture. Now, Tizzy comes out on the Junker Queen. Not a huge surprise. We've seen a lot of Junker Queen from this region in the last few days, and Argentina so far seems to be making it work. Saxton Hale has unfortunately just lost a 1v1 to Karen Gorm. I apologize for mispronouncing that as badly as I did on the Moira, which you do hate to see, but ultimately it shouldn't matter that much. Saxton should be able to get back into this fight relatively quickly. This robot's not moving super quickly, so yeah, damage goes out here from Oracle. I do like this pick of the Cassidy coming out from Oracle. Not a hero you see a ton these days. I think that the hit scan category has become very powerful and very saturated with good characters, so even though Cassidy is very, very good, you just don't see... You just don't see him as much anymore, man, because Sojourn's so good. Because, what's it called? Freya was really good for a while there. Emery is very good. I would argue even, like, Ashe has a niche on some points that you'd take her over Cassidy as well, but... I mean, with Let playing on this squad, I have full faith in the shot calling of this team, and so far it definitely seems to be doing them wonders, as that is a very good fight away from the Coalescence. Akira does go down to Kelly Dude on that Genji. Saxon Hale gets the punish, and I mean, Rainy Day back on that Echo I mentioned earlier, and it's just not getting anything done right now. Is that Hunter returning, I hear?
Yeah, Hunter returned. Hunter is back, so...
Hunter
I'm checking
returned.
it on this, and hey, things looking good right now for Argentina by the looks of it, huh? About to cap away this point. With nothing left to go. And I'm still keeping my eye on the other game to make sure that, hey, when the moment it gets going, again, once that game gets going, if it does in time, we're immediately switching over to that. So keep that.
Listen, that tab in my browser is unmuted. So like at the exact moment that I hear something, I'm going directly to that tab.
Yeah, no, 100%. A Saxon Hale popping
Saxon
up, by the way.
Hale.
Saxon Hale, I've known them more than anything for, if you believe it or not, their Junker Queen play, actually.
Really?
Played on the Team Cosmos last season for Face It Masters for South America. Played on there, ended up getting into playoffs, played really well, but they tried out for Argentina as kind of back and forth, but mainly as a DPS, and as you can see, was on the team, and so far has had some really good appearances, so proud for them to be in this position.
Yes, Saxon Hale's been playing very well. Also, just an excellent choice of battle tag, I must say. I am a big Team Fortress 2 fan around here. We all love Team Fortress 2. People tell me I look like the Scout.
Oh, yeah, 100%. So we'll see how things go from here. As for Kelly trying to make some room with the blade, and that they shall try to do, as they are just stunned and moved away to Kingdom Come.
Yep. Excellent response to the blade. Unfortunately, it's not enough to save TZ. So, I mean, the cart theoretically should start moving back towards the middle here, especially with Saxon Hale also going down here. Yeah, they should be losing forward spawns, and at long last, Ecuador should start to get a little bit of distance on this cart.
Yeah, I'm gonna do something really quick.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's gonna do something right there. Hopefully, hey guys, hopefully you're back immediately. I decided to do the thing right now, so I definitely just cut ahead. So hopefully the thing is fixed. So which is gonna, be a little weird in the grand scheme of things, but we will get there when we get there. For now, we're still in this thing. We're still rocking and rolling.
Wow.
So
Hi chat. We don't have a delay anymore.
At least we shouldn't have a delay. I think it's restarting like pretty much immediately. Without having lost everybody.
If there's a delay, it's like 10 seconds. It's okay.
Yeah, we're gonna find out if everyone's stuck around or not. But either way,
We'll see.
This thing's rocking and rolling still. So Getster, take it away while I make sure my logistics are working well.
Indeed. Coalescence once again coming out from Ecuador here in an attempt to, sustain through this fight. But the sound barrier from Lep is just better. TZ only connecting onto one player with that rampage, but it's really all you need because the rest of the team will fall over it's just napkins in a windstorm. They don't have any structural integrity. They're just going to fall over and die. Mr. Kirby will stall it for as long as possible, but this robot is going to get to the checkpoint and maybe even make a little bit more distance. No, it doesn't look like they'll get distance before a contestant rolls through, but they do at least get forward spawns. That's very nice for them. Rainy Day is here to stall.
Yeah. Hey, guess what? Everything works. Logistics are well.
Yay!
Yeah, but it's important because, the copy on the Queen, love to see it. Should be able to build up to this rampage right here, and it should be massive.
Yup. It hits too. Lep and TZ both getting hit by that one, and the anti-heal is strong, the damage over time is strong, but, there's just not any follow-up on that damage being dealt to either of those players, so... everybody on the side of Argentina is still very healthy. Meanwhile, Ecuador loses out on their Diva mech. The robot has been walked back a very, very long way. I suppose someone was stealing it while I wasn't paying attention, but... is it really going to end up mattering all that much? Forward spawns get deactivated, but I don't think anybody from Argentina died.
No, not really. And it's really unfortunate because now you're in a really tough situation if you are Ecuador, because you have the blade come if you're Kelly, which to be fair, last time it found some kind of value, but Saxon else has found quite a little bit more with it as we saw previously. But 3 minutes left. You're in desperation territory for Ecuador, quite honestly. We're gonna find out very quickly what that pause is going to be. That's gonna be fascinating here in a few seconds, as I found out that I'm slightly off. In terms of the stream delay, not the stream delay, but like the just the timing on the thing. So
yeah, we're not synced.
Yeah, we're not synced, so we're probably saying things like 2 seconds before they happen. So obviously, that's happening right now.
That's okay. I'm not too worried. This isn't the match we're supposed to be covering like not even supposed to be covered. This isn't the match where like worried about covering super hard right now. I mean, if you want the highest quality possible like coverage of this match, I highly recommend twitch.tv/Monteneva. That's my goat. Go follow the man's. He's awesome.
No, 100%. Dude, I haven't checked in too much on the stream, and I really have been meaning to. As you guys are slightly ahead. All right, I figured. I paused for like 2 seconds, so hopefully that fixes it. And now we can respond to you guys in real time as well. You know,
That's
isn't that
true.
fun? We can actually respond in real time. I love that. We need that in this world.
That's true. Oh, we turned on the cameras again, didn't we?
We did for just a
moment.
moment.
My light.
Yeah, I mean we were just big chilling. You know.
I just didn't. I don't like having my light turned off when the camera is on, because then I look like I'm just a gremlin in the dark, you know. Also, I look really low on my camera right now. Let me see if I can adjust it without it falling off the top of my monitor. Stay. Twitch.tv/Monteneva. There you go, Glacier. I got you.
There you go. Yeah, and hey, whoa, we're getting back going. We're unpausing.
Oh,
we're rolling back in. 3 minutes left. Deadeye for Oracle. Potential last fight territory for them right here. It's, again, potentially going to come down to Kelly to be a hero in this fight. And Emilio's going to have a Graviton Surge, but unfortunately, Kirby's out of the mech super early.
That is very tragic. you really do hate to see that one. And, that's probably a full cap, isn't it?
You just have to beat in there. You just have to like go like right now and beat in.
Yep. Oh, but you don't beat in time to save the mech! Oh, it's over. Argentina. They're gonna do it. They're gonna take away this win over Ecuador after, I mean, that, we didn't get to see all of that watch point over on this stream, but what we did see was insanity.
That is utter insanity. Crazy stuff going down over here. You see those stats really quick. Was it Oracle never died?
Oracle never died.
Insane.
That guy just kept pointing away.
Amazing. And Tizzy, who has been like a tour de force since we met him about almost like a year ago. God, that's phenomenal. That is good play there. And Argentina needing a game like that to bounce back. It's a little bit more sketchy than it should have initially been, though. But still, get yourself a win on the board. And now you need to kind of carry that forward. They do have Costa Rica going on next. Obviously just lost 2-0 to Puerto Rico. So we'll see how each team kind of carries themselves there. But now as we're here, we should have our game Puerto Rico versus Chile right around the corner to start here very shortly. Should be a very fun game. Again, extremely impactful game. We have a lot of Saxon diff. That's crazy. But
that is kind of crazy.
We do have a lot of them going throughout the day. Remember, we are just technically 2 sets of games in. There's still 5 more throughout the day. That's insane. Also, I realized I need to send that message. That's really important to send. Getster, I mean, we've seen quite a number of matches today. Quite a lot of players as well. Who's been a big standout for you so far throughout the day? Would you say?
I mean, Talisman is the easy answer for me personally. I think. You know me. I'm the Tracer guy. I'm a huge fan of Tracer Overwatch. I main the character. I love watching the character. And Talisman has genuinely impressed me every single time I've seen them play. Doesn't matter if it's been here in the World Cup. Doesn't matter if it's been in Face It. They are so crazy good at that character. And I will always be an appreciator of some crazy good Tracer play.
Yeah, crazy Tracer play is, again, it's kind of what everything was really built on, you know? Like, if we're talking about super early competitive Overwatch, some of the biggest impressive things you saw were on things like the Tracer, like the Genji, the Widowmaker as well, the Cassidy. That's what so many of these early clips, if you go and watch like a Nostalgia Watch video, like, you're going to see a lot of Tracer, a lot of Widowmaker. Let me tell you, that will be the case. But yeah, no, there have been some really good standouts in this situation. For me throughout the day, again, I'll go back to Glacier really quick just to do that. I I'm only going to talk so much because we've already talked it really up and down. But a big tour de force over on the tank has just looked phenomenal for every little bit that we've seen them throughout.
We can't just gas up Glacier because he's in the chat, bro. Like I know he's good, but like he's right there.
Yeah, well, let me talk about someone else who I know isn't in this chat, but still know the man very well. We're going into Chile game. Bert is gonna be the one to look out.
True.
Right here. Bert has been. You got to see Bert play yesterday. I know, and I know it was impressive stuff right there. Being able to work alongside Eli as well, who is quite a force in their own right. Chile has a very stacked team. People went into saying potentially might be one of the most stacked, and so far I think they have perhaps proved some of that correctly. They still have, again, some tough games coming up, like this one with Puerto Rico, which is a really big one for either one of these teams because, again, both are still undefeated, both are 2-0, both are in a good position right now where they're getting some of their tougher games done earlier on. So we'll see what it means, but I still think whoever wins this is going to be in such an amazing position moving forward.
I think whoever wins this, mathematically this is not the case, so don't quote me on this, but I think whoever wins this has a very, very good chance of making it into that top 3. I mean, if you can establish yourself at 3-0, I mean, Guatemala's already done it, and they're feeling real good. They're feeling real good about their lives right now. But Puerto Rico or Chile have the opportunity to do the same thing, get themselves up to that 6th map win, regardless of how many losses they have. And I mean, once that happens, whoever wins this has a better map record theoretically than Guatemala. If Chile wins 2-1, then they're tied with Guatemala. In any other scenario, whoever wins has a higher map differential than Guatemala, straight up. So there is ample opportunity here for one of these two teams to not quite lock themselves in 100%, but put themselves in a very, very good spot to qualify.
Yeah, it puts them in a phenomenal spot. And we'll obviously see how things will continue to develop from here. We brought up very briefly before what the next match on the A stream is going to be, which is that Argentina versus Costa Rica game. That's going to be a really big one. But Chile has still a few more matches going on throughout the day, this being their first one, but they have matches going on later versus Panama and Argentina, which should be very interesting to close out the night over there. But again, we still have some really impactful ones over here, ones that are going to matter very heavily for some of these teams coming up here.
I just realized Guatemala Peru is happening on the other stream later today. That's going to be a heater.
Yeah, that is a banger right there. Maybe we'll see what happens there. But man, it's insanity. How many good games are happening, and how much we've already seen that has been insanity.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if we've had like the game yet that you would consider like the upset, like the big one. I don't think we've had that quite like I anticipated. So. Ooh, we have a game that's going. Are we getting ready to go? Oh, Hunter didn't put the other stuff in.
It's time.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and bring it over while I get all the stuff up here. But yes, sir. Okay. Let's talk about what we're seeing right here.
Woo! It's time. We're going in. It's Lijiang Tower once again. I honestly forget if Lijiang Tower is a predetermined starting point or if everybody just likes Lijiang Tower that much, but neither would surprise me at this point. I don't like to talk about comps before we walk out the door because sometimes they fake us out, but it looks like this is in fact real. We are seeing the Domina pick from Frack, which Megalas and I might have done a little bit of critiquing of yesterday. I think that Frack was maybe a little bit better when he was on the Winston, for example. But Domina is the first option for Chile this time around, so remains to be seen how well that will go for them.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to see right here. The Domina has made quite a few appearances throughout the weekend. Frack has been one of those people that have been at it already, as Eli gets rid of Chain early on, puts them in a great position, and now with this cleanup, this one should be done and dusted very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those classic send your Tracer and your Lucio out on their own into the wild and let them find kills, and both of them find kills in that previous fight, so big stuff coming out from them. Now it's just a matter of continuing to play this poke game. You don't want to let them approach too much because Domina I mean, if you let them approach, she dies. She falls over pretty easily. You know who else falls over? LCS. After Andrew P hits a very, very good railgun. We are now looking at a potential capture here for Puerto Rico.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I realize I'm ahead of you now, sir, so that's going to make things very interesting, and we'll figure things out as things go, because it's already capped back at 6%, as they're going to be cleaning some bodies up. Eli has gone down, though, so it puts things in a very interesting predicament, as I might have to count you up here in a minute. A big pulse bomb comes through, and oh my god, FX is gone.
That's gross. That's gross, McChicken! What? I mean, immediately just one clipping Bert after the stick onto EFX is gross. I sped up a little bit. Oh, we're dancing now. Okay, we're dancing now. That's funny.
Oh my god, that's insane. Oh, but hey, we're getting ready for the next one right here.
Oh my god.
What? Okay, now you're ahead.
Okay. Damn it.
Pause for like a single second and you're good. Promise.
Okay, we're good.
All right, great. Hey, we're here for another one, though, and they're going to keep pressing them back harder and harder. And they've got the ultimates to do so, because you're about to have a full set. The only difference being McChicken not having the pulse bomb, as obviously hit FX with it earlier on in that last fight. Put him in a good position. So, oh, yeah, Bert is letting loose.
Yeah, and that's a long-range series of volleys over onto Ander. Brack is going to be the one to finish that damage, though. And outside of that, not a whole lot comes from that override protocol. But the point will be flipped away from Puerto Rico in this particular fight. Bert does go down, but the back cap comes in. Beat out, pulse bomb out, but not a whole lot of picks going through except for Arizona and
My god.
Oh.
Yeah, this backline is insane how they operate right here. LCS is a very aggressive. Lucio and FX in their own right is able to go with that aggression very well. And if there is a team that stands up to Guatemala in terms of aggression, Chile is that team. I stand by that very firmly. So Puerto Rico's got to force their way out here. They need to be able to make this fight.
Oh my god.
God.
I mean, he happened to be low HP. Maybe from like a railgun, or excuse me, like a grenade from Bert or something like that. And so much more damage just gets pumped out here. Puerto Rico doesn't have an answer here. Surely Chile has taken away this first point. 95% in building. McChicken has the touch, as does Chain, but Chain very nearly goes down, and eventually Eli does hunt them down. Then Lucio, no longer a factor. Eli finding another one onto the counterpart of McChicken's Tracer, and nobody is there. This is going to be a point for Chile off the back of a whole lot of amazing individual moments.
No, 100%. And now we're seeing things going to be cleaned up right here, as I wonder what I was hearing in the back of my head as the other game started up as well. So we'll keep tabs on that too. I'm like, man, there's a lot of action going on still for the game round being over. But no, good first round right there moving forward for Chile. As you can see on the board, again, just picking up where a lot of them left off right there. Again, Frack, who, again, was the kind of unknown going into this team before in terms of everybody else who's on this team. But so far, has been a phenomenal, has really shown up on a lot of things, whether it's that Diva, whether it's that Domina, no matter what it may be, has been a really good addition for the squad moving forward, as it looks like we do have a disconnection over there, as we're going to have to wait to get that fifth pack before this one keeps on rolling. But the other game just started a minute ago, and it's still back and forth. But so far, it is Argentina that just kind of cleaned up a fight just now. So we'll see how things go for them.
Shout out Argentina.
Sir. And no worries, I'm just keeping it on the game screen, so we're not going anywhere quite yet.
I get you. Now feels like a good time to refill my water bottle. That's a lie. I'm joking. I'm not going to leave you, because with my luck, I would leave, and then immediately it'd be like, we're unpausing.
Oh, yeah. I mean, to be fair, that would almost 100% happen. Like, let's keep it a buck. That's how it goes.
Like, just because it's me, that would happen.
Might just happen anyway. Let's keep it real.
That's true. Okay, so I am curious though. I wanna hear your opinion on this. What do you think about Domino? Because yesterday on the co-stream with me and Megalast, like I was saying, the two of us were kind of molding a little bit whenever a Domino got picked, because it felt like the only reason we ever saw Domina work is because the other team just absolutely refused to run the Domina down. Anytime a rush composition was played into that hero, the Domina just folded immediately.
Yeah, Domina is in a really weird place right now, I think, to the point where she is not like the best tank. She's not nearly the worst either. But is in a really awkward area where it feels like it's going to take one small buff or one small nerf to just utterly send her either into complete must-pick territory or never pick her again. And
Yeah.
I think she's at a very strange in-between right now where she's playable in a lot of situations. Still has a really good ultimate, but it has been found out a lot in recent times to where at first it was like you hit with that day one, it was like, oh, you're dead. Sorry, but we're leaving you. See you in the spawn room. But now it's been a thing of like that comes out and everybody like autobots over, looks at the person with the panopticon around them and just bursts them open immediately. So I don't think you need to strengthen that ultimate though, because if you made it any stronger, oh good lord, there'd be a riot.
I think they should add health to the panopticon. Thoughts?
How much though? It's already like what, like 400 or something?
It needs to be 8,000.
So make it as much as the sim wall.
Yeah. You're not breaking out of that. Just you stay in there forever.
True. No time limit either.
Yeah. Actually, you know what it should be? It should just be 8,000 health shields surrounding people, but it doesn't kill them after a few seconds. It just like exists, and you have to break out of it in order to do anything.
Yeah. Hey, we're back into this, and Ander is back into the lobby. Haven't spoke on their name very much, but another player we got to see very much during a lot of those tryouts for Puerto Rico. So phenomenal to see them here once again. We even see some of these players qualify for their teams and get into this position. It's fascinating to see them here once more. Goodbye, Chain. Good knowing you.
Oh, that was fast. That was real fast. Bert just making very late work out of that one, and that should just be the point right off the bat. I mean, without your Lucio, you don't have the speed, you don't have the presence you really need to contest a point flip here. But on the bright side, at very least, Lucio dies very early, so you'll be able to get back into this one. And despite the fact that Chile definitely has the advantage in this fight, there is a chance you might be able to find a pick here, maybe do a little bit of damage, and maybe flip something. But without your hazard, that becomes very difficult, and Chile will, in fact, take the first capture.
Yep, and now just looking for a little bit more of a cleanup coming through here right now. Bert gets a later pick to kind of keep the thing stomping and rolling forward. But at least for now, I'm going to see the reset come through for Puerto Rico, who are kind of just struggling to find a whole lot in this situation. It's been a little on the rougher side for them, but still time to bounce back, still time to make something happen. But because a lot of these early deaths that they're getting, they're having trouble building up some of these ultimates that can really help sway things in their favor. For instance, Eli about to have the pulse bomb. McChicken is just barely getting to the 60% marker right now. The only thing you really have coming up here is that Consumer Rush that is just barely ahead of FX. So you're hoping to be able to find an opportunity to burst you right here. And to be fair, it might have to be on the back of them to make some space, because right now it's a poke game that no one's winning, really.
Yeah, a lot of damage being created on both sides, but nobody dying yet, man. It's been very back and forth, but still nothing. But that should do it. Never mind. All right, great stick coming out from Eli, but Suzu's a balanced ability. So Panopticon is the next big burst damage to come out here, and that, in fact, will do it. Frack, with such a nice play in reaction to that Suzu being used. Instant reaction. Going to use the Panopticon, going to throw it out, going to take out several members of Team Puerto Rico.
Yeah, no, 100%. It's phenomenal. And now one fight left to go. You do have McChicken and Ander who have the opportunity to turn this fight around to keep them alive in this map right here, and is trying to make a little bit more space as Frack going to get hit with the cleanse. Is going to be able to hang around in there. FX close to going down, but LCS is just in time with beat.
No!
He lost the beat,
An
didn't he?
Ajax!
Oh my god.
At the worst possible moment. McChicken does everything he can to keep his team alive on Lijiang, but it won't be enough. Surely it won't be enough. Too many players have fallen. The shield goes out. Bomb won't find anybody. But the pulse bomb It sticks onto Arizona. It's so scary right now for the side of Puerto Rico, especially losing out on that Diva mech. You don't have a bomb to help get that one back. The point flip does come through, but I mean, you're still down a Diva. You
They may remake,
technically
though.
have the remake back, but are you going to be able to hold on to this one? You have to. You absolutely have to. McChicken finds Bert. So much damage off the board now for the side of Chile. And that might even be enough. 3 kills, though, for the side of Chile. So close, so back and forth.
God, Michigan is just a tour de force this entire map so far. Pulls that one back around, and now they're still alive. They can hit the full regroup. I couldn't tell you. That is, the fact they take that fight back is utter insanity. And part of it is because of the early flip that came through. But now, if you're fracked, you are trying to close this out right here now with that Panopticon. If you hit it the way you hit it before, there'll be no chance for Puerto Rico to hold on, as Eli barely is able to hit the recall there, as unfortunately, Pulse Bomb gets nada.
Yeah, it doesn't get anything, and the Suzu is so good. The beat goes out, and that should seal the deal on Lijiang Tower. Surely McChicken heroics cannot be replicated. So low, can't even get the touch on the point, and the Diva will have to be the one to trigger another burning of the overtime wick. But the Kitsune Rush should just seal the deal. So much damage, so much healing, and you can't get through any of it. Down goes Puerto Rico, and Chile will take the first map.
Yeah, it ends up being very scrappy towards the end, but it really is a great display for Chile, isn't it? Again, a team that's pretty much picking off where they left off yesterday, having a really good display. But Puerto Rico comes out here and I think really displays their aggressiveness and their feistiness in a lot of these engagements to help them really win their last game as well. But now, we're here in this one. We're going to wait over on that second map and see where kind of things evolve from there. But in terms of everything you witness, you have to decide your second map and, of course, what your band's going to be. And I know we don't talk much about the bands. Again, we don't really know what the bands are. We can just really guess and kind of interpret them from the picks that come through. But as we add on from that right here, you go into that engagement against the Domina. Unfortunately, it doesn't really work out. So what do you opt to do in a situation where it feels like this Domina is working out very well, and they're maybe preferring the style of having to brawl a little bit more? I should more say having these very quick engagements.
Well, one of the big things about this next map for me, Hunter, is the fact that this is a new situation for Puerto Rico, because for the first time in this Conference Cup, Puerto Rico have just lost a map. That was their first map loss. So now they get to go anywhere they want, right? They get the map choice. They get to do what they feel like doing. And I honestly really like their chances here in the second map. We've seen them be a scary good team throughout this entire tournament thus far. So wherever they choose to go here and whoever they choose to ban, I fully expect them to be in control of the map.
100%. We'll see very shortly as to what that will be, hopefully. I did make sure to keep checking in over on A-Stream and everything that's kind of rocking over there, but you did see Argentina take away that first map against Costa Rica, which really big for Argentina, put themselves in that position, and potentially could put themselves up 2-1 to get their day going. Could be in a really good position. I don't know. We're going to have to see. But at least for now, all we can really do is wait for this map to get started, but it should be a good one because, again, I expect the big fight back from Puerto Rico. We saw it before and how they were able to handle themselves against Costa Rica. But really, I think it's fine to put it like this from everything we've seen from them so far and the fact that they've had a lot of their tough games already. Chile, I think, is quickly becoming the team to beat for everyone here in the World Cup for the Americas. I think that's the point we're entering. And I think that's fine that we have that thing that exists, but that means that's going to become such an important thing for the rest of today and obviously with day 3 as to, is there somebody that can take Chile down and put themselves in a better position because of it? It's kind of a toss-up, honestly, but it's about who gets momentum on their side, who gets more confidence as their games continue onward. A great example, obviously, is within like Guatemala and what they've done so far. Ecuador, in their own right, has been taking like maps and games off of teams that maybe people originally anticipated wouldn't be able to do so.
Right.
So it's a toss up. We'll have to see, but I still feel like we're on the cups at some point today of some upset happening.
I can absolutely see it. And in terms of Chile becoming the team to beat and potentially finding a team that can beat them, Chile Guatemala is the second match being played tomorrow. Which, I mean, I keep using this term, but like that's gonna be a barn burner. I'm very excited about that one. Oh my goodness, man.
Yeah, no, 100%. It's going to be something. So now, man, there's so many good matches that have yet to happen, especially today as well. What's left on our schedule and everything that's still going on. It's going to be an absolute treat. We get to witness so much of it here today. There are other ones on the other stream as well, which I don't know. We'll see how it goes. But if there are certain ones that just look too good, you know, my brain might be like, just I might turn on like the neurons fire, and I'm like, nope, this game instead.
Atlas on the A stream. Wow, I love Atlas.
Is that sarcasm or is that not sarcasm?
No, I genuinely love Atlas.
Okay, we'll see.
I think Flashpoint might be my new favorite mode. Like straight up.
It's always been a good mode in my mind.
It's no same. It literally has always been a good mode. My only problem was that there was only 2 maps, and now there's a 3rd map, and it's also awesome.
No, it's been phenomenal.
I need to get more water, so I'll be right back.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, do your thing, sir. Be my guest. I shall tunk this one through with the peeps. But yeah, no. Keep in mind, we're still pretty early on into the day, all things considered, even though we have been going for a hot minute. The session may say 30 minutes, but it's been more like closer to 2.5 hours so far. So we've been here for a hot minute. Yes, yes, it is really important we stay hydrated. I still have my bottle that I'm trying to go at a little bit more, and actually I need to do so like now. Hydration is important. If you're going to be sitting here for 7 hours casting Overwatch, you need hydration. You know, while he's gone, I can go on a very quick tangent here. To be fair, if y'all, anyone in the chat wants to talk about it, be my guest. I question why we scheduled the World Cup stuff for the Americas at the exact same time as Collegiate this weekend. Like, probably like the biggest collegiate tournament of the entire week. Of course he leaves and it starts. Like, that was certainly a Blizzard choice. But Getzer's not here. And that game's happening. So I gotta, of course. The son of a gun. He knows.
Did it happen?
Yeah, it did happen.
Of course it happened. At least the game hadn't actually started yet.
Yeah, thank God for that. So we can get this one rocking and rolling. Thankfully, as we do head over to Gibraltar.
Gibraltar.
It gets good out of Gibraltar. But it's gonna be fascinating. Again, we have the On a Break coming out on display. Will be very nice. Very interestingly, Smax is currently sitting over the Baptiste. I don't know if that's going to stick, but at least for the moment, it's going to. Which is gonna be fascinating because Bap doesn't necessarily get Bap is just kind of hanging around the high ground right now. Wants to find some utility. We'll see if it gets any though, because you typically pair it with the Ana in a situation like this. But maybe you're afraid of like Eli Burt getting too much value, but Burt's gonna get value anyways. Ander is down very, very early.
Yeah, that guy's gonna hit shots no matter what support line you play, so you gotta be very conscious of that at basically all times. But I don't hate the Batiste pick here. I genuinely think Batiste is one of those characters that is a little bit underrated right now. Obviously, there are other characters you would rather run than him, but I think the support cast as a whole right now is pretty strong. Even though the ones who are a little weaker are still very strong, it's just that the ones at the top are extremely uber strong. So you don't see them, you don't see the ones a little bit further down nearly as often. But right now, I mean, I think that maybe the Batiste is not working super well at the moment. I mean, you've already lost 2 picks early on that maybe would have been a little bit easier to keep alive if you had an Ana. I mean, there is a marked difference between having those projectile healing grenades and that hit scan gun that can either heal or do damage.
Yeah, 100%. We'll see, though. We see pressure on the point right here. Eli is kind of starting to get forced back. It's probably going to have to full duck right there as Sona took a little bit of a nap right there, but is going to be able to recover, keep the team going. They're making a little bit of progress over on this point, but it's really about trying to get this through.
Eli's dead.
Yeah, Eli is dead. Yeah, you were... we'll talk about that in a second. But yeah, that is phenomenal. Gives you a lot of space to work with right here, but you still have Frack who's hanging around just trying to stop this point. At any opportunity as the pull sticks to the shield. LCS goes down.
It stuck to the shield, but did the shield drop? Is that why LCS dies? I mean, that's maybe a slight blunder from LCS, but anyway, you slice it, at very least they've taken care of the D.Va, so they're not going to be able to push very effectively off of that one. I mean, it's as you point out, Bert is just ridiculous at this game. Like, what is this AMER gameplay?
I don't know what it is, but it's fantastic. Again, I've been saying how much the AMER has been popping up, and it's for very good reason why we're seeing the AMER make more and more appearances as it goes along. But as things are right now, Nano available for FX right here. Realistically, probably going to throw it over onto Frack. And yeah, the aggression very quickly as, unfortunately, everybody is being thrown back.
Yeah, definitely seems that way. The bomb also in hand for Frack, though, so could very well make something happen with this D.Va bomb, or just displace people from off of the cart, which more than likely what's going to happen in an overtime situation. No real reason to use it before that point in the match. Out goes the override protocol for Ander. Looking for anything he can find here, but he falls so low. Only kept alive by the immortality field of Smacks.
Oh,
and
no.
Do we have an observer disconnect or something?
The server just died. The server definitely just died.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Yeah, we're going to have to go back to screen for that. That is the first time that has happened this weekend. And that is really bad. Oh, no.
That is so unfortunate, man. You hate to see it. I mean, the other game is still going, so it's not like a regional shutdown or anything like that, but that sucks.
That's a whole situation, because it goes both ways, but it's like, now you're in the situation, and you know, obviously the lobby has to reset. What happens now if, like, again, Costa Rica had 45 seconds left on the defense? We're honestly entering a good position for a good hold, potential full hold. So what happens? What do you do now if Puerto Rico comes out here? They know what they're expecting. What happens if they go and they cap with a lot of time? It's a whole conundrum, because luckily this is a situation that happens so rarely. Thank God for that. It sucks that it happens at all. That's a whole different conversation. I'm checking on the other game's still going at the very least, so there's that. But no, I mean, there's not a lot of words to give here, because it sucks, and there's just nothing you can do about it.
Yeah. I mean, there's really just nothing to say, honestly. I'm sure that the reason that we are waiting as long as we are for this to start again is there was like maybe like 1 or 2 players got disconnected from the server in the midst of all of that, have to log back into the game. Maybe there's like a dispute with the rule book and such, but I mean, you really can't do anything about that one at that point. Oh, that sucks so much, man.
Yeah, I don't know what to say to that. That's really rough. And like, I've seen like 1 or 2 other instances of that going down, but it's been a really long time to the point where I forgot that can technically even happen. And it's not like we were at a point where there was just a ton of action going down, like 10 ultimates all at once. It's wow, that's rough, man. I don't got words for that. That's
yeah, that one is that's rough. I mean, there's nothing else to say. We can, I guess we can just talk about the other series a little bit in the meantime. Atlas is still going on. It looks like Argentina is currently up 2-1. Lep is a madman and probably gonna die here, but madman nonetheless.
Yeah, and you're pretty heavy in front of it, but I don't care. Lep is big chillin', doing his thing. Who cares at this point? Was carrying around Tizzy like they're a wrecking ball.
True.
Kind of crazy. To be fair, they were alluding to that being a thing for the April Fool's patch, by the way. I don't know if you saw, as
Oh,
by Tizzy.
that's funny.
Edge.
Off the edge.
Yeah. But we'll have to see what happens here, because here's the problem: is there's nothing you really can do. There's no way to duplicate what has already happened.
Mm-hmm.
And so you kind of just have to, unfortunately, probably replay the map. That's the unfortunate situation.
Yeah, that's the worst part of it. But I mean, theoretically, it shouldn't take too long to get back in then, because I mean, realistically, that's kind of the only option. If you could replicate like everything, that would be kind of fire. I won't lie, but unfortunately, that's not the game we live in.
No, it is not the team we live in. So, unfortunately, we just have to wait for that to start back up and get going. And unfortunately, until then, we are kind of just big chilling here, as that has now given out. It's gonna be obviously a weird situation from here on out, because now we have to go into this next one as, yeah, like you said, they just have to full restart the lobby.
Yeah,
that's all you can do.
I mean, the fortunate thing about it is the fact that it was during the first round, right? If this had happened like in second overtime of Watchpoint Gibraltar, and there was 10 meters until the map was done, and then a disconnect happened when a 5v5 fight was about to go on, that's so much worse. But at very least, this was like a sub 4 minutes crash where the reset can come through and they don't need to feel bad that they played an entire map that now is invalidated. So hopefully the players don't let this affect them too much, because I mean, it's frustrating, but it definitely could have been a lot worse.
Could have been way worse, all things considered. This gets me back to when we were covering South America Face It back in Season 5, we had a game. I couldn't remember the teams. I'm sure the VOD's still around somewhere, deep down somewhere. But what ended up happening was we were playing over on Circuit Royale. One team kept first, got through like most of second, got stopped. The other team was able to kind of get through really quickly, and they were literally about like 10-15 meters away from capping. It was clear nobody was going to touch. And same thing that happened there, the server basically shut itself off.
No.
And that lobby ended. And if we were doing a thing like CGL or anything like that, it'd be pretty clear. It's like, hey, we pretty much know the result. They would probably just conclude from there and move on. That's the more than likely result. But in this situation right here, the problem is that it's Face It, so everything is automated. So it immediately restarted the game, and they had to replay it from scratch.
No.
Now, thankfully, the team that was going to win originally won again.
That's good.
So that is good, but it's an inherent problem that exists within this game that, you know, maybe one day it will get fixed. I don't know, because it's been such a prevalent issue. As rare as it can be, it still happens. And in situations like that, where you can't duplicate anything that has happened, it sucks.
Yeah. It's really tough. At the end of the day, though, you kind of gotta deal with the hand you've been dealt, and it's a rough one for both of the teams in this context. But I mean, both of them are here for a reason. I'm confident that they're going to be able to bounce back from this at least somewhat effectively. So it's still very excited for the rest of the series. Just this is a slight damper. It's a bit of a bummer, but that's okay. We lost 3 minutes of a Watchpoint Gibraltar, and at the end of the day, every game you play of Watchpoint Gibraltar where you don't crash or leave is more than that. So,
I mean, there's only so much you can say ultimately. Like, honestly, that's the scenario we're in. And
Yeah.
so, again, we're keeping our eye on the other game right there, which is about to come to its conclusion right now. It's extremely back and forth, though. It's going to come down to one more fight. The problem is, Saxon has a Thundering Blade, and unfortunately, Costa Rica's got nothing. So, the best thing you can do is just get an early elim. As Lep is almost going down early, and poor Artorias, buddy. It was good knowing you. Actually, somehow lives through that, actually. Gets the cleanse, so this isn't over yet. But, oh no, they're going to clear him out. Is this cooked? Is this donezo? Is Oracle gonna hit a big pulse and clear bodies?
Wait a minute.
Still alive? Wait a minute. Hold the phones and eat him. Overtime is there. Benji gets him. Nah, that's cooked. It's over.
It's over.
Let's go into map 3. No, wait, Oracle! Wait, the retouch! Oracle got 2! Artorias, no way.
Oracle.
Absolutely no way. I know y'all can't see it, but they're actually gonna flip it back. I'm so mad. I'm so mad, bro.
Our map is about to start, but I want to watch this.
Yeah, I'm just gonna pull it up and get it going, but that is insane, man. They're actually gonna win that now.
Wow! Holy Argentina!
That is a clippable moment right there.
Damn! That was fucking insane. Pardon my French.
Yeah, I'm watching Mod react in real time. It's crazy because it's like legit. That's so unfortunate. But to more heavy-hearted affairs, again, the whole map is going to restart. And now I will give credit to both teams. They are running the exact same things that they came out with. So no one's taking advantage of, hey, we know you played this, we'll play this. People are sticking to their guns, doing what they were doing before. And we'll see how much of a difference there ends up being. Because if they're ready to do it once, they need to be able to do it again. That is important. It's a weird situation, but guys, from here on out, I would like to treat it as if the situation never happened. We continue on this map like it's brand spanking new.
Yep. No worries in the slightest. So, watch Point Gibraltar. I mean, both of these teams rolling out on D.Va, like we saw previously. I immediately acknowledged it after you said you didn't want to. I'm so... my bad. That's so funny. Anyways, D.Va, very standard tank for Watchpoint Gibraltar. Allows you to have control over the high ground while also being able to pressure the point down below. Batiste still being that very unconventional pick in modern Overwatch, but Eli with the opening pick onto the counterpart of McChicken on the Tracer. Very good start.
Oh, really good start at the end of the day. Oh my goodness. But we're hoping to keep this one. Yeah, no, yeah, we're rocking and rolling. We're big chilling over here. But still a lot of time left on the board, making good progress as it is. Trying to work out something. You would love to get that Amp Matrix online and create a bunch of space. Bert, doing Bert things, is already going to have that override protocol ready around the corner. It'd be absolutely massive, wouldn't it, to pull that one out? Because right now, it's becoming to a point where you are going to need it.
I mean, you mentioned that he had it, and I looked at the percentage, and I was like, what in the world did he do? Because 91 that soon is crazy. Using it that soon is crazy. Ander only at 84% right now, but he does manage to find Bert on the way out, trying to escape. And the cart is moving forward here, so big progress currently being made by the Puerto Rican squad.
Yeah, 100%. Half that time remaining still. Pulse bomb ready for McChicken. Has been impressive throughout the day so far. Obviously needs to find something here. Is going to kind of hold back on using that recall for good measure. Let's make sure that's well known. But now you're making a little bit of space right now. M-Matrix being used is forcing everybody back around as Pulse Bomb thrown in. It's just going to get in the mortality field. And Eli gets the nano to stay alive.
Yeah, the nano will keep him alive for plenty of time here. But he's not able to get a pick off the back of it. Excellent play around that mega health pack from Smax to stay alive for long enough. But, I mean, McChicken in the backline, man. There's so much damage being poured into the backline at the moment. And this override protocol should just be able to seal the deal. Surely, this D.Va cannot survive on her own for very long. I mean, lives through the protocol at very least, but loses out on the mech. It's just the Brigitte and the Tracer nearby this point right now. And surely, they will not be enough to stop this cart from moving to second point on their own.
that it will gonna be 3:15 left over on the clock, and full wipes going to come through here. Now everyone needs to reset. Remember, Arsona came back over on that Doom to get back into the fight, swaps back over right to the Diva, moving forward. And as you see, not a whole lot changing up still. LCS sticking over on that Brigitte moving forward. Bert already trying to build up to another override protocol. It's kind of already a bit around the corner from it right here. But you need some really good neutral game right now. With ultimates not really on the table, you need to be able to burn them down and get a foothold on this defense, because if you manage to truck forward, if you are Puerto Rico, you are putting Chile in a really rough position. As you see right there, Eli has to just fully back out.
Yeah, I mean, losing the Tracer duel that hard is so brutal here. And Frack, man, I like the idea of the dive. Unfortunately, just not enough damage in enough time. But Bert, man, he's here to save the day. Don't ever be doubting this guy, because, oh my goodness, he is insane at this game.
Yeah, and he's forcing everybody back, and the chicken will eventually fall over, so 2:15 left on the clock. Burning quite a bit. You do use double DPS to live through that, but honestly, it's fine. You get the pulse bomb out. Smax is going to have a little bit of space to make here with the amplification matrix, but it's really going to come down in a scenario like this to LCS and FX building up to these support ultimates, getting that nano going, and being able to throw onto somebody potentially like Bert or Frack to help them kind of engage in the situation. But we're talking about engagement as Chain is down. Oh my good god.
Frack just ended this fight before it had even started. A great sleep from EFX onto Smax. Just make sure that the immortality field will not be there in time to save Chain's life. And then Smax is too far away from the immortality field that he'd just thrown down to stay alive. So that's it. It's over. Next fight.
Next fight. Done. Dusted. Once we're on the clock, Nano is going to be ready to go right here. And you see Aggressive immediately trying to push in, get rid of either LCS or FX right here. Unfortunately, it's not going to happen quite yet. As Nano thrown over onto Frack, who's going to bully everybody out of this fight.
Yeah, that is...
oh, no.
That's plenty. Ander, I mean, he was going down anyway. Whether it was his grenade self-damage or a nano-boosted Diva. So, you're not living that one. You're on the back foot once again. You just don't have a whole lot of time in the bank, but at very least this time, you're on second point. You have a lot of ultimates to work with. You are more than capable of getting through and making it to third.
Yeah, 100%. Trying to make sure everything... Okay, did it line back up? All right, do me a favor. Pause for like 2 seconds. I'm just going to count it down. You get ready?
Okay.
Pause. 1. Go.
Okay.
Okay, that might have fixed it. I do not know. It got really out of sync for no reason, so we're probably going to be a little ahead game.
Oh, Eli.
Oh my god, that's crazy.
Oh, that's bad. That's really bad. They had so many ultimates going into that. They've used 2 of them, and they're not even through the choke point.
Yeah, that's going to be really hard to come back from, man. I don't know if you can. You get the overtime going again, but you just got to keep throwing on bodies and try to find something.
That bomb is in a suboptimal spot, but at very least you're going to get your mech back. Chain on the jetpack cat will fall. Override protocol is out here for Ander, and that could potentially be a major factor here. Taking out the Ana is absolutely an important and crucial step of this process here. And Bert uses override, but dies in the middle of using it.
Oh my
so there's
god,
a couple more players on the cart here, but they're going to be able to keep this cart moving forward here. Surely they're going to get some meterage off of this, and they will. Moving past that 51.85 meter mark, they finally get up into the 60, 65 even. They're not even going to get contested until that 70 mark. But the only ultimates on the board are in Chile's bank. Frack has a bomb. EFX has a nano. Eli also has a pulse bomb on deck. McChicken is the closest that Puerto Rico has to an ultimate, and he has fallen over. The nano brig, the raid boss, is out to play. 77 meters, a whole lot better than 51, but you still really would have loved to take that second point.
Yeah, 100% you would have. Now it's a rough situation moving forward. Again, it's reasonable distance given the scenario at hand, but you can only give up so many fights moving forward. You can only give so much space up moving forward. And real quick, I'm gonna mute myself on stream because I'm gonna go ahead and count you in because we are definitely out of sync right now. And I blame my OBS. It's 100% my OBS's fault. So it's all good in that department. So I'm gonna go ahead and mute on stream and
Mm-hmm. All right, we're good. We're good.
all right, I live.
Hunter's
I
back!
exist. Let's go.
Hunter's
I live.
back!
So we're back in sync. My OBS decided that you know.
I did not mute on stream, so I sounded like a crazy person when I was talking.
He might have. I always like to make people seem schizo on my stream. That seems like a fun idea. Yeah. So.
And
But
server crash now.
that's a lot of voodoo to put on these players. I gotta be honest.
I'm sorry, that was
I'm
me.
not all for it.
That was me.
Gotta
That was me.
real.
If the server crashes, I will leave.
I will hold you to that. I will tell you that right now. But either way, we're kind of rocking and rolling as we're getting this second map still rolling on forward. Remember, just need to get to that 77 marker over on second point, and they will take away this map, remain undefeated. One of only 2 undefeated teams left right here, as one of the teams is going to have to eat their first loss. And right now, Puerto Rico need to give themselves some help right here to put themselves in a position, because right now it has been like Eli and Bert going wild as Frack is DMAC'd very early.
That's a pretty solid start there for Puerto Rico. I mean, getting rid of Frack's mech is a very crucial step, especially since Frack has been, in my eyes, one of the biggest threats on the side of Chile in this entire series so far, but particularly this map. This diva has been utterly phenomenal. And, I mean, he does get the mech back, and there is no kill on the baby diva, but there is definitely still possibility for this to go poorly for Frack and the rest of Chile.
100% it does right here. But you're trying to continuously open things up. It's a good start as you really can have in this scenario, but you need to get a definitive fight win to get yourself over on that corner. But it's right now Bert, who again is building up to a Panopticon. That Nano is matching very quickly as the anti-force is chained in Smack's back. And I don't know why it's the Panopticon, the override protocol. Panopticon is just such a cool word. Let's just keep it simple.
It is a very cool word. I agree.
Yeah. Proves what I know about Overwatch, but...
You only cast this game every day.
Yeah, just only every day. But McChicken has a pulse. I'm ready. We know what that is called, as it's going to move on forward, and McChicken would love to find a target here, and does in a different way.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, he manages to chase down Eli, win the Tracer duel, and get LCS also on the low ground. He's just a shark swimming in the waters below, waiting for you to crawl into the depths so he can take you out. Beautiful stuff from McChicken so far here. In Puerto Rico, they're looking pretty solid on this defense so far, and I was really scared that Arizona was going to lose out on the mech, but manages to keep it for now, and we're sub 2 minutes here.
Yeah, things are starting to get a little more on the rough side. You have a whole boat of ultimates for both sides. It's a question of how you're going to use them. You would love to set up Bert with a Nano and go aggro, but as long as Arizona is still hanging around, they're just going to sit in Bert's face. So you kind of have to create a different opening, potentially, and let Frack and Bert loose at the same time with full power to give yourself a really big opportunity. As Derp and Burp has big stick on the chain.
Oh! Yeah, a massive stick for sure on the case. Of Bert is the better override protocol off the back of the Nano boost from EFX. The stall from McChicken will last as long as is possible, but that simply won't be enough. There should be enough respawns. And, I mean, I think Arizona can get back in time to give this a contest, but it's going to be tight. Barely makes it back with less than a meter remaining. Out goes the rally. Out goes the bomb on both sides, actually. Double self-destructs being popped here. And now it's just a matter of can Puerto Rico retake this one, but with Chain going down, Arizona going so low, and Smacks also out of the picture, there just isn't enough point presence. This should surely go the way of Chile. What a great stick on that pulse bomb, but it simply won't be enough. EFX dies, but I mean, the cart gets captured, and Eli putting in a very, very solid performance on this Tracer.
Yeah, now rough scenario coming up over here as 2:40 left on the clock. One fight needed to go and take this one. It is right near the very end, so you definitely do have some very close opponents to work with if you are the defenders, but still, you need to try to find somebody sooner rather than later than having to kind of keep playing life on the edge for the next 2.5 minutes of your life. And getting rid of Chain definitely puts you on the edge.
Oh, that's a good pick. That's a really good pick for Chile. It puts Puerto Rico on such a major back foot. 2 minutes and 20 seconds remaining and less than 20 meters. Now less than 10. Smack's also out. Is someone else losing the mech as well? That's just about it. Surely McChicken is there. Ander is nearby, but there shouldn't be enough in the tank. And Chile will take this one in 2-0 fashion. And currently, they are first in the group.
Yeah, they 100% are. They're in just great territory right now. So confidently so, and for very, very good reason. So now, get to move on forward. Like I said, they're going to be 3-0, only dropping the one map still so far, in such a great position. And now we'll obviously be able to look forward to them and what they can do for the rest of their day. Puerto Rico, obviously the exact same. We just covered them back-to-back, and they put on a pretty good display. But after going through that map right there, everything we kind of witnessed right there, does Chile start to look like the favorites for you from what they have pulled off in your eyes this last weekend?
I mean, it's hard to say. It's either going to be them or Guatemala, I think, at this point, because in my eyes, for a while now, I've been thinking that Puerto Rico are like my prediction to be, the #1 team standing at the end of all this. But now, I mean, Chile just kind of smoked them a little bit. It was a good series, really well played from both teams. But Chile won all of the definitive fights when it mattered. Made the appropriate swaps on Lijiang Tower when necessary, and it was just beautiful gameplay from Chile the whole time. And I have full confidence in them to be able to take it to any team here, but I really, really, really want to see Guatemala play more. That is the only holdup to me saying Chile is the favorite right now, because Guatemala is also sitting at 3-0 with a 6-2 map record instead of a 6-1 map record. I need to see these two teams play.
Yeah, absolutely need to. And we'll see how things kind of proceed from here, because there are a couple of games coming up where teams really need to get some momentum on their side in these games right here. We'll talk about the one that we're kind of doing first, and I'll pull up the graphics here in a second, because Hunter started doing that, but then Hunter failed to do that because he's a dummy sometimes.
Well, we got Honduras, Peru next.
Yes, that's a very interesting game. It's interesting for both teams because I think both have been a little surprising what they have been able to do, but Peru does need to start getting on a good win streak to get themselves a chance to really stay in this thing. Because in terms of their matches of the day, I believe this is their very first one of the day, and they have one more after it as well. They'll have a game against Guatemala after this next one as well. That will be a very fun game, by the by.
Yeah, they got Guatemala after this, and then the last match of the day, they're going up against Puerto Rico.
Yeah, 100%. That should be a lot of fun. Like I said, still some really critical games going on. Again, that Argentina game is still really important. Puerto Rico, Peru, as the day goes on, is getting more and more important, by the way. If Argentina keep trucking on forward the way that they have, they might be a tour de force to go up against Chile at the end of the day. That's really exciting. So obviously there's a lot more to come, but we're not even through a majority of the matches yet. That's the craziest thing. We've been sitting here for 3 hours so far. Did you know that?
Yeah, we've been here. We've been here a little bit.
And he is getting very sick of me, I can tell.
I'm not getting sick of you. I'm getting sick of this light above my camera, bro. This is actually the worst part about casting. If I turn it off, I look terrible. If I turn it on, my eyes get tired.
I understand, because the way that I set up my lights, which I got these for like $25 on Amazon. They're just two stand-up ones, like plastic little stand-up ones I have on one side, on the other, and they work relatively well. So that way I don't have one that is just like right in my face like that. Right. But I've been there where I've had to do that, and it's never fun.
See, I have this thing that my dad gave me during quarantine. I think his work gave it to him for the purposes of online meetings, but he never needed it. Yeah, I got a ring light, and this thing's bright. It's real bright. This is one of the lower brightness settings.
That's crazy.
So I have to latch it onto the bookshelf above my monitor, and this hurts. This hurts my eyes a lot, but it's worth it because I look pretty.
100% you do. But yeah, no, I had to upgrade this a little while back because before I was just working with natural lighting and it looked awful, and I'm like, I need actual lights. I need something real here.
Yeah. See, natural lighting is like fine. I got a whole window right here, you know? It's just chilling right behind me. It's a gorgeous day outside. It decided to snow like 2 inches yesterday for some reason.
We had like 70-degree weather and then it like snowed the next day. I'm like, welcome to Ohio.
Yay. No, it's funny. The weather is kind of crazy around these parts. Meanwhile, down in like down around the equator, it's never snow. It's never snowing there. This one might be quick, says Jin Argent in the chat.
There is a possibility. Like, there is a very real possibility. Peru has looked pretty good over the weekend. But I don't know. Honduras has got to win another belt. You never know what's going to happen. The problem is that they walked into Guatemala earlier and they just could not figure out what to do. Like, they could not figure it out. And I'm worried that with Peru having their own kind of style, that it's fearful that it could be the same situation here. That's what I'm a little afraid of going to this one. Which we get to say that because we've seen enough now to realize what each team can kind of do in their own right. And again, Peru is a team that needs to start racking up some wins because you have these teams, like Chile, that are starting to really rack them up with themselves in a really good position at what's coming up on the halfway mark. And again, they've only gotten the 2 games in so far. Yeah, this is only their 3rd game of the weekend so far. They have a lot coming up here, including the back-to-back between obviously Honduras here, Guatemala the game afterwards as well, and then they finish the day against Puerto Rico. Like, they need to put themselves in a good position. I think realistically, if this team has any chance of actually making top 3, they need to win at least 2 of these, and you could potentially argue all 3 of them. Because you know who they still have to actually they don't. That's the crazy thing. As I loop back around, they faced Chile already. That was their very first game. Took them to 3 maps, by the way.
God damn.
3 maps. Only I think only team so far to take a map off of Chile. That's an important note to have going forward. Peru is in a good spot, but they still have to capitalize on their success and keep rolling forward. And if they come out of this day being 4-1, I think they're in such a good shape going into the final day.
That is an interesting point you bring up, because on the last day, Peru is playing up against Panama, Costa Rica. I'm just forgetting which flag is which at this point, and Argentina. And I think all 3 of those are very winnable games for Peru. So if they can come out of this one like standing, like you said, if they can go 4-1 today, if they can end today 4-1, they're feeling great. But even if they end today 3-2, I think they're still feeling pretty good. Especially like Panama, I think one of the weaker teams in the group right now, has yet to win a series. The only 0-3 squad left remaining at this point. Come on, Panama, I need to see a win out of you boys. It would be amazing. But yeah, I think Peru has a very good shot of shooting up in the standings on day 3, just because their strength of schedule is just slightly weaker on that day.
Yeah, no, 100%. So we'll see what comes to form right now. But hey, we talked about some of the members, everything that we've kind of seen throughout the day as we're getting ready for the next set of games. Obviously, we have Peru, Honduras here, but the other one is, does that line up? Does that make sense? Or is that a different game? Am I crazy? Is my brain not working well? Wait. Wait. It's on A stream right now. Wait, what?
Yeah. So Peru Honduras is on the A stream, even though the spreadsheet I'm looking at says it should be on the B stream.
Yeah. So quickly get your A ready. I'm gonna get my A ready right now as well, because that's not supposed to happen. So quick little fix, everybody, is we're going to get this fixed very quickly. Hopefully, but I need to make some quick changes.
Quick fix as we fixly quick it.
Yeah, right there. And I'm gonna have to pause for a minute as well, as where are they at right now? are they doing?
What in the world? They just like restarted the map so we could start on university. No, sorry, garden instead of university or some bullshit like that. I don't know.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go live again. So where am I at right now? All right. So I'm gonna pause my thing to catch up with my stream. I would pause as well.
Okay.
I'll let you know when I'm at when I'm counting down. So I am at 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Okay, I am slightly.
Okay, how about you count down for
Behind
me?
you.
We'll see where we're at right now.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
No, I do want to be very precise. Like honestly,
All right, cool,
I'd rather be.
18, 17, 16, 15,
We're
14,
pretty solid actually.
13.
I think we're pretty
Okay.
solid. Okay, so we can proceed forward, and I think everything is correct as it should. If anything is wrong, obviously everyone in the chat, please tell me. I will fix it as fast as I can, as we're now on A stream now because you know, funny things have happened.
Hilarious things have happened here. We've got Persona versus Benja Persona here. Peru going up against Honduras. Let's get it. It's a banger.
Oh my god, incredible. But hey, we're getting ready to move forward this one for Peru. A game that needs to put them in a pretty good position, quite honestly. One they need to win right now, and getting Rigozo out of mech, that is definitely a great way to get the fight started. This point opens up, and they're going to start just rolling on forward.
Yeah, you'll take that every day of the week if you are the side of Peru. So, first capture for early pick onto the tank as well. I mean, you love to see it. Really no other way of putting it. And I do find it interesting that we see Puggo out here playing the Reaper. This is a hero that we haven't seen a whole lot of during these World Cup qualifiers. And, I mean, kind of for good reason. Reaper hasn't been seen as a particularly great character in a long time. And he can definitely struggle into some of the tanks that we have seen during this particular tournament. And I think he, in particular, struggles super heavily into Divas. So it'll be interesting to see how Puggo does here.
Yeah, 100% right here. With key down early, though, this does kind of not bode well moving forward for Peru. They're trying to keep some bodies on and force some kind of flip right here. In fact, they will actually get a free flip, and Big Poop barely gets back, but Rigozo not as lucky.
Yeah, that one was honestly pretty phenomenal from Rigozo there. And not from Rigozo, from Uber Eats, excuse me. All 5 members of Team Honduras will be falling here. Peru will also suffer several casualties, but they'll all make it back fine. They'll hold on to the point for a very long time here. And, I mean, Uber Eats is just going to make sure that the whole team gets back and they don't get the point flipped on them out of nowhere. Cell also playing here on this venture, looking for really just anything that they can do, any opening that they can find here, but he is the one to find the first pick here. Benja Persona once again going down super early, and that just means that Uber Eats is going to have the beat for this fight, whereas Benja Persona has to walk all the way back. Uber Eats doesn't even need to use it here. Rigozo resets once again, and now we're in one-fight territory.
Yeah, right now, we managed to see how good that deal was between Fix and Uber Eats, or as we know a little bit as Ishtar, but we'll call him Uber Eats for the sake of simplicity, as Katsuni Rush is used in a really weird spot, basically just to kill Fix.
I mean, if it gets the kill, it gets the kill, but Puggo's going to be the one to get the next one. That's a great use of the Rampage, but an amazing beat that basically counteracted from Benja Persona. Really no effectiveness from that Rampage except a little bit of crit damage. Overclock gets used by Daniel Mix again, and suddenly just not connecting. Persona, though! He will be! Cell does get him out of the equation with the Tectonic Shock, but it simply won't be enough as Peru will dominantly take Garden.
Yeah, 100%. Looking great, man. Like, everything considered. Fantastic work. And again, we expect this out of Peru moving forward, what they have been able to kind of put up throughout the weekend. But Honduras, in their own right, they have made these fights extremely scrappy, and that's what we expect out of Honduras in everything they're able to bring. Now, the question is, can they keep bringing that firepower forward right now? Because Peru is one of those teams as well. They're not the most aggressive team in the world. I think they have some of the best mechanics out of the teams in here right here. Persona is the biggest example of that. I don't know if you saw any Persona's games yesterday, but was legit a hero on that Oasis map, like previously. Insane.
Mega and I had a bit at one point where we both like screamed Persona at the same time, exactly like they do in the game. So it was that was very funny.
Yeah, we're looking
But
at a
anyways,
potential boop here. Oh, a little bit of a boop as Benja's just alley-ooped, basically. Oh my god.
Yeah, Benja gets executed just on the spot. You don't get to go anywhere with that. And Cell also goes down. Pogo finding the 1v1 kill on the sideline. And I mean, that's just the entirety of Honduras backing away and allowing Peru to have this first capture.
Yeah, no, 100%. We'll see what comes out of fruition for it right there. But first cap going to come through, as it should right here. But Ragozo isn't really aggressively on this Domina, and unfortunately, it's getting punished pretty badly. Will be able to stay up with a little bit of a regroup here, as Kiyu's been so prevalent on the weekend over on that Junker Queen, is hoping to continually make this work. A character that I think can work pretty decently over into the Domina. Maybe not the best answer, but I think definitely an answer for it.
Pogo. Oh my god, bro!
Why?
He just died. He just died, bro. He died. Like IRL, he got annihilated. Just so hard, shot so hard in game. The bullet came through the screen and killed him. I mean, that's just the fastest death I've ever seen a Reaper have coming out of Wraith form. That was insane. And off the back of that pick, the rest of the fight snowballs. And Honduras is able to get the point moving at long last. They have some percentage blowing here. I think they got a little bit on Garden, but
yeah,
this was like a definitive fight win for them. So good on Honduras.
Yeah, big on them. But another fight needs to come their way right here to get themselves some real momentum trucking forward. Yeah, Panopticon and around the corner, but really, he is going to come down to that Cinder Rush still active right there. But Benja again is set up and just taken out of the air. And now this fight's just done. What?
Yeah, it's over. Why are we Kitsune rushing? What are we doing, Lunar?
It's stalling. To be fair, it's stalling. He's not in the best location. And Bob actually moved into the hole. This could be magical for all we know, actually. Daniel's down, but Cell's trying to get back in. Eventually will be down, so they are eventually going to have to likely give this up right here. So I don't know. I don't know. It gives you more percentile, I guess.
I suppose, but like it just doesn't make sense to use it there. It would have made just as much sense to just send Ragazzo onto the point, stay there with his shield, and have Lunar and Benja do their best to keep him alive for as long as possible. I don't think you needed to use the Kitsune there.
No, I don't think you did either. And now, this next fight, you just have to take really aggressively and try to get as many ults out of them as possible right there, and you will at least get one out, but because you don't have a response, it's just done.
Nope. Yeah, fight's over. Congratulations. Do not stop it. Go. Do not collect $200. Just go back to spawn room, man. It's donezo. That is one crest of the Q button, and he has won the fight.
Yeah. And now with only one fight left coming up here, I mean, you have some good ultimates, but let's be real, you are going to need to have this beat coming up here if you want any chance of winning this fight. I'm being so real in that regard right here. Panopticon's ready to go, and it gets on to at least one.
Yeah, Panopticon out, and I think it just hit E, but I'm not entirely sure. Death Blossom in the back. There's a lot of damage here, but only Cell going down in the fight so far. Benja Persona falling low for a moment, but not quite going to die. Cell swapping over to the Vendetta in an attempt to get back to the fight faster. Persona with such clean railgun shots will take Benja Persona out. Daniel also falling in this fight, though. The Vendetta has arrived, and I mean, she's going to be hurting real bad, but Pogo plays the hurt on first. This Reaper working wonders against the Domina, and that is going to be Oasis going definitively the way through.
Oh man, it's an insane performance from Peru right there. Again, Persona picking up where they left off yesterday. Really well done. 26 elims here for Key, who has been, I think, potentially the best. I know it's weird to say the best Junker Queen when Junker Queen only has so much time, but has been one of the most consistent Brawl tank players so far this entire weekend, and it is showing very prevalently to get things started on this one right here. So gonna need to see a different look from Honduras going forward right here. I think the Domina definitely had its moments, but I think it really does suffer going to that Junker Queen that can really just cleave through those shields, not really have to worry about a whole lot, and can just run into you and can contest you very easily in the same way that a diva can in a lot of instances, which diva has kind of been the main counter for Domina in a lot of ways, that at least when we were kind of talking about the meta early on when all the new characters dropped. But now we kind of move forward. You focus on second map, seeing what you can do there. But again, this is just, I'll come back to it. It's an instance of Peru picking up where they left off yesterday. And as we're talking about things right now, Chile's doing the same against Panama right now. 100-0 to start that first round. And these are two teams that, again, are just trying to, like, pretty much do everything they can to make their day 3 go through with the least amount of stress possible, and that comes from winning these games today. So it's gonna be fascinating to see how it goes down, especially because, God, you look at those like games that are happening at the very end of the day, and you see these, and they just become so much more of an anticipation.
I think that last map was pretty interesting because interesting maybe isn't the right word to use here. More like, I don't know, it's almost frustrating because Honduras is a team that I mean, you and I obviously got to cast their trials a couple days ago when they were still trying to nail down their exact roster for this event, and there were moments during that tryout block that I saw players and I was like, okay, I really like what I'm looking at here. And it just feels like in that map in particular, there were so many simple mistakes being made, so many moments where I'm like, why are we doing this? Or why are we playing this hero? Or something to that effect, right? Like, I mean, the moment you see a Reaper, you should not be picking Domina. Because, I mean, the whole reason Reaper was important in, I know I'm going back a ways here, but stick with me, the 2019 playoffs is because that was double shield. And Reaper could just walk through the shield and shoot the tanks. Right? That's the whole purpose of playing Reaper in a composition like that. And I mean, they're also playing Queen, who also is very good at that, also has a shotgun, also walks through a shield and just messes up your tank. I don't know. Domina just does not feel like the right decision there for Team Honduras. And it is mildly frustrating, but because I know this team is good and I really want to see them do better here.
Yeah, I do too. I think there's a lot of things that they can do in a scenario like this. But it was obviously a really tough team to be able to break through to make a lot of these things happen. But it's becoming a do or die already for Honduras to put themselves in a position to still potentially top 3. So they need to come out here. They need to come out here with the assumption that this is your weekend on the line right here. You have to be fair, you have to walk into every game with that mentality that, like, we can't lose this. We have to go and give it everything we have. Now, we'll see how that kind of proceeds moving forward. We're just waiting for that second map to get underway and proceed on forward. But right now, I'm looking over the stream, and we're just seeing, again, Chile just cleaning up shop. On Frack on the Hog, by the way, which...
Yep.
Wow.
Frack Hog. Frack Hog.
We've seen more Hog than we have watched this weekend. Think about it.
Don't say that.
We have, though. We have. Oh, I love every bit of it. I'm kind of watching this final fight go down, and actually Panama actually is going to win that fight. Wow.
Solid. You know what I've been a little bit surprised about? The lack of Zarya we've seen this week. Like, where did she go?
So I'll tell you this, and people can attest to that if they wish. South America, Latin America aren't like super crazy about the Zarya.
Interesting.
It definitely comes out right here, and some of the biggest examples honestly was like Chile that was running it a bit more previously. Not like a ton, but there's been a couple teams that have definitely used it a pretty significant amount. But it just, oh my god, opening bye. But
goodbye opening.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
Yeah. But it's just a situation. So I lose my train of thought for a moment there. I lose my complete train of thought there. It's one of those situations where everyone kind of falls into their own style, because you've seen a lot of it kind of lean towards things like the Diva a lot of the time. And it's a scenario where the Diva plays a lot better with the AMER, and actually it plays really good against the AMER as well. That's why sometimes when we go to these more open maps, you'll see like the Diva AMER mirror a lot of the time. Because that's what you have to do. As, oh, that is a sick shot. I know we're in Blizzard, but that is sick. What? We were spending so much time yesterday trying to guess, like, who's doing the OBS on these? Who's doing it? And I could not tell. We thought it was Orange originally because they were going around to find, like, all the alpacas and the frogs and the pigeons. It was not. We were mistaken. But I would love to know, actually.
I would also love to know. That's a Chantal angle if I've ever seen one, but I know Chantal was in chat earlier, so I don't know if that's I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know if she's doing this.
I don't know, but we'll see. I mean, always feel free to say hi. We're always big chilling here looking at chat. But
True.
We're still proceeding on forward with this game right here. We're going back to the Domina versus the Diva. All things considered, we'll see how it works out for Ragozo. Going into the situation right here. Key more than happy to be back on that Diva now. I think maybe potentially anticipating the AMER, but no, it's going to be the Sojourn for both sides. And this leads me to believe that AMER was probably banned.
Probably. Complete side note: I totally forgot that the statue gets replaced by one of the Nier robots in this event. I love it so much. Oh, it's so cute.
100%.
Persona sliding up to the high ground here. What a pick! Oh my god, the isolation onto the Venture is beautiful from this squad. And I mean, that's just the fight. Surely they're going to be able to get onto the point off the back of that one, Peru. Beautiful stuff so far, and that might just be the point entirely.
Yeah, it realistically should be. One tick already done. I mean, without Ragozo, I don't see how you're going to get back into this one right here. You don't have anyone besides Self that can really even engage a stall, and Self is wondering, looking, and deciding, yeah, not doable, not worth it. Going to try to get out of here alive, and should be able to do so. So, fight reset. Very quick one for Peru right there, as Luna's guy just gets sniped by Persona. And this is going to enable this card to keep trucking on more and more without any real stoppage coming through from Honduras. How?
Yeah, it's been real rough for Honduras so far. I still don't know that the Domina is the play here. Even though we're not seeing the same composition that the Domina struggled so hard against last time, it's still not having a great time playing into this. Obviously, the Panopticon can be very good against characters like the Tracer, like the Sojourn, like the Wuyong, but I mean the problem is connecting onto those heroes, you know? They're very slippery.
Yeah, 100%, and now still a ton of time remaining here. They need to find a way to break through, but you can already see eventually Self's going to drop over on the point and deliver a little bit of pressure. But already, you see Key come around, literally like the mom that saw her son getting bullied and just says, nope, not my son. No, please. And for Key, who gets knocked out of the mech, doesn't actually work out all that well, as Self's actually doing a really good job of keeping this point in place.
Points now moving forward a little bit again for the side of Peru, but it won't do that for very long, as he was demeched earlier and eventually is taken out entirely. So everybody else forced to back off. Nobody else will go down, though. So crucially, this is going to be a full 5v5 fight, and it's almost going to be 10 ultimates across the lobby as well.
100% will be. Still plenty of ultimates, though, and that's massive that we are literally going to have all 10 right here. But Persona is going to strike first, and Persona has gone buck wild before, but Pucko actually gets the first Elim to get things started.
Yeah, very nice. The damage from Persona's overclock not even turning out to be all that necessary, really. The rails don't connect, but it doesn't matter. Pucko gets the opening pick, and eventually Persona finds a pick anyway. Lunar Sky going down is so huge, because now you're dealing with solo Wuyong heals, and that might be kind of difficult. But the Tidal Blast is exactly what you need to enable Self to go forward with that Tectonic Shock, take the greens out of the picture.
No shot.
Bomb thrown in. Surely this doesn't get anybody. Okay, excellent. It doesn't. Ragazzo almost washed by that remake, but won't be. And eventually, this should be a successful defensive hold for the side of Team Honduras.
Yeah, Key is still in there. Somehow Key still... Oh, they've been staggering is why. And now they're going to, yeah, eventually just be taken out. Persona was finding some late frags in there, so I was a little afraid of keeping Key alive, but obviously it works out really well. 2.5 minutes left on the clock, which is massive considering they came into this with a little bit over 5 minutes. So half that time bank has been burnt away. And Ragozo gets the early kill onto Uber Eats or Ishtar, and now you delay this fight even further. This defense honestly has been a masterclass from them thus far.
Yeah, it's been very good, for sure.
Goes
Oh, another great start to a defensive fight here. Blink and you miss it. Both DPS are dead and buried. Until, of course, they respawn in the spawn room. But 2 minutes remaining now for them to cover just about roughly 20 more meters. Something like that.
Equivalently, yeah. But that cart is kind of rolling back as well. As Key goes over to the Winston now. And I like this a little bit more. They're going to attempt to simply ignore Ragozo and go for this backline a little bit more and do what they can. But Daniel does not hold back. But Puggo finds the early Elim.
Puggo and Ragazza both finding Elims early, but you would much rather lose out on your Fury than your Winston. Without your tank, you really just do not have the tip of the spear that you need to get this fight win that you are so desperately looking for as Team Peru. Honduras is still looking pretty solid here on their defense with just over a minute remaining.
100%. Now, we're proceeding forward. It's just over a minute left on the clock here, and Puggo would love to find a good stick right here. Everyone's hanging up above, but Key is down early again.
He's dead
now.
again.
That is rough, dude. And now Panopticon gets 2. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's a really good Panopticon. I'm not sure if this young guys. Okay, Ragazzo does hit those shots. You do love to see it. But I mean, that was a crazy series of events. The problem now, though, for Honduras is you've only got the Kitsune Rush to work with, going up against a Nano Boost and 2 DPS ultimates for Peru. And I mean, we've seen what Persona can do with these overclocks. We've seen that Puggo is very capable of finding frags, whether that be with the Pulse Bomb or otherwise. I mean, they're even standing in the Disruptor shot just to help Fix charge that Nano Boost a little bit here. Surely it gets thrown out here on the Key. It does. The Pulse Bomb also goes out, but it doesn't get any kills here. Ragazzo eventually melted down by the torrent of damage. Uber Eats, a.k.a. Ishtar, finding 2 final blows in this fight. Lunar Sky finding 1 back on the Persona.
What?
Daniel Mix, though. Uber Eats is dead. 4 seconds left. We're going into overtime, and a couple players from Peru will not be present in the immediate overtime fight. Wall is active for Honduras, so they have a slightly easier time contesting this one. Surely they're going to have the title blast here, giving it over to Spell on the Venture. It's going to be enough damage to take Puggo out of the equation, and surely the Tectonic Shot could seal the deal, but no! Persona having that overclock is so massive. Big damage, big numbers, big money, but Tectonic Shock also not quite enough to take out the Primal Raging Winston. Key eventually losing out on the Primal Rage transformation, but still having enough health to get through this one, and the overtime push will be successful. Peru will make it to the 3rd point.
Yeah, and Key immediately realizes we're going indoors, gives up on the Winston, goes over back to the Junker Queen, or goes over back to the Domina as well. Man, that is big clutch territory for them right there, but now a very small amount of time to potentially get through all of 3rd as Fix also changes over, goes over to the Kiriko. Makes a lot of sense given the situation, but keep in mind, is Uber Eats is staying over on that Juno instead of going back over towards the Lucio. Again, I think the Lucio was probably banned out as well, more than likely. So now you are trying to work up to something as Ragozo's down.
Oh my god, we can't do this. We can't keep doing this. We can't keep playing the Domina in situations where she's just going to get run down, Honduras. Lunar Sky and Benja Persona also fall down here, and surely the DPS are soon to follow. At very least, Self is, but Daniel Mix manages to stay alive, at least for now. Sticking now to this Domina. I mean, they've only got an overclock to work with here. 30 seconds remaining, and they are so close to the end of this map, Hunter.
Yeah, they are right now. They're trying to zone in right now. This guy barely gets out, and Daniel, early elimination is hoping.
That's big.
Just clear things out right here, and Persona has to kind of run for it on the cast.
Yeah, but you need more of those. Puggo! Puggo blinks into the pit. This is tragic.
Oh no! And now,
Peru.
Oh, it's cooked. It's over.
They absolutely could have had the tools in their kits to capture this final point. But just like that, the Pulse Bomb accidentally drops into the abyss, and just like that, Honduras managed to hold on at the final hour.
That is an insane hold right there. Wow, to pull that one out right there. Again, nearly get it back on the 2nd point. Pulls it out on the 3rd right there in such a critical situation. And now it is still going to be a bit of an uphill climb to get this thing basically all the way towards the end. But again, if you could take into account the phenomenal defense they had on second point, what they might be able to do forward, this is a potential winnable situation for them. Which, first of all, it's always winnable. But
It's always winnable.
it's always winnable. But in the situation, it definitely feels like it is. But they have to find momentum here. Because right now, if I'm Key, I'm just starting Junker Queen. I'm not even bothering with all the in-between right here. But as we're seeing the preview of, as, again, they're in spawn. Actually, are they in spawn? No, they're not in spawn. They are coming out on Sigma. That is fascinating.
That is very interesting. I am very curious as to the thought process here, because I think Sigma's a very good tank, but I think that, I mean, there's no reason you shouldn't just be playing Junker Queen here, man. Just Honduras has consistently shown that they struggle playing against these rush compositions, and right now you're just playing their game. You're letting yourself play against that poke composition with a poke composition of your own, and I think this is kind of what Honduras wants here. So maybe theoretically, we see some motion from the Hondurans here.
Yeah, what are you from Honduras called, actually? We looked this up before. Let's see. They're called Hondurians. Let a Honduran get a little bit of motion, we'll say.
My apologies. I thought it was just Hondurans.
I thought so too. We had to research this a lot before, and it was really fascinating to see some of the names up here. But
that's true.
One thing that's for sure, this fight is trying to kind of trickle on and continue, but they're mainly just trying to rally, take away this high ground away, as Ragozo is used to having to like play into the bunkers a lot of the time. Can't show their face for even a second without just getting pelted from damage by everyone. As Pogo, by the way, in there in the 5v1, lucky to get out of there alive.
They're flipping the map, dude. They're going behind the point to try and contest it from a very unconventional angle, trying to catch people off guard here, and they might just do that with Uber Eats, but Ragazzo dies! How does that even happen?
I don't know, but Key's already gotten rid of 2. Key's looking for a hat trick right here, and honestly would love to get it, but at this point, if you're that whole squad, you just need to reset. Get off the cliff, whatever you need to do, take your resets. Honestly, I think the moment you lost Ragozo, that should have been the cue to back out and give up.
Yeah, you needed to just reset at that point. There's no escaping. There's no getting back to your spawn room. Ragazzo is going to be going over to the Winston here. I don't know how I feel about this pick right now. I think that it's really good into the support line. The problem is that Sigma. If you get hit by a single rock, you will probably die. Benja also making the swap over to Jetpack Cat. So very highly mobile, going to be able to assist with dives here, but yeah, first attempt at a dive for Honduras is not going to be successful. Persona shuts that notion down instantly with 3 kills on the fight. Ragazzo manages to escape with his life, but nobody on the rest of the team does.
Yeah, and now this is rapidly forward, because now that you've kind of made the multiple switches, you give up on some of those ultimates as well. So while you should be up in the ult economy right now, you're not. You're not, and now you're walking into some really brutal ones. In fact, there's going to be a smorgasbord about to be available here. For Peru moving forward. They're sitting in a really good position. You need a critical blow to get the starter right here. Daniel needs to find somebody out early, as Ragozo actually finds the first casualty.
There we go. That's big. Both Stojans out of the equation now, but unfortunately, they continue to lose out on players. Fix on this Iari has been so good thus far. Just keeping his teammates alive, making sure that no damage dealt to his team lasts for too long. That captive son to take the Jetpack Cat out is also absolutely gorgeous. Kitsune Rush goes out, and I mean, that's potentially exactly what they need to keep the Winston alive. The problem now becomes Persona with this extremely dangerous overclock, but Cell is able to shut it down. 1 minute left on the clock, and it looks like Honduras finally making a little bit of progress here on the point, but are they going to be able to capture the point? 99.8% is where the contest comes through. Uber Eats also with the window here. A lot of pressure being put onto the point as it stands. He staying alive, popping that.
Gets taken out,
but gets eliminated at the final hour. There will not be a contest for much longer, and we are moving on to the second point.
Yeah, we'll see if we get a late blow over here onto Ishtar, and they 100% will. That will aid them a little bit here, getting as much progress as humanly possible, as Ragozo setting up the protractor for that jump right there, as we'll see the swap coming through, as, yeah, the respective swaps over here, as we see the Brick come out, and the Curie as well. We'll see how things move forward, especially with Benja still over on the Cat. I think it's fine for first point. Second, I think there's just way too much openness for it to have too much effectiveness, but hey, Guess I am more than happy to be wrong. Let the cap have a little value here nowadays. Unfortunately, Lunar Sky not getting a ton for that fight.
Yeah, not lasting very long in that one, and it is unfortunate to say, because I think you're totally right. I think the Jetpack Cat does struggle on this point, but that's a tectonic shock. Super early burn on that one, and it's really not going to get that much value. Unless it just gets a kill onto Persona?
Yeah,
immediately proving me wrong. Immediately proving me wrong.
Yeah, I thought this was originally just to make some space for that cart to roll underwards, and to be fair, it did, but now, Ragozo's pulling the trigger, and unfortunately, there's, like, nobody remaining now, so you need to try to juggle somebody in here. Unfortunately, I don't think it's working out too well for them, as they're going to be able to TP back out, as this is going to be hard to come back from.
I was going to say, surely that Kiri lives, right? But hell, man. Going down that late is so rough. But at very least, look at where that cart got, man. Almost to the second point. They just need one good fight from Daniel Mix. They need one good ult from Lunar Sky. They need one... You could even maybe burn Overclock here. But you're working into 5 ultimates right now if you're Honduras. So this is rough.
Yeah, this is definitely rough right here. Ultimates are really starting to build up as well. Use a good amount. You make the swaps as well. So now you put yourselves in a rough situation where you almost need to take a quicker fight with a lot of aggression on this situation to get out what you can. I don't want to say go in and plan to lose the fight, but if you go in here and burn everything that you have left and it does not work, your last fight is set up for failure. So you need to be very wise as to how you have to take that. And consider Rush is going to get them started. Everyone's going to get out of there.
Yep, great Kitsune to open up the fight, and there's that overclock from Daniel we expected. Couple more ultimates are going to come out here. I think he had to burn the bomb in order to remake, excuse me. All 4 ultimates being used for the side of Peru as it stands here, but both of the tools in Honduras' kit are gone. 30 seconds now remaining, and Cell is out of the map. Lunar Sky also falls. I mean, this is dangerous territory for sure.
God.
What a pulse bomb from Puggo to close that one out. 20 seconds remaining, and I don't think they have a consistent touch. They're stalling the hell out of Ragazzo's death. 10 seconds remaining, and Ragazzo is only now dying. Cell has to be the one to touch this point here, but Lunar Sky and Benja Persona might not be able to assist for very long. The touch is there. Overtime should be triggered, but it shouldn't last long. Only one wick of overtime shall burn. And Peru, man, they are just so good at Overwatch. They take this one away, but damn did Honduras put up a fight.
Yeah, I mean, give them credit, honestly, for making this a lot closer than maybe some people anticipated. Got to give them every bit of credit in the world, but Peru, they found the key. They shut it down. They moved on forward. They look great because of it. They get another nice little win, put themselves in a pretty good condition moving forward for the rest of the day, but still a lot more games for them to come, and same thing for Honduras moving forward. But no, it's good for Peru in this instance right here. I love Honduras going and putting up a fight against everybody thus far.
Yes.
It's a rough situation for them because this puts them, I think, at this point, probably out of range for being able to top 3. You never know what can happen, obviously, but unfortunate situation for them. But for Peru, they're trucking on forward. They're trying to lock things in and put themselves in the best position possible. So we'll just have to see how the rest of the day goes down and see where these teams sit at the end of the day.
Indeed, indeed. I am going to let you talk for a little bit while I use the restroom real quick.
I will say we are at that time, if you know what I mean. If you know what I mean.
That time?
We are at that time, yeah.
That time? What do you mean by that?
I definitely explained it before. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, that time. Okay, that time. Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. I'm trying to feel so discreet, and I'm like,
okay. It took me a moment, but I got there.
Yeah, so little thing right here, Getzer, first of all, you've been an absolute joy to be with all day thus far. We've been sitting together for the last near not 6 hours, Jesus, nearly 4 hours of our lives, and I always enjoy every single minute of it right here. But obviously, Dex has found himself home. He is all set up and ready to go, and we're going to be closing
Yay.
out the night there. I don't know what Getster's plan is. I know Getster, you have some casting to do in a little while here as well, over on the night for CGL. That's going to be great. Are you going to be watching any other games or streaming any other games up until that point, or are you going to be just chilling out a little bit?
I genuinely might take a nap.
Fair.
I am. This is a lot of fun, but I am drained. So I'm probably gonna like eat something. I might take a nap. We'll see what happens. But I'll be back for CGL, and I'll see you then. But until then, thanks for having me on. It was a lot of fun. Dexatron, my friend, take it away.
Yeah. So he's gone. So I'm just gonna break for like. Yeah, yeah. So Get will be going for now. Dex is coming in, so we're just gonna go and break for like 2 minutes, just because I'm gonna get his thing, get our stuff synced up really quick. So we will be right back in just a moment. So hang in there, please. We will be right back. everybody? We are back from our break. The first half of the day has been concluded, but there's still quite a lot more action to go. And joining me once again, Daxatron, welcome back, sir. Obviously joining me for the rest of the games here, much as he has for pretty much any other game for Latin America, South America that I have ever casted. But I know you managed to kind of watch some of the games to a degree during today. So I mean, your impressions. How did you feel about today? Maybe something that shocked you a lot. Maybe something that didn't shock you at all, for that matter.
I honestly think you have to look at some of the early games, especially Ecuador and Panama. I thought Panama would definitely get a 1-1. Ecuador though takes that series. They take a map off of Argentina as well, which I slowly think we're starting to see a lot of people, and just starting to see a lot of people realize, and maybe Argentina themselves realize, like, maybe this is not as strong as a team as they really thought they were, but Argentina still gets the win in the end of that one. That's been very big. I think still Guatemala and Chile being the talk of everything right now. Probably more Guatemala being the talk of this entire Conference Cups for the Americas, considering the surprising fact that they are undefeated right now. That is, I don't think anyone expected that, especially from how late that team was announced. We talked about a lot yesterday. They weren't really announced until, well, last Sunday, when the teams were official of what countries are going to be competing in this Conference Cup for the Americas. And then they announced their squad on Wednesday or midway through the week. But they've just been shocking everyone. And they play a very unique style, one that you don't see a lot of people really practice against or practice for. And I think it's been working for them very well. However, they do have some of their tougher matchups coming up, not only tonight, but tomorrow as well. So I think we're going to really start to see what kind of team Guatemala is, especially in their nightcap match here.
Yeah, no, 100%. There are some really important matches that are still coming up. We talked quite in length about them, but there are ones for us today where all these are so incredibly critical. There's like maybe one that you could argue against that being the case, but there's some really big ones that still have to happen. Heck, the one that's happening on the stream right now, Peru taking on Puerto Rico, that is massive right there. For both teams, considering that, again, both teams have already been handed a loss, so being down 2 losses puts them in a really critical situation. But they do have one little contingency, which is nice, and is that they have already faced the majority of their tough teams, at least what you would consider their tough teams. But it's a scenario that we're gonna have to see right now, because there are teams, like you said, like Guatemala, that are giving trouble to so many of these teams.
Oh, absolutely. Guatemala, I mean, you could look at the teams they played in their first couple of games, and maybe you could really say, like, hey, it kind of makes sense of where they're at. I think their matchup a little bit later on tonight against Argentina, which happens at 7, and then especially following up after that against Peru, which I believe we will be covering, should be one that's going to be really interesting to see what kind of team this Guatemalan team actually is. But you talk about Peru and Costa Rica coming up, right? Or my bad, Peru and Puerto Rico, that's coming up right now. That is a very important game, I think, for Puerto Rico. They have 4 games tomorrow. They have their gauntlet tomorrow. That is going to be a very, very long day for them. Granted, you look at the teams they have to play, and you would probably favor them in the majority of the games. So their last game against Guatemala might actually be one that we talked about potentially seeing some games mean a lot for deciders. Depending on how Guatemala ends the night off here, Hunter, you could really look at that Guatemala and Puerto Rico game as a decider game.
I think it has a high potential of doing so. I think pretty heavily for Guatemala as well. Obviously, the fact they haven't lost a game is really critical. But a point we brought up yesterday when we kind of finished things up is that they still have to face some of those other really big teams that are higher up in the standings. You talk about those Chiles, those Costa Ricas, those Puerto Ricos. They still need to get through those games. The fact that they set themselves up in such good territory is going to be extremely important. And that's part of the reason why this game is really important, because this is the do-or-die game. Both these teams already not in the best of places right here, but if they want any chance, and I mean any existing chance left of going on and potentially top 3, they have to win this game right here. If not, mathematically, it is done.
We're talking about Ecuador and Honduras at this point?
Correct.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially with Ecuador maybe not having the best results so far. I believe they already have 3 losses. If I'm if I remember everything correctly, it's very big for them. Honduras, I don't think Honduras has won a game just yet. Did they beat Panama last night?
They beat Panama, yeah.
Okay, so yeah, they've won a game. Yeah, so like you said, it is actually a very important game. It really keeps hopes alive for them. They're going to be able to run the table tomorrow, especially since both these teams, I believe this is their final game of the day for both of them.
I think you're right about that. gonna say you're right. Yeah, pretty sure you're right about that. So it is really big to finish on because it gives you hope going to day 3. And hey, maybe things do happen because you look at Honduras and who like they have left, and there's definitely a certain game that's really tough on that schedule. We look at Argentina, who has been honestly a really back and forth team so far. It's really weird to know how to feel about them right now. And I think when we see them later against teams like Guatemala and Chile, that I think we're going to have the actual real introspective of how good that team is and what they can do. But obviously, those are results that'll come a little further down the line. We're just waiting for both of these games to get started, as for reasons I don't have to explain, we have Ecuador and Honduras on over here. But if we get the chance to glimpse over at the other one, obviously, we will do our best to be able to do so. But man, it has been very action-packed throughout the day. Lots of things that, while expected, there have been definitely some shockers as well. Some people being pushed to the limit that, honestly, I wouldn't have expected. Like Ecuador pushing Argentina to 3 maps. That is something I didn't originally expect going into this weekend.
And that's one thing we always talk about, especially with these regions and these teams, especially in Latin America and South America. It's just there's that chaotic factor, and the fact that it's a best of 3, so first to 2, makes it a lot different because teams sometimes struggle on the first map, knowing that like, hey, they can start off really slow and be able to pick it back up in map 2, but you really don't want to do that. You see the teams really make those adjustments quick here. They adjust how they're playing if they're not adjusting their comps or their heroes. They want to make those quick swaps here. But you talk about Peru and Puerto Rico going on in the other stream that will be happening whenever it gets started here. That's a big game for both those teams, because like you said, both those teams lost to Chile, one of the undefeated teams. Both of them, I believe, only have a loss up to this. Did Puerto Rico beat Costa Rica?
Puerto Rico did beat Costa Rica, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so both those teams have 1 loss at this point. And just looking ahead in the schedule, it really feels like that should be most of those teams, maybe this Puerto Rico and Peru, that this should be their last like really, really tough game when you look at the standings and look how some of the teams have been playing. So a win here might just make you feel very comfortable going into the final day. Granted, Peru still does have 1 more game against Guatemala to end the day after this one here, where they're going to want to try and knock off one of the only undefeated teams left.
Yeah, 100%. And that's what creates such a very interesting scenario for some of these bigger teams, because Chile is one of those teams that has faced some of its toughest competition already and has come out on top. That's what puts them in such a very unique position right now. Again, they have, what is it? It's it was Puerto Rico, Peru, and Costa Rica. Puts them in such a beautiful position. They've only dropped the 1 map, which by the way was to Peru, who is hoping to keep going on their own tear after suffering that loss. And to be fair, ever since they suffered that loss, they have not dropped a map. They have been going lights out since then.
Yeah, and I think for a lot of people, I mean, we talked about it yesterday a lot, who did the power rankings. Again, me and you didn't do them for very, very good reasons. Yep. We like these players, we like these teams, and we don't want to curse anyone. I think at least that's the biggest reason for me. I think we could have really seen this coming, but I think you look at Costa Rica, you look at Puerto Rico and Argentina, I think they were really like the talk of a lot of people saying like, hey, you expect Puerto Rico and Costa Rica to probably be those 2 that really should be moving on, and Argentina is probably that next strongest team. I think a lot of people really slept on Chile and Peru, and you're seeing why it's kind of backfiring on some of these teams. I think Argentina right now, when you just look at how everything's been going for them, they might almost just be a little bit of the biggest, and I'm not going to say disappointment, but the biggest shock here, because I think a lot of people really did have them rated highly. I think me and you had them rated highly, and how they've been playing, where you even mentioned it's kind of been hot and cold with them, is not what we expected, but still they have a shot to make it. Granted, their backs are basically against the wall for them, but still a lot of good stuff to come here. Chile, though, I believe, Hunter, I actually believe Chile's 4-0.
Oh yeah,
Chile's 4-0.
They would be 4-0 at this point. Yeah, it is not as up to date as I thought. Yeah, because they just took that win off of Panama 2-0 as well. So, it puts them in a good position. Again, they're in such a good position moving forward. They have that what could potentially be a tough game to end the day over against Argentina. But from then on out, the rest of their week consists of Guatemala and then Honduras and Ecuador, which, for all intents and purposes, the one game to really look forward to in that bunch right there feels like it should be the Guatemala game right now, because I don't know if you saw the glimpses really early on in that game with Honduras, but Guatemala went on a tear. Glacier was just running through bodies once again. And quick shout out to Glacier, who actually did raid the stream after that game concluded. Was very awesome for doing so. Big congrats for that. And obviously we'll see how it goes for the rest of the weekend. But no, lots of crazy things have happened, and I hope a lot more crazy things are yet to come.
Yeah, and I think you look at this Guatemalan roster, especially with how they've been built up and how we see them play. Glacier's been essentially the rock for that team. If they're playing good, everyone's playing good. But I think it's going to come down because, like we said, they have a couple of their tougher opponents coming up here, not only to end the day tonight, but to really play all the way through tomorrow. I mean, their tomorrow matchups are against Chile, are against Costa Rica, and they ended up with Puerto Rico. So they have maybe the really 3 tough games. I mean, the other 3 teams in the top 4 outside of them are their final 3 games of this entire tournament tomorrow. So I think right now, if you're Guatemala, if you can end the night undefeated, all you have to do is just win one of your games tomorrow, and you feel pretty confident that you'll be moving on to the next phase of World Cup as maybe the biggest surprise of any of the regions.
Yeah, genuinely could be. And at this point, you have a pretty decent possibility of being able to do so. It's phenomenal, ultimately, what they have kind of been able to do to get things started here throughout this weekend. But of course, when you have so many challenges still potentially lined up, you need to find ways to be able to build through that. But again, we talk about how much momentum means, how much confidence means in Overwatch. When you have this many games within a small span of a single weekend, there's a lot to have to deal with. But we'll see how everyone kind of adjusts moving forward, as we're still waiting on both of these games to get underway. They're normally, from today, they really have been starting like pretty much on the dot at the top of the hour, so it should just be
3 minutes.
It should be just a few more minutes until we get things going. But again, we look at the games that are here on the rest of the day. Again, some of them are so good. For Argentina, it really is going to be their big test that could potentially be a decider as to whether or not they're going to go in with a lot of contention tomorrow or not, because Guatemala and Chile, for completely different reasons in my mind, are going to be really tough games.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we talked about a lot Guatemala. They play their own unique play style. Glacier has shown us the Rhine. They've shown us the Hog. They've shown us a couple other things outside of that. I believe Amalga for a little bit yesterday on Watchpoint. But again, they want you to kind of mirror everything that they do, and then they immediately swap to counters. And then when you try to mirror the counters, they go right back to what they were playing before. Somehow Glacier's able to really not worry about any counter to Rhine, to Hog, to whatever they play, because I feel like this is a tank that's playing with so much confidence, not only in themselves but in their team at this moment, that they could do whatever they want, and it's gonna take a mountain to shut them down. I mean, they haven't lost just yet. They've been really, really good. People have struggled against them, and that's a really big thing right now. That it seems like teams just aren't prepared for it at this point, especially going into the final day tomorrow and the final game here tonight. If you're Peru, you have to be ready for it. You have to be VOD reviewing right now. If you're not playing you're not playing a game right now, so you have an hour. Actually, no, you will be playing a game right now. So you actually, after this game here at 6 o'clock, you have that hour to just scout Guatemala. Granted, you do have the chance to watch them, as they will be playing a back-to-back to end the night.
Yeah, and it will make things difficult, because again, we see how teams kind of act to being back-to-back right now. Argentina is one of the teams that had to go back-to-back earlier, ended up winning both games. Again, things were a little back and forth with Ecuador, but they did it once. They have the potential to maybe do it again, which would be a massive boom for them if they somehow manage to take that win off of Chile. Again, one of only 2 teams that have yet to go down, so we'll see how that goes down. From there, Argentina should have a much easier day to end the week tomorrow, but that's why these 2 games that are left today for them are so critical moving forward. But we'll kind of see how that transpires throughout the rest of the evening. But hey, it's about to be 6 o'clock right now. Hopefully we'll be into this game momentarily. I mean, in terms of the games that are left, Dex, I know we've talked a lot about them already, but where's that one game that you feel like this is one of those games that goes 99-99, all 3 maps, like you can't really tell who's going to win it?
Surprisingly, I think it could be this one that we're going to be covering, Ecuador and Honduras. I think they're 2 very evenly matched teams. I think they both shown a lot this tournament. Even though they don't have the results in the win columns, I think they're still showing out here. You have to kind of maybe look towards tomorrow at maybe one of those last games, whether it be Guatemala and Puerto Rico, or Costa Rica and Peru. That is a really fun block there. Outside of that, though, don't know necessarily. I mean, tomorrow there are a lot of back and forth games, but based off how some of the records will go, a lot of people will probably say like there's going to probably be a lot of one-sided affairs as well, which is a sad thing to say, but I could see some of those games going that way.
Yeah, it is the unfortunate thing that games, some of them are going to go that way. And that's an inevitability given the situation, especially on that third day where there are some teams that at that point, they're playing for pride. At that point, there are going to be teams like that, especially as the day keeps going on, that it's like, hey, we can't make it, but we're going to go out of here. We're going to go out swinging. We're going to play as strong as we possibly can.
We'll have to pride and to spoil something.
Legitimately, there is very real territory. Because if you go in, if you're one of these bigger teams, and you underestimate someone who's already out and you think, oh, they're not going to try, let me tell you, they're going to. Because you don't know as a player when you may or may not get this opportunity again to be in this position. So you're going to go into it giving every single thing you've got, every single match, no matter what is still on the line.
Absolutely. And you have to imagine here, I know the top 3 teams qualify, but I don't know how the next phase of this is going to go. You have to imagine you want to be that number 1 team because it might give you a little bit of a better chance in whatever the next phase is, even if it's just a round robin to just get some starting off there. But 6 o'clock, 6:01 actually right now. So we're gonna be waiting for this game to get going here any moment. Actually, both games still waiting to get going here. But still, I think right now there's been a lot of good play across all 9 teams in this tournament. Yeah, did Panama win a series yet? I know the Wikipedia says they haven't.
They're the only team yet to win a series thus far.
I think that will change. Panama, when we covered them a couple times, we saw them. They looked like a good team. I think they just had a couple unfortunate plays that have really hindered them so far against some of the other teams that are struggling right now. But again, this Honduras and Ecuador game is very important. Winner of this one, I think keeps their hopes alive that if they have a couple upsets, run the table, they might be able to sneak their way in as that 3rd seed. That's a long uphill battle, I think, for them, but also more of tomorrow's problem for them, so they have some time to really be able to digest everything that happened today. But a win here tonight, you never know. You talked about it a little bit earlier, Hunter. Momentum is such a big thing, and these teams, they desperately want it.
Yeah, desperately need it as well. So we'll see what they'll be able to do with it. Hopefully, as again, everything from here out is going to be so meaningful, no matter what. God, I run out of words to talk about with this, Dex, and I realize I do that, but it's because it is hard to put into words. I see one game has gotten going. Is it our game? No, it's the other game.
It is the other game. It is Peru and Puerto Rico going on.
Yeah, which is a really interesting game in its own right. I could potentially throw it on just for fun for nows. I could potentially do that.
You can throw it on. I'll let you know when this one's getting started.
Sure. All right, so we'll throw that on for now, and we'll have a little bit of quick fun with this game right here before we get into the other one. But this is another game that, again, extremely meaningful right here. And I could see it still going either way right now, but Peru has been on a tear today thus far.
Yeah, I mean, Redder has that team just locked in, and they've been looking very, very good. But if you're Puerto Rico here, I mean, you have this really good talent, whether it be people who have played in OWCS, people who play in NA Masters on some of the best teams there. This is a series that you need to win because, again, you still have a couple tough matchups tomorrow. You need to be able to take one off of these other teams that are currently sitting not only ahead of you right now in the standings, but in that top 4 potentially, or in that top 4 potential spots.
Yeah, no, 100%. We'll see what kind of value they end up getting out of it, though, as we're kind of transitioning into this next fight right here. Michigan is someone that really impressed us a little bit earlier playing for the squad right here. So we'll see if they can pick up right where they left off right here. Key did manage to play that Mauga a little bit previously as well. Going to the Diva, he is going to make things a little bit more difficult as you talk about Michigan, and Persona gets taken out early, puts them in a really difficult situation where I think they're just bound to be blown up any moment now. But Key is hanging in there barely, but eventually falls. Point will go over to Puerto Rico to get things started.
Yeah, and honestly, for Puerto Rico, you really wanted to get a good start. Like I said, you want to get going fast. You already have one loss here. Same thing with Peru, but Peru is technically above you in the standings because of map wins and just difference. You want to get started off fast here. Look, he already off the Malga. That was going to be a very tough thing to run into with the Diva. On the other side, you see him immediately swap over to Zarya, but Pago on the Reaper. You talked about a little bit earlier with Getzer that we've seen a lot more Reaper than what we have lately. I wonder if these teams have figured something out, that Reaper is really just good against almost any tank, and just being able to kind of sneak around to the backside and find assassinations.
110%. So we'll see what it kind of ends up finding here as we're still kind of trying to truck on forward into this one. Peru would love to force something in, but Ishtar Uber Eats has gone down early, pretty much prevents you from doing really anything in this fight, so you're going to keep on moving forward, and if you're Key, you need to get out of there, which Key, by the way, over on the Zarya, we've kind of rarely seen them on it. We've seen a lot of that Diva and that Junker Queen today. Not really any Zarya.
Yeah, I heard you talk about that earlier with Getstar as well, where we haven't seen the Russian powerlifter that much from really any team. It feels like a lot of people are going away from that. We've seen a lot more Domina. We've seen a lot more Diva. Hell, I mean, you're seeing a lot more of everything else. Zarya might start to be losing a little bit of their footing in the meta, but already now the override protocol, Alpha McChicken.
Yeah, trying to find somebody, but nobody willing to poke their head out right now. But Arsona being down early puts you in a really good position. They go for the assassination over on Uber Eats right now, but it's just not going to realistically work out, as the chicken is getting a little bit of, well, was getting some help, not so anymore, as they're going to clear things out. 82% though, pretty good, all things considered. And Mid Chicken is still clicking bodies in the backline, by the way. Eventually should be cleared out, but this guy's been a monster today.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, right there, you love that fight if you're Peru. Granted, Puerto Rico, you're not really crying about either. You only use the override protocol, so you have a lot of stuff coming into this next fight. But Peru's going to have everything here. So you have a decent amount of stuff that can be canceled out from the other side just by the grab. Arsona, though, they're able to eat this grab. I think you immediately see Puerto Rico just go straight in on them.
Yeah, no, 100%. We'll see how things go. Trucking on Thor. Cine Rush, who's early here by Fix, Speed, and consider from the other side immediately as Puerto Rico. Yeah, goodbye, Grav. Grav is gone. Pogo cleans up one, though, so this is still so incredibly back and forth. But Pogo needs to hang in there. Is the tour de force to be reckoned with right now. Going to try to run things down. Will eventually nail down Arsona. That should wipe this fight off the map right here. As Shane loves to get out of here alive, and actually is going to be able to.
I mean, Hunter, look at the ult banks. All 9 ultimates came out that fight. Everything was used there. And I mean, granted, if you're Peru, you probably had to use everything. And if you're Puerto Rico, you're okay that everything was used there. You have the time to really build back up the stuff, even if you cap the point here. But still, this is a fight where if you're Peru, you want to kind of drag out a little bit. But fighting someone early on would be a really, really good thing, as the override protocol is online.
Oh no, 100%. Now you're trucking into this potential last fight right here. Override protocol is going to be used by McChicken. Been good on it before. Is trying to find some targets. It will eventually go down. May have done enough damage on Persona though, so he's going to manage to turn this into a 4v4. Flip momentarily was going to come through. They get off for a single millisecond. That point will be given up, but still they're able to stay on there, hanging around for as long as possible. Casino Rush there could make the big difference. And now Chain is trying to rush, trying to get this beat out online. Same thing with Smacks right now with the Casino Rush. It would be round defining. Getting these out online, Dex looks like they should be able to do so right here. I imagine you're to see an instantaneous response the moment that it's out right here, but already Persona down. You're probably not even going to need the sound barrier right here. If you can close things out naturally, this next fight coming up for you right here, he's honestly in a good spot.
And being able to get out alive there is a really big thing for them. But now I like what Puerto Rico's doing here, just pushing in.
Whoa, yeah. Literally no hesitation. Now everyone's facing the spawn room. I think maybe Pogo can make it to the point. Maybe? I don't even think that, though. Yeah, I think this one's... Yeah, Pogo's all the way back here. It's over. And I love that. That is a great play right there to take that aggression, to take the first round away. But my God, that is a very scrappy first round.
Very scrappy. And again, the big thing with this series, as we're still waiting for our other series, the one we are going to cover here, Ecuador and Honduras to get started. The big thing with this series of Peru and Puerto Rico, it puts whoever I think wins this one into that number 3 spot. And the other one has their second loss, meaning that they really cannot afford to lose another game this entire tournament if they want to have a shot at making it into that next round or qualifying in that top 3. So back and forth, it's kind of what we expect from this series. And I think though Puerto Rico, they just did everything right there towards the end. They're able to survive so long. You saw the struggle there for Peru to just be able to shut players down.
Yeah, 100% you did, but now we'll see the TP out. Talisman going to go over to the Vendetta, which we've seen some influences of throughout the day from Talisman as well, but see how it pairs up well, because we haven't seen much of the Zarya Vendetta combo today, like much at all, honestly. It's really strange. But still, fight needs to continue onwards right now. We see Key sticking over on that Zarya, trying to make a little bit more space as Persona. Massive right there on the nade to get it out there, clean things up on McChicken, and now yeah, this is going to be impossible to come back from now, is they're going to get cleaned up, and that's the kind of fights you want to take right there. If you're Peru, you want someone like Pogo or Persona to find that early elim.
Yeah, and a good moment right now to cut away from this one back over to our game as Ecuador and Honduras getting started right now. We're going to be starting off on on Gardens of Lijiang Tower, and we're seeing it come out here very early on. Dive for, I believe that would be Ecuador with Mr. Kirby. Rag coming out here with the dominant. We've seen this a lot throughout the night, or throughout this Conference Cup so far. These two tanks go at each other, but Lunar finds Kelly Dudd out early, and you lose Emiliox, who is playing DPS today.
Yeah, this is really strange. I have two audios going to my ear right now. I'm going to fix that right now. And looks like we are probably good now. Yeah, we're going to assume we're good now. All right, cool. Everything's set and ready. Gosh, I love Overwatch. But yeah, first fight's over. Done. Taken care of. Honduras takes the first fight away. Ragozo and Kirby, tanks that I feel like I want to see a bit more out of this weekend, but have had good moments throughout the day, in my opinion. We need to see a little bit more of it here today as well.
Yeah, quick. What percentage are you at right now?
11%. Oh, I'm behind. Okay, so I'm
No,
behind
right.
in many aspects right now because I didn't get to do that. So I'm not 15% because I had Taz right there. Do I need to count you in, sir? As the fight's still going on, as both the tanks are going to be down. Amelia, though, doing a really good job cleaning things up, has gotten rid of two. Should be able to help the squad clear things out a little bit further, as it's going to be capped at 27%.
Okay, I think me and you are close enough. Karn gonna be able to shut down Bender Persona on the other side, and Kelly gonna be able to finish it up there. And this is exactly what you were looking for here. If you're Ecuador coming back in after nice play, after that first fight loss there, I think it was just Lunar Sky finding Kelly Dudd out so early on, and then everyone else kind of just rolled over, knowing that the fight was over. I think Kirby and Ecuador on this dive comp, it's gonna work out a little bit better on this point. But I think as we go over to the other point, it's gonna struggle a little bit as you already start to see Honduras rotate through White Room here now, and they're really gonna be playing around Rag here, just being able to build so much space up.
100% checking on forward as Emilio already down early, but again, Ragozo falls down as well to get this fight kind of going. And now the question is, what do? Do you still try to push this and fight back into this? And the answer right now seems to be, yeah, let's give it our all. They're going to pop this off, trying to make a little bit more space. We are going to see Carino going down in this fight, and you're going to see the flip be able to come through. And at this point right now, Kelly's trying to find somebody in this room as the copy has to be expended. Unfortunately, Z-Karma's going to get nothing from that.
And Kelly invests the overclock as well. Won't really find anything with it either, but it's going to help them stay alive. Now you do see Rag coming back, but they're going to be taken out by Emiliox, who, I'm going to be honest, seeing them on this Vendetta was a little bit of a shock to start off this map, but man, they have looked very, very good so far. But you look at this next fight coming up here, you're going to have your Kitsune Rush ready again there with your beat, your Primal Rage, and another Sundering Blade for Ecuador. Honduras, I mean, you have a beat, you have your own overclock. Rag really needs to build up to Panopticon, but do they want it this fight? They might have to get it this fight and use it almost immediately, because this could be final fight if they decide to play slow here. And that Domina doesn't necessarily like to play fast, but Kelly Dudd already shutting down Z-Karma.
Yeah, and they go aggro with the beat anyway, thrown directly back there. Doretta sustaining through right now, and now Ragozo still has that Panopticon ready to go, and you might have to simply pull it in the situation, because who's going to come and touch? And it will come through, but that's going to get burst down immediately. Amelia trying to hang on super low, but it's just not going to matter, Dex. And with 90%, it is a rush to even barely touch this point.
I mean, Z-Karma should be able to get a Bender Persona, going to be able to just hit the rollout and get the touch there. So we will see an overtime come out, but now Daniel going to be killed there by Kirby. Karn going to be able to find Z-Karma as well.
Yeah, and this should just be done and dusted right here. Maybe Ragozo one more touch, but not even that. 100 to 45 right here. Good start going in for Ecuador. Sitting in a pretty good spot, all things considered. I like the Winston in the situation, though. I like the aggression that kind of opens up with the style that they're trying to play. Now, is it going to work as well as we head over to Night Market? Who knows? But look at these stats right here as, ooh, 14-1 for Kelly. That, to be fair, for everything we've seen from them, when Kelly pops off, they could play as good as almost anybody else, honestly.
Yeah, absolutely. And you have to remember, Kelly's one death was the first kill of the map. I mean, it was very early on, so they essentially went 14-0 after that one right there. Most damage in the lobby, only beating out Kirby by a little bit, but I believe over 1,000 by anyone else on the other side. Hunter, just give me, what time are you at right now?
I'm currently at 23, 22, 21.
Okay, yeah, we're good. We're good.
Great, we're lovely.
But I mean, right now, the only big difference for this map right now is Rag going over the D.Va instead. I think the Domino would have worked out, I think, a little bit better here, but you need that speed to get you to the point to get set up first. So now, knowing you weren't going to probably have that, you go over to D.Va a little bit better. D.Va's still strong at the moment, but that's been one thing me and you consistently seen throughout this Conference Cup, that D.Va really hasn't been getting that much play.
Really hasn't, and to be fair, Rosa just gets burnt down here. As you're just going to get teared down by the Vendetta. It's still a little back and forth, though. You're trying to hang in there, but C-Karma's already gotten rid of 2. I just don't think it's going to be enough to turn this fight around, and C-Karma will be the last one to go down here, as point will go and back the way of Ecuador once more. And already, you see the value you get from this Vendetta. Even without the Zarya, it's still really strong.
Yeah, but they're kind of playing the Winston almost like a Zarya. You see it a lot. Emilio has been using that bubble. Essentially not how they would exactly use a Zarya bubble, but you're seeing the Winston and this Vendetta play almost in sync, as you see them both going up on this high ground immediately.
Yeah, immediately. So see what we end up finding early on here. See Karma down early just puts you, again, in such a bad spot to get the fight started. I don't think you can come back from this, and with Ragozo knocked out of the mech, you're at least going to see the reset for them come through very quickly. You can get a quick one going, but look how aggressively Ecuador is kind of playing up now.
And me and you saw this a lot yesterday. We saw a lot of teams be aggressive because it really did put the other team maybe in a spot where they're not comfortable with really what dealing with, or they struggle against. And I think right now, if you're Ecuador, you need to do this. Do this as much as you possibly can. Force Honduras, maybe use some stuff early, use some abilities early, so you come right back in with your own. As Kelly Dud, there's their second death.
Yeah, rough one right there. They're going to keep moving in, though. Crazy opportunity. Still have the ability to kind of hang in here. We're back to the 4v4. Copy going to be online here for Z. Karma is going to actually, yeah, he's going to pull that trigger over on that Winston, but their team is just falling apart around them right here. Primal Rage is available to try to make a little bit of a splash here, but Ragozo is literally just going to get bullied off the edge here by Kirby.
And a 2-for-1 investment coming out there for Honduras. Not going to be able to win it is kind of a big problem right there, especially with Lunar Sky invested the Kitsune Rush. And now Ecuador's put themselves in a really good spot. However, one of those kills that Emilio got, I believe, was on the Lunar Sky. I really got to figure out how long the hitbox is with that sword, because it seemed like they were at least 10 feet away and they got the kill. But you look over at Ecuador, everything outside the Primal Rage, and you already get rid of Lunar Sky early on.
Oh, that is brutal right there. And Kelly, too, is making this a very winnable fight. Gets rid of a third now. Ragozo's going to have to try to run out of there. And Kelly is going to help clear things out right here. And even with the bomb, it's not going to give another touch, as that's going to be a big cleanup for Ecuador, having themselves a phenomenal map. I don't know if I want to say the best performance we've seen out of them right here, but at least between both of us watching together at once, I think definitely so.
Yeah, from my viewership of Ecuador throughout this entire Conference Cup, that was their best map so far. They looked a lot in sync. And again, we talked about it earlier on. I was surprised to see Emilio on this DPS, as we really only saw him be a support player yesterday. But it seems like maybe this should be their calling right now, because they looked very, very strong in that first map. They're on the Vendetta. Again, another hero we haven't seen that much, especially in day one. I think day two, we start to see a little bit more Vendetta here, but a good start for Ecuador, because like we said, there are stakes on the line for this game, especially just based off what me and you believe. Having 3 losses basically puts your back against the wall, with essentially not having to, you cannot lose another game and have a chance at maybe making that top 3. So both these teams, 3 losses at the moment. A loss here would just eliminate you preemptively, not officially, we believe.
Yeah, that's the mindset of how things are right now. So we'll kind of see how things are proceeding. Again, both teams have to play like it is their very life on the line. In Ecuador so far, the way they have been playing throughout this whole weekend, because remember how scrappy this team has been. Even when they went up against Peru, that does end up being a 2-0. But I'm trying to remember what the second map was. I'll look back on it later. The VOD exists on YouTube, by the way. But remember, they had so many close moments. They took that first opening round on Control, 99-99, made it super compelling. This is a team with a lot of punch-up potential. That unfortunately has played a lot of their toughest games first.
Yeah, and that's the unfortunate thing. You'd love to see every game kind of spaced out so that the standings might look a little bit better, could look a little bit worse. But still, this is a team that I think, from what we've seen, have been really, really fun to look at. Just an update on what's going on the other game right now. Third point of Oasis currently, it is Puerto Rico with the lead, but Peru does have control of the point at 75% right now. So That one's gonna be fun. But back over to this one, Honduras. I mean, this is a team that we saw a couple times. I thought they always got better as series went on, but I think with the fact that this is only a best of or first of two has kind of hurt this team a little bit.
I think it kind of hurt the team a little bit because, again, it is less time to be able to bounce back to figure out a different solution. And that's a point we made very early on when we started this yesterday, before any games even begun, was that your ability to adapt is so much more worthwhile here. Because if we've only seen, I think, one game so far that we personally seen where a team took the first map and the other team, quote-unquote, reverse swept the other two. I can't think of another game where that's happened thus far.
Yeah, I mean, it was Chile and Peru, the second game of the day yesterday.
Yeah, literally. And outside of that, we've had games that have gone 3 maps. I've honestly a very healthy amount of them, but none where it was a team like coming back from being down 0-1 and bouncing back in that fashion in such a way. Which, again, maybe that talks a bit about the first to two format and what it can and cannot provide. But at the same time, obviously, when you have to do this many games in a small span of time, if it was a first to 3, we would have started at like 8 a.m. and we'd still be at it, more than likely.
If it was a first 3, it would have probably required 2 weekends, which I think some teams would have been okay with, but for how everything works schedule-wise, had to be like this, and I understand that. Another quick update on the other game. First map just ended. Peru took it over there, so they are now up 1-0 on Puerto Rico, and again, a very, very important game for those top contenders right now in the standings. But we back over here to Ecuador and Honduras. I mean, a really good performance, I think, out of there from a lot of people, especially on that Honduras side. Even though they didn't get the win, you still saw them be able to play fights how they wanted to, but that second point of night market just kind of went against them at all points. And we saw it. You talked about that for a brief moment. Ecuador started playing very aggressive, and I even mentioned like, hey, you want to do this, you want to see how a team responds to it, because we've seen some teams very much so far throughout this Conference Cup struggle to deal with the really aggressive play styles that we've seen from a lot of these country teams, while some teams have been able to really handle it well, maneuver around it, maybe take 1 or 2 fights to figure it out, but then once they get past it once, they never really have to deal with it again. Honduras, they need to learn how to, or they not need to learn, they just need to adjust on how they're playing around these really aggressive compositions coming out here from Ecuador.
Yeah, they really need to in this scenario. We see teams be able to deal with aggression very well throughout the weekend. Honduras is one that has kind of struggled a little bit in that aspect right there. They have the ability, and I think the pedigree and skill to be aggressive in their own right. 100% they do. But it's been a struggle to walk into certain teams. You think of teams, again, like they've gone up against that Guatemalan squad earlier today that just kept running it down main. They kept just making sure 9 out of 10 fights they took first. And let me tell you, 9 out of 10 fights they ended up winning. It's when Honduras believes that they can be the aggressor, that they can take a lot of these angles and push forward, that I think they're at their best, at their most confident. Can they do that here against Ecuador? And I think the answer is 100% yes, they can, but they have to set themselves up to be able to do so. Because if you can win one series, trust me, you can win another.
Yeah, and especially here, we talked about a lot yesterday, just the chaotic kind of style that comes out from a lot of these teams and comes out from this region as a whole. You can really see one team maybe get an upset victory and then just keep on finding upset victory after upset victory after upset victory. That is something that could definitely happen here. And I mean, you could really look at a team like Guatemala, and I wouldn't say any of their victories have necessarily been upsets up to this point, because again, I think there was a big question mark next to them coming into this tournament that has been answered time after time after time again. And Hunter, I kind of want to compare Guatemala to maybe what me and you would always talk about with Emote Down Mid in North American Faces, where they played their own style, and really it was just Cardi fan for the most part playing Doomfist or Wrecking Ball, but they played their own style and it really caused a lot of other teams problems. I think that's what you're seeing though from Glacier, because no one plays Rhine, no one plays Hog, but they're making it work, and it's something that is really, really tough to shut down. Again, we're only talking about this right now as we're still waiting for our second map of this series to get started. But I mean, you look over at Ecuador, I think they had a really good map. I think that DPS line was finding a lot. And I think really the Winston that came out for them has just been good. Winston's surprisingly been a hero that we've seen a lot throughout this Conference Cup that I don't think coming into it, you expect to see it a decent amount, but I don't think you expect to see the value that we've been getting from the Winston, especially as a lot of people are talking about Diva at the moment.
Yeah, you wouldn't think so. But again, we fall into that these certain regions, these teams, they have their own styles that they fall into. And they work. They work a lot of the time, and it's crazy that things have worked as much as they have. I don't know, again, with every tank being played this weekend, there's maybe a couple that I would say, like, oh yeah, they haven't really found, like, any real value. almost everything has. That Roadhog has found its value. Glacier showing that Orisa yesterday found some value as well. You talk about the Rhine. You talk about even like the ball a little bit, where opening doing as much as they can. Took a couple of really good maps on that ball as well for Panama. Everything finds its value, and it's a very big interpretation of like how diverse things are in this region and everything that they can do. But we'll see kind of how that keeps working forward, because we do run into some teams that have very similar styles. And while it hasn't happened a lot today, it did happen a bit yesterday where we run into those mirror comps where it's like, oh, we play the exact same thing. Uh-oh.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, it's mostly been those teams that are currently sitting towards the top of the bracket right now, or top of the standings. And I mean, you kind of expect that. A lot of those teams that are sitting at the top of the standings right now honestly have a lot of teammates that in face it, like they share a couple of big teams here. But looks like we're gonna be heading into our second map here momentarily for our series, Ecuador and Honduras. And Hunter, this has been a really popular map here for map number 2. We're gonna be heading to Runasapi on this push map, and coming out of the gate, looks like we're seeing Self come back in here now on the side of Honduras. Didn't see them that first map, which is a big surprise, because I think they were probably one of the more known players on this team. But on the other side, it looks like no big changes. And I mean, still, you're going to see Kirby play this Winston until I really think Honduras can prove that they can shut it down.
Yeah, no, 100%. So we'll see how things will adjust from here. But obviously, with Rigozo on the Zarya, it is quite the adjustment, because we're back to that Zarya vendetta that we just said 10 minutes ago. Oh, these regions don't tend to play it that much. Well, here we are. It's happening. And it's a good adjustment overall. We'll see how well it ends up working out, though, as that's a really aggressive jump in there from Kirby, who'd be lucky to get out of here alive, I think, and actually will be able to. Unfortunately, Zia is going to pay for it in blood as we start going back and forth. Self being down early makes things a little more difficult to kind of take that aggression, really take, you know, the fight forward. But Rigozo's doing a really good job of pelting down each person one at a time. Will be able to help take that fight win and put them in a good position. Kirby, yeah, just has to run for it.
And if you're Honduras, that's the exact start you need. You needed a good, fast start. And yeah, me and you talk about this map being a real, like, seesaw teeter-totter type of map where one team can get something going, the other team can get something going right back after that. But you want, if you're Honduras, you want to get off to a fast start here. You need to keep Lunar alive, as they've been playing a very aggressive, Kelly got to be able to find him, but like I was going to say, Lunar's been playing a very aggressive Kiriko, which can really be a benefit to some teams, sometimes, so it can cost you.
Oh, yes, it certainly can right now, and this aggression has not been stopped thus far, and Daniel's just a little too deep in right now. It's eventually going to get shut down, but you take the Sojourn trade, you kind of stay in this one, but as I say that, yeah, they're going to get burnt to shreds right there. Luna Sky back in the spawn as they'll take the reset, and more than likely, lead will have to be given up right here, but you're looking at ult economy, and at the very least, Sound Barrier is going to be online early for Benja.
Yeah, and for Honduras, that's going to be really big here, because you need to get something going right now, and you have the opportunity to really play fast here. I mean, you could use this beat early just to try to get your team into the fight fast. Like I said, there's really nothing on the other side you really truly have to worry about with it, because it will just go through anything. But Rag, they have been on fire so far this map.
100% they have. Doing a lot here, but still, gotta keep on trucking forward right now, as you see Self just eventually just gonna be secluded over into the room and taken care of from there. Rigozo maybe in the same exact condition right now. Prime Ridge is available right here. We've seen Kirby being willing to be very aggressive in the past with it. A Sound Barrier is used for it, but unfortunately it doesn't catch on to the people that were in danger. It doesn't end up mattering a whole lot anyway, as these ultimates ended up not doing a whole lot, but really killing time for both these teams. But Kirby going down puts them in a critical situation. This will be a fight win for Honduras. At least it should be. Rigozo gets hunted down. Things not quite as they appear, but Self is back to try to save the day.
Yeah, and I mean, they need to be able to clean up the rest of Ecuador right now. They need to get going back the other way, because this could be an opportunity to get the checkpoint, even though you don't have Rag with you. But you look at what Ecuador is coming up to here. It's good so much out from Lunar. You need to find the picks, but they're struggling to. They will find Zaya, though.
Yeah, and you're going to see 2 coming through for Self right there, as you're going to be able to regroup, and it's a 3v5 right now. Executioner Rush helps them make the room. You're trying to stall things out as much as you can. Yeah, you saw Kirby just hiding over on the inside right there. Maybe stalls it enough to get everybody back in time for a retouch to go in one more time here, and I think they're going to try it.
They're definitely going to try it here. I think it would almost be kind of dumb for them not to. There you go. Kirby gonna go in, but the grab coming out from Rag. You need to be able to clean up. Nice beat though from Karn.
Yeah, 100% right there. Rainy Day, good kill right there. Gets rid of a second, and that's gonna be the cleanup crew coming through right there. Honestly, I think I like the grab going on their aggression, but honestly, I may have liked pulling out slightly earlier to, at the very least, prevent that touch that came through from Kirby.
Yeah, but here's the other thing. I mean, you had to know whenever that grab was coming out, Karn was going to be right there with the beat. I think the only thing you would kind of like back right there would have been that overclock from Daniel, but at the same time, I understand why you use it. But now, Self is the only one with an ultimate wall. You look at Ecuador here in a really good spot. 3 ultimates, both their DPS ultimates, and especially this Kasuni Rush, which is going to make Rainy Day look almost unfair on this Vendetta if they're in it.
Oh, 100%. So we'll see as Lead close to being overtaken right now, and there's nothing really sitting by as you're going to have to give up. Yeah, you give up the checkpoint on top of that right now, and Rainy Day's going to try to cut through more bodies, and Daniel will go down as a result, and Honduras beginning to fall apart after a really good start.
A really good start, but there's still over half this map left to go right now. Benja Persona, I don't think is going to be able to escape here as Rainy Day, I believe, finds their 3rd or 4th of the fight. But I think if you're Ecuador, again, you had that ultimate advantage going into that fight. Self, yeah, they used their own Sundering Blade, didn't find anything. Rainy Day, they did. And look, Kelly Dud has overclock. Kirby going to have another Primal Rage here, and Karn, another beat. There's really only the beat on the other side from Benja Persona that can come online for Honduras right now. So this is a very important fight for Honduras. You need to win it dry, and hell, getting Kelly Dud ultimate out without finding anything would be huge, as they're already finding one.
Yeah, that they are, and Kelly's been going off this whole day so far, is hoping to continuously do so. Everyone from Honduras is going to fall apart once more. Daniel, last one on the point, will go down. This lead going to extend even further. Now you're going into this fight with the sound barrier. You're still at the Kitsune, well, not the Kitsune Rush, I should say. You're about to have the Primal Rage online, as Kitsune Rush is going to be available for Lunar Sky shortly.
And beat as well. You're gonna have those support options right now for Honduras, but you need to find something. This is now getting very, very scary for them. Rounding the final stretch into the home turn here is gonna be exactly what Ecuador is looking to do here. But Daniel finding Kelly is exactly what you needed here. I don't know if I like the investment of the Kitsune Rush though.
Yeah, because everyone's just out of there. You shouldn't be able to find anybody off the back of this right here. You would love to maybe get out the beat if possible right here, but you get the Primal Rage out, which honestly, in its own right's pretty big, as the beat gets used, and now they're kind of in its win at this point. It's going to be thrown directly back in their faces, and everyone's thrown into the corner, forced back further and further away from one another. Regozo trying to stay alive, bested their ability right here, but eventually resources going to run dry, and everyone is going to potentially be on the run as Daniel trying to pull this one back, which is not going to happen though.
It is not, and I mean, again, the consumers coming out there from Lunar, I understand why they're doing it, maybe trying to really get that fight going, try to win it quickly so that they can get going back the other way. The beat, I understand as well, but Karn, I think, I mean, the beat came out from them. I think it was a good usage of it, even though Rag is coming up to a grab. That's gonna be their win condition here for this next fight, as Rainy Day going right after Self.
Yep, doing their best to, trucking on forward as overclock used from Daniel to make a little bit more space in this engagement so far. Rainy Day does go down though, but to Benja, so now the door potentially opening to start bringing this one back around. You have that Graviton Surge again for Regozo, and unfortunately no beat available to stop it.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I mean, Rag now has his grab for free, and we did see a big comeback yesterday. Lunar finding Kelly Dud out is exactly what you need here if you're Honduras. Remember, they do not have these forward spawns. One more pick here might just guarantee you the forward spawns without really much of a contest from Ecuador, as you already see Rag going straight up. They're, I think, potentially thinking about the grab, and yeah, they just want to get rid of Kirby, which I think is smart, but they need to find them.
Yeah, that they will, and now forward spawns activated, and now you need to, oh my god! Crazy. Okay. If you get another here, that's massive. I don't think you will, but still, ooh. Wow.
I was going to say the tectonic shock was... Okay. Okay, Rainy is in the back line. You know, maybe one of the scariest characters in the game for this entire year. You just leave him in the back line, and they find 3.
Ay. At least they have forward spawns. You give them that, but man, you needed that momentum right there so badly.
And I mean, still 2 minutes on the clock. Honduras is not out of this map just yet, but you look over at the ultimate economy, they are kind of behind here. You need to get a fight to go your way while Ecuador uses some of their ultimates. And you're starting to see an early contest come out here. That's what you want. Say, I think they were going to look for the Kitsune Rush, but they get taken out early.
Yeah, and now this is gonna be worth to pull back from, but still you're throwing back and forth Kirby. I imagine they might go in this fight. In fact, you take the trade outs, you're back into a 2v2. Kirby still has all the health in the world. I think it's gonna be aggressive to take the 2v1 right here with that Primal Rage. And yeah, they're gonna go for it. They clear out Self. It's the one-on-one, and unfortunately, this is not a fight a Sojourn is gonna win right here as Daniel's trying to run for it. Such will not happen though. The final person standing is Kirby, as they're gonna win the fight, but it's not gonna help them push it back any further.
I give Daniel some credit for living so long right there. They probably should have died a little bit quicker. Forward spawns, though, now back in control here for Ecuador. A minute left on the clock, and still 2 ultimates, about to be 3 ready to go for them here. Honduras, they're going to have their Kitsune Rush overclock and maybe a beat ready to go this fight, but you really need to win this dry here. You need to hold on to these ultimates. Again, when we talk about Chile and Peru from yesterday, Chile held on to ultimates in this kind of situation, won a fight, and then just kept going the other way with those ultimates.
Yeah, right there on this fight. Seems done and dusted, but you're going to see right now, Tia's just going to go over towards the bot and just keep pushing it. Gets the kill over onto Daniel, by the way. This fight could potentially be turning on its head, but we're back into the 3v3 as it's going to head back the other way. But now with 35 seconds left, it has to be utter perfection from Honduras to keep their chances alive.
Suzu out there early from Lunar again. If you could find Kelly, that would have been huge. But remember, 4 spawns back in control here for Ecuador. They're going to be really quick back into this fight as Lunar now playing for their life.
Yeah, no, Sound Barrier has to be used here, and now you're going to see it be held onto for a moment here. In the immediate response back, coming through, it's down to Daniel. The potential clutch this one back around hasn't done such quite yet, and it's going to be pushed back even further. Self going to have that tectonic shock ready to go, but Daniel is down early, and now they take the fight to the point. There's nowhere left to hide here as Kirby at least going to try to duck and bomb and weave as much as you possibly can, try to get some care going on as the lane directly over onto Benja. And unfortunately for Honduras, this one is done and dusted. Ecuador are going to take it in 2-0 fashion. They'll keep their chances alive.
Yeah, big win here for Ecuador. I believe now this is 2 straight wins for them here. They've been working really good in this second day. And like you said, keeping their chances alive, Honduras. Again, I think we're still going to say I think they have a chance, especially if a couple teams just get chaotic, which we have seen in this region before, so I'm not counting it out. And they had moments. They had their moments. They got off to such a good start. They got off to a fast start. Like I said, they really needed. But one thing I did mention, this is one of those maps where you see kind of go back and forth, a little bit of a seesaw. Ecuador, I think, has played a lot smarter of a map right there. I think Kirby, again, on this Winston, has been such a big problem for anyone that's gone up against him. Even in the games that Ecuador has lost, Kirby has always been one of those standout players that we have talked about.
Yeah, no, 100%. And they didn't have as much luck in that first day, but still, they fall. I think they fall into the camp of somebody like a Glacier, someone who loves to be aggressive, to take fights first. And I think it really showed up in a time where, honestly, it desperately needed to show up. So it's a really good performance by them. We'll see how it aids them kind of going forward with the rest of the week. Because obviously, like we said, I think they've had a lot of their tough games early. And maybe it puts them in a position. You never know. I mean, there's still 2 undefeated teams, which does kind of put things in a weird situation. But you never know what can happen right now with so many games still remaining.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, especially with our next one. I mean, you have Costa Rica and Panama, which will be the next team we cover here on this channel. Those are 2 teams, especially if you're Costa Rica. I don't think anyone really expected to see Costa Rica maybe as far down as they are. Get the start they got here, where I'm looking at the most recent standings page on Liquipedia, where it says they're 1-3, which I think coming into this tournament, a lot of people had them as a guaranteed lock to maybe be in those top 3 spots. As I think it's kind of funny that the Observer forgot to swap scenes right now.
Yeah, that is a little funny. I'm sure the realization will kick in.
Yeah, but again, I mean, this is a Panama team that I think, even though they haven't got the results they've been looking for this tournament or these conference cups, I think they still have a decent amount of good players on it. They just need to have, I think, one series kind of go the way. And surprisingly, it might be against Costa Rica, as Costa Rica, like I said, I think a team that a lot of people had a lot of high hopes for coming into this just has kind of struggled for the most part throughout this entire one. Granted, they did play some tough opponents to start out, but you really were thinking that, okay, they're at least going to be able to win a couple of those ones there.
You would have hoped, Bo. It's a little unfortunate, all things considered. But man, again, you didn't know what to fully expect going into this weekend. You could have ideas, but a couple of those ideas have really kind of just been thrown out the window in a lot of senses right here. So we'll see how things proceed forward right now. We're still going to be waiting on this next game to proceed forward. As you said before, it is going to be the Costa Rica-Panama The other game that's going on does not affect it though, so I imagine by the top of the hour we'll be there. But we can put on the other game for now because we are almost certainly gonna be waiting a hot minute for the other one to start. Where are you at before I send it over? I'm curious about that.
1:45. 4.
I'm at like 2 minutes.
3. Oh, okay. So I'm way ahead of you. Just times 2 speed, and just tell me when you get to 125.
Well, the problem is that the OBS is added as well, and I can't change that. So
well, I'll pause here in a moment, but I'll just say this: Puerto Rico got a really good round in their first attack rounds. They attacked first, 2 minutes on the time bank as a completion. Peru right now kind of struggling on their attack, getting stuck in the hangar. As me and you have kind of said, especially me, this is a really hard point to push through here. I'll pause and you tell me when you get to 110.
Yeah, you got it, buddy. This is gonna be a hot minute. I'm gonna give it a but we're gonna figure it out right here. I'll talk about it as it goes on, and I'll let you know right on the dot. There. But Talisman does have that pulse bomb ready to go. We've seen a lot of back and forth from them today, but definitely has had some good moments. And 110. And as we talk about that, great stick over on Deki is going to be able to help them kind of just stabilize once more. Things are still a little bit chaotic right now as Puggo, we saw before, has had themselves a really good day. Is trying to hang around, and with Arsona knocked out of the mech, I think this is prime territory for them to potentially lock this win in, but Stings are still really chaotic with Machicken back over on the Bastion.
I think the Bastion is actually a really good pick. He swapped to the Doomfist. Peru already kind of looking like they're in that desperation moment at this point, but Persona going to be able to find McChicken, and I think you're almost going to be able to guarantee the second point just off that one pick as you're starting to see the cleanup come up now for Peru.
Oh, 100%. Do you know who won the first map? Because I did not check.
Peru.
Okay, I thought so, but wanted to make sure.
Peru won it. It was a very close 0.3, 99 to 97, or 100 to 97 there. But right now, you already see the time bank. Peru's going to have, if they complete the map, a lesser time bank. So they will definitely be attacking second or first no matter what here. If you're Puerto Rico, though, I mean, you have the stuff coming online to really slow them down. But Peru, they need to get going here, and they need to get going fast.
100% they do. So we'll see what ends up happening right here. Pulse Bomb is available for Puggo and Persona. Now with that Dragon ready to go, which in this situation can only find so much value, but you know, to be fair, you never know what you're gonna find once you get in there. But the bright side is that cart has been still continuously pushing forward. Only now is it really getting contention as the Dragon's thrown out. Doesn't really cause any separation, as Persona could not be more in the back line right now, as they've been tossed way out back there. Hanging around though, as they're just trying to find some elimination, but in another situation, Dexpert, everyone's refusing to go down.
Yeah, and I mean, right now I think it's kind of working out a little bit for Peru. You're getting ultimates out from the other side, even though you didn't already invest 2, but you're coming up to 2, 3 ultimates. Same thing's going to be said here for Costa Rica. I mean, Puerto Rico, my bad.
Yeah, such is life right there, but Sound Bear going to be ready for both sides right here, but Isar goes down early, and now big door opening up here with 30 seconds left. Yeah, this is a bit of a rough situation as... How did my thing... Oh my god.
Oh, he falls. That's crushing for Peru, especially with the Panopticon ready to go. You might just see them swap away from that just to make sure they get out to the point here. But you look over at Puerto Rico. Bomb, beat, pulse bomb. You're going to have an override protocol here coming up. They are in a really, really good spot to make sure they at least force this to a map number 3. Did your stream, like, pause?
Yeah, it jumped. No, it jumped forward. The OBS one did. So,
overtime. I don't want to. Though.
Yeah, I can't really count you down anymore because it's already well into the thing. But the map's over. I can tell you that.
Oh.
Puerto Rico wins the map.
I'm just gonna hit live and we'll figure it out later.
Yeah,
Puerto Rico wins the map, keeping that series alive for them. Like I said, going to a map 3 now, and really we expected this series to go 3 considering how these two teams have been playing. Already both with a loss here. You don't want to have 2 losses on your record right now because you're going to go into the last day, probably still have to play one of those other really good teams, knowing that you have to win.
Yeah, you absolutely have to. So it's going to be weird going forward and seeing how that's going to go. Because these are 2 teams that definitely have been in plenty of people's top 3s. Many of them, for that matter. So, yeah, either one being in that situation is going to be strange to see. But, like, you look and see, it's like, oh, like, what are the tough games they still have left? Like, who do you still have to go against right here? And there is, like, that Peru that, remember, at the end of the day, they have to go up against Guatemala. who at this point, Guatemala has not been stopped by anybody. Their armor has certainly been shipped, but they haven't been stopped yet. Peru still have a couple of other games, like obviously going on tomorrow. I'm trying to see the biggest one that probably comes to mind here, but honestly,
tomorrow the biggest one for Peru is probably that their second to last game of the day, or hell, even their final game. I mean, Peru ends with Costa Rica and Argentina, who are definitely still gonna be how some series end up for them, be fighting for spots in those qualifying spots.
Yeah, they 100% are. It's gonna be fascinating to see. As I don't know, it's crazy. It's weird that like there's no one except for like maybe one team that I feel like they I don't know if they're gonna be able to get that top 3. It's a really weird situation right now. But to be fair, it's kind of how we wanted it, I would say. That we want that uncertainty of like anything could still happen. And I think anything can definitely still happen. And I think this game coming up here, as you brought up, is a really big dictation as to how the rest of this weekend could shake up. Especially with today, with the fact that while this is the last game for Puerto Rico, it's not the last one for Peru. And if they don't win this one, that's going to be an excellent final game with Guatemala.
Yeah, and here's the thing for Peru, if they lose this one here, it makes every other game a must win at this point. If they win this game against Puerto Rico, it still makes every game a must win, but you can afford to have a loss. I really think that is the case, especially like what we said. Peru's final 2 games are against Costa Rica and Argentina. Argentina looks like they're figuring or getting their footing here again today. Did they beat Costa Rica right at 4?
I think they did, yeah.
I mean, let me see if I can find.
Yeah, because Costa Rica still only won the one game, which again, we talked a little bit about it, but it's so strange, you know?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out if they won. Let me see here. Yeah, they beat Costa Rica 2-0.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like I said, there have been some games that I didn't expect to go the way they did, and now they have, and it's like, oh my god.
Yeah, I think right now you're seeing this Argentinian team maybe start to perform like how a lot of people thought they would perform. Had a rough first game against Puerto Rico. Against Puerto Rico, but they've bounced back. I mean, winning 2 in a row now. They still have 2 more games to end the night, especially against Guatemala. If they can win that one there, I think it starts to show you maybe they're the top 3 team that everyone thought. And then they play Chile to end the night. I think that will be a very big one for both those teams. If you see Argentina go into that one with 1 loss, hell, it'll be a much bigger game if they go into that one with 2 losses, because Chile looking to end the night or end night 2 undefeated, and that would put them in a really, really favorable spot going into the final day where they only have 3 games, then they would be 5-0.
Yeah, it's very strange that there's starting to become a very real possibility that there's 2 teams going undefeated into the 3rd day. It's a very weird possibility, but it is, at this point, it would be absolutely nuts. And that adds so much weight to that game that would take place between those teams, which unfortunately is at a time that kind of doesn't benefit either one of us. But it's still an amazing game that we have to see go down. But obviously, we're still focused on what's on here before us right now. Again, we're waiting on Peru versus Puerto Rico to come to an end. The next game we're going to be covering, though, that is on this list right now. You brought it up, that Costa Rica versus Panama. For Costa Rica, obviously, must-win situation for them here. They're in the same position that Ecuador and Honduras were just in. It's just the same exact thing is going to apply.
Yeah, and I mean, right now, Costa Rica, again, I think that we talked about, there's a lot of, I think, high hopes for this team, and they just haven't really been shown yet. I mean, it's a surprising thing. I mean, they looked really good, and Hunter, me and you covered them. They had the most show matches of any team, I felt like, of any of the teams in this Conference Cup, and they were always constantly coming out on top. It's a weird thing to be seeing them, I think, now being kind of beaten here like they have been. But I think at the same time, you've had all these show matches. You've also just been giving every team that's playing in this Conference Cup so much just film on you. I think that's one thing you're really starting to figure out right now if you're Costa Rica, is that, yeah, you are getting a lot of good practice in, but you're also giving a lot of good information to all these other teams.
Yeah, 100% you are, because remember, with the fact that pretty much every single game is being shown, you do have the information out there. You know what people are running. And as the weekend goes on further, that information is going to become more and more pertinent for everybody, especially teams that tend to generate towards one specific composition. Now, even if you know what they're going to run, it doesn't necessarily mean that you can stop it, obviously. But it still opens up the door massively to have that counterplay, to be able to be like, okay, we know what we're expecting. This is how we're going to proceed onward. But we'll see how much it really affects things right now, because there have been teams that have been able to see what, you know, Chile and Guatemala have been able to do, and thus far, no one's been able to properly stop it.
I think Guatemala is going to have a really tough opponent in their next one with Argentina. Like I said, Argentina seems to be righting the ship. They seem to be getting everything back in a line here. And I think you're starting to see that team play with confidence, which is, I think, granted, they only played one game yesterday, and yeah, it was a 2-0 loss for them. But I think they had a very favorable start to the day, even though this is the day where we talked about, like, hey, it's their gauntlet. They play 4 games a day, and they're both back to back. They're not 4 in a row. You played at 3, you played at 4, and then you play at 7 and 8. But back to back against teams that are really, really good. And hell, their last 2 games of the day are the last 2 undefeated teams as well, which is something I don't think you would ever really expect to see, but you're seeing it from them. So if they get 1 win, or hell, if they get 2 wins, I think you talk about Argentina again, like how everyone was kind of ranking them before coming in to these conference cups here. But Hunter, looks like we can swap back over to Puerto Rico and Peru right now. I'll keep an eye on our other series in case that one starts early, but I will have the other one up as well. But it looks like it's going to be Atlas, which has been a favorable map for a lot of the teams here. Remember, New Junk City not in the map pool. Cervas is still there, but we normally seen Guatemala bring teams here because, hey, it's worked very good for their Rhine comp. But now you see Peru bringing us here instead.
Yeah, it'd be really fascinating to see right now, especially as this will be fascinating. Arsona coming out potentially over on the Ramatra, which we have seen a little bit. I'm pretty sure we saw Arsona on Ramatra, if I'm not mistaken, yesterday at some point. One of the only people that really has touched the Ramatra. So we'll see how it goes, because into the Zarya, it can definitely be effective.
Yeah, and I mean, they talked about it a little bit. This Ramatra's quietly gotten small buffs here and there over these last couple months, and it's almost put Ramatra back into a really good spot. And Arsona has been loving that Ramatra is back into maybe the fold here, especially going up against a Zarya. I always talk about when Zarya first got big in the meta, Ramatra was the tank you really saw come out to try to counter them out as Persona. Almost getting rid of Chain there.
Yeah, 100%. Now, you're just hoping to find that early Elam like that, and Chain still ends up going down. He's going to keep on trucking on forward, and that is going to be the shutdown once more. Peru going to take this first fight away, trying to find some late casualties, but everyone else should be able to get out spick and span.
And here in that first fight, you saw Personas kind of have their own off angle there. No one really contesting. You cannot allow that. AMER is so strong at the moment right now, especially with the grenades and the upgrade or the buff damage they got, which is headshots. Very, very scary. Already Arsona very low. Nemesis form is gone, but they're kind of off on their own right now. Both teams still playing on the high ground, just on opposite sides of the point.
Yeah. Trying to find something here to kind of break through. Put somebody on this point, hopefully. As you see, eventually Puggo just got to drop down, play a little bit safe. We could potentially see the free flip come through here right now, as eventually you see the drop from Arsona, taking advantage of the blood in the water, will eventually find it in key, just not getting out of here with this charge intact.
Tell me when you're at 13%.
Now.
Okay. And I mean, you're seeing just Puerto Rico clean up. We expect to see this a lot on this map, a lot of back and forth. Hunter, I would expect to go all 5 points, really. If it goes anything quicker than that, then one team really figured out something early on. But you look over at Arsona, they have this Annihilation, Pulse Bomb ready as well. Yes, Kitsune Rush. I mean, Puerto Rico's in a really good spot right now, while Ishtar dying early in these first 2 engagements really puts them behind with their beat. Key not really finding that much damage in any of these fights as well. No grab as here. So you're really looking at Puggo and Persona to maybe find something here early on, but Puerto Rico could have really everything at their disposal here to win this fight, and most definitely this point if it goes their way.
No, 110%. You're just kind of hoping for to have that opportunity right now, as Kitsune Rush is going to get this fight going for Fix. Immediate defensive position going to be given for Chain and the rest of this Puerto Rico squad. But still, we're waiting on that first alien to come through. Big Crab should be able to revive such a thing, as Arsoni's going to pop that off to try to live through it. Unfortunately, doesn't work. And now they're going to be cleared out here. Michigan and Talisman, though, haven't given up on this fight quite yet. Everything in the kitchen sink has been thrown at them right here, as they're trying to find a flip over right now. Zorsona's going to come back on the Doom, because I think they can get back here in time and make this potentially winnable, as Puggo is just trying their darndest to force them out.
Eventually, Peru will control the point. You do see Arsona come back on this Doom, but every ultimate that was ready for either team out, and Puggo gonna be the first one to fall. However, you trade out Smacks. I think if you're Peru, you take that trade, but you cannot afford to lose Fix.
Yeah, and unfortunately, February is down just as quickly right there. It's Key and Persona still hanging about right now. Couldn't get that bubble out there in time, and unfortunately, Key's demise feels like it should be imminent. The question is, will anybody able to get back in time to help things? And it looks like it will be fixed there just in the nick of time to keep Key alive. But could this be a temporary thing? And as you see Key fighting back, gets rid of smacks. Arsona's still back over on the Doom. Extremely scrappy for our very first point here. But with Arsona going down, should be the beginning of the end coming through as Pugo cleaning up body after body. And that will do it right there. That was an excellent comeback for both teams, but Peru will clean things up.
Talisman had Pulse Bomb ready to go, and I thought they were just waiting for the opportunity there to stick it on the Key, stick it onto Fix, and especially when Fix used that Suzu right there on themselves, I thought, oh, here it comes. This is going to be the turnaround there for Puerto Rico. And you see how important these teams are taking these fights. I mean, if you're either one of those teams, you could have just said, okay, hey, we're just going to play for next point here at 99%, but no, they went after it. They want to have the advantage, and now Peru has the advantage, and they have a Consumer Rush coming up here, but again, Talisman does have that Pulse Bomb, and they've been very, very good in the past, as you already see him here, waiting and lurking in the shadows, waiting for their next victim.
Yeah, it's going to be a quick process for to get up here and make it happen right here. But everyone already knows, as Pugo kind of just has to hang around there, and I think might be a recipient here momentarily. Just will be hunted down in natural fashion, and now, without Pugo, all that big damage, without a potential Death Blossom to have to worry about, this is a great opening for Puerto Rico to get in here to try to make the second point their own, but it has yet to properly swing to either side right now. So the longer this goes, the better opportunity you could have as Persona's going to go ahead and lift over at Protocol, ready to go. Lots of bodies thrown in right there, and it is going to be clearing out the house right here. That's an Ajax.
Oh, that's back-breaking. Pulse Bomb coming out from everything's just back-breaking from that fight right there for Puerto Rico. I mean, you could have really just, I think in one of those moments right there, you could have said, okay, hey, let's let them use their ultimates, come back in. We're going to have a lot more ultimates in them. Now, though, you still have the Annihilation. Yeah, you had the Consumer Rush. You're in a good spot, but Pugo, Death Blossom ready to go. Uber Eats or Ishtar should have their beat here. Oh, the grenade almost taking care of Chain. Key almost able to find them out as well. I think if you're Peru now, you're starting to feel it here, but Pugo gets that one bubble, going to be able to escape with their life here, but you can see they are looking for this Blossom.
Oh, you want it so badly right now, and Chain is going to hold on to that boop as long as possible right here. It's in the middle of nowhere, unfortunately. It's just going to get blocked out. Will survive, though, and force out a lot of resources in the process, trying to run down, find somebody here. Smack's so close to going down, will be able to stay alive. And in fact, it's Ishtar you lose out on now. Arsona again pumps the Annihilation to try to live, does so unsuccessfully.
And I imagine it's going to be another Doomfist swap for them almost immediately here. Knowing that the Annihilation's gone, they're going to have to come back out on something fast. But no, looks like they're going to stick with the Ramatra. And I wonder if we're just going to see them kind of fall back here. They don't have any ultimates. Granted, Peru has no ultimates as well. Talisman at least going to get touch here to force in overtime. But you need a pick here early if you're Puerto Rico. But Chain falling is the worst case scenario, I think.
Yeah, no beat alive. You can't even realistically retouch it without just dying one at a time anyway, and that will be that map point here for Peru, and at that ideology match point as well. And they're set up so beautifully for this, as well as Arsona swaps again, goes to the hazard.
And I think with especially how Key's been playing, you need to get off the Ramatra. Yeah, or Arsona's been able to apply a lot of pressure, but you've seen it. Pugo's not afraid to go in. Key's not afraid to go in, especially when that Nemesis form comes out. You want to go over something like this hazard, a little bit of a better block, and you have a little more speed, a little bit more movement abilities on them. And also just Wall. Wall's always strong on any hero that has it. Considering us though ready here for Peru. And actually a lot of stuff coming online for Peru here.
No. Yeah, and unfortunately, you would have had that ready to go, but you get taken out instead. And now Talisman opens up the door big time. We may have the initial flip here for Peru, but they're going to invest in this fight. Grav, unfortunately, doesn't find anybody, but I think realistically, you're sitting pretty right now. If you are Puerto Rico, we'll be able to clean up the fight. Persona back in the spawn. This will take the reset, 21% on the board. I don't know how to feel about that fight, though.
I think if you're Peru, you're okay with it. You have this 2-point lead, and granted, yeah, you don't want to give up any momentum to Puerto Rico, but you got outbeat. And you look over now, Persona has this override protocol. Pugo not that far away from a Death Blossom. The overclock though coming out from Big Chicken. They can find one! Oh, that makes this fight dead and over as they now find Ishtar. Find Fix as well! Go off, man!
Give him the fourth! Give him the fourth! Oh!
Right-click the ground.
Yeah, it eventually does it. But man, that's such a long fight, and that staggered things out massively.
And look, one ultimate used there for Puerto Rico. Pulse Bomb, not that far away from a downpour. You still look over at Peru, who I said, hey, they're coming up to a lot of good ultimates. Really nothing. I mean, Puggo's still about half a fight away. Uber Eats or Ishtar's half a fight away. And you don't have a grab for a while. Chain's going to have this beat ready to go, and they could really use it aggressively here as well. But this is going to be the final engagement here from Peru this point. Override Protocol to get out first, but you can find Arsona. Who's going to be the touch?
Well, you're going to get one within Puggo right now, who's just eventually going to get some care right now. You're on the corner, need to get it one more time.
Touch.
Literally, barely gets it. I don't know if it's going to matter, though, as Arsona's going to start clearing out some bodies. Already has gotten rid of 2, and all he can do is just go and die on the point. Right side of that situation. Okay, what's up?
No, I was going to say, I mean, he's stalling out that point for as long as it could. It's actually not the worst case scenario for them. It allows them to build up a little bit more charge, but I think Puerto Rico almost recognized it right away. They had to kill Key fast there. Again, though, you got rid of downpour on the other side. Same thing with the Consumer Rush. So you now put yourself in almost a little bit of an even ult economy. You're going to have the grab here, but Chain has that beat. I mean, you could really have Puggo try to go in first here, use this Death Blossom to force out the beat so that Key's grab finds the value, but I think Chain is a smart enough Lucio player to know not necessarily to do that unless you think it's going to guarantee you a huge fight win.
No, absolutely. As by Puggo,
Oh.
good knowing you, Arsona just dropping in. And unfortunately, that just makes us really unwinnable, honestly. Everyone else just got to get out alive. He getting out alive with all that charge, though, is going to be really important, especially with the Graviton Surge ready for this engagement.
You're going to have 4 ultimates going online right now if you're Peru, and you need to get something going back faster because I think you're starting to lose the momentum as it really does seem like Puerto Rico has figured out how to shut down Key on this Zarya. This hazard swap has worked wonders for them.
Yeah, but still, if McChicken again has gotten rid of 1. They solo grab Talisman, by the way. They're still in the 4v4, and now McChicken, who's gotten rid of a 2nd already, loses out on that overhead, but gets a 3rd now. He's just hoping clear out. Chop gets the 4th right here. And it's along the way. They're going to stagger a little bit longer, as eventually they're going to get cleared out. Arsona, though, does take it away.
And right now, if you're Peru, you kind of have to be like sweating a little bit. I think with the swaps we've seen here from Puerto Rico, they have been working. Key now, no more Zarya, over to the Queen instead. Is that gonna be the thing that turns the tides here for Peru? Because they've lost all the momentum, and hell, they don't have a lot of ultimates to play with here. They could try to get a last-second touch here. They do have a beat and that Death Blossom, but you look at the other side, they're gonna have 3 coming up here very quickly as well.
Yep, good night there over onto Arsona to push them back. You still going to have yourself big time coming up right here as Flip comes through. Arsona down kind of early here, but at the same time, everyone else just immediately recognizes it, gets out, takes the reset.
Yeah, you got rid of beat, and you got rid of a Kitsune Rush there for Peru. The only thing they're going to have very quickly here in this next engagement is going to be Death Blossom and the Override Protocol, which you can really easily just kind of avoid here. And honestly, Arsona can kind of just throw themselves at the Death Blossom and I think take out Puggo here. Talisman, Pulse Bomb ready to go as well. 1 stick is all they need here to really turn the tides, and the Kitsune Rush is out, and so is Key!
Oh no, and now it's risky throwing anything into this right now, and Puggo, yeah, is going to think better, and now this is going to go all 5 indeed. As the reset comes through, and Puerto Rico looking good. I pray to God that we can just see how this ends, because this has been an insane map.
Back and forth and back and forth. This is what we thought this series would be from the get-go, and I imagine people who have been covering it the entire time as well have been really showing that off here. Arsona, Talisman, McChicken, Chain gonna have ultimates here for Puerto Rico, so they're in a good spot just to get set up, but you already see Peru here on this point first, trying to hold their ground as Arsona goes straight after Key.
Yeah, and Arsona is getting a lot of care right now, and you're going to see the double ult using Key, just nothing you can do there. Pulse Bomb's going to miss out. Plenty of room has been taken away as Big Chicken trying to find a little bit more, finds the headshot over onto Persona, and is going to make this fight their own, and still kind of on the chase.
Yeah, I mean, they want to clean this up here. They invested 3 ultimates, only found 2 picks off them. You can see Peru come back in very quickly here. Puggo, though, at this moment right now, this Reaper, I don't think it's been finding the value you've been really hoping that it would here. Override Protocol coming out there from Persona. They need to get 1 with this. They desperately need 1.
Yeah, and you're trying to get the flip at the very least, but you have the retouch that comes through right there. Pogo's in a bit of a weird spot right now, and they're going to be able to sustain a little while longer here. Beat's going to be used to keep it going, but Chicken No does go down. You trade things out, and now it is potentially down to Ishtar or Fix to invest in this fight as you're in the 4v3. Arsona is still up massively, though, and you're not going to have the sound barrier in time maybe to keep them up, but King's going to let it loose on the two most valuable targets as Arsona in the rough territory, and Smack sees the writing on the wall, 60% on the board. It is a big investment, but unfortunately, it was a much-needed one.
Big investment by both teams, honestly. Yeah, you do see Talisman, Arsona, and Smacks 60% to their ultimates or better here. But right now, if you're Peru, you have both these support ultimates. You really need to play around these. You really need to use them one at a time here. If you invest both of them, I think you're only playing into Puerto Rico's hands. Pugo, another hero right now, another player for Peru that needs to find something. Here comes the Kitsune Rush. You need to win this fight here right now, and getting rid of Arsona would be huge.
Yeah, but they force somebody back to the point. They split everybody up. And now you're going to this, you're going to have that beat, but that's all you've got right here. So you can't afford to lose anybody early on, or else you are set up for potential failure right here. Arsona is going to have that down ready to go, is going to go for the solo over onto Key. You're going to have Pulse Bomb come out over onto Key, who's somehow still standing, is getting bursted down eventually, though. And this point needs to be staggered out for as long as possible to set up for one more potential fight as, yeah, Bina comes through, everybody recognized the situation at hand, dies on the point, and now this next fight should dictate the winner of the series.
Final fight coming up here. Chain really the only one that's gonna have an ultimate here early. Pugo though, Death Blossom, they've been struggling. They get off of it. They get off it, give up 80% to a Death Blossom, going over to a Tracer instead. This could be huge, not only for just this map, but for the entirety of the Conference Cups here for Peru. This is a game that they really need to win, but same thing could be said for Puerto Rico.
Yeah, you're going to see the last second touch come through there. Pugo helping set it up. Beat online, and Shade's going to get it out. The aggression comes in, and Pugo's down early. Persona's pushed back, and poor Peru is going to throw the buttons on the point, and it's merciless domination coming through at the very end. Puerto Rico will take it in as close of a fashion as it could have been. They reverse sweep the map. Oh my God.
Puerto Rico puts themselves now probably in that third spot, considering there's still two undefeated teams left. But you have to remember that Guatemala still does play both Argentina and Chile tonight. Those could be really tough games, especially as Argentina's look like they're bouncing back here today, and Chile again, Chile plays Argentina. Peru does have one more game against Guatemala, and now that game against Guatemala for Peru becomes a very, very important game for them. However, Hunter, I think we could look a little bit further ahead now to the final games of this entire thing tomorrow at 8 p.m. our time. If everything potentially plays out how it could, I could really see that Argentina-Peru game maybe being a decider, but you need to see Argentina essentially win out.
Yeah, and that's not going to be an easy act whatsoever, especially with a couple of teams they still have left on their schedule. Again, they've played some really tough ones already, but the toughness isn't over quite yet. They still have quite a bit more that they have to deal with. So definitely some really tough affairs coming up for them, but they got to find a way to pull it out. There is no room left for error realistically. You got to find a way to be able to break through and take those big wins. And of course, that big win later against Guatemala is something they literally need now. That's no longer, if they lose that, they're in a bad spot. They're already not in a great spot now because of that right there. So now you need to pull that one away, beat one of the undefeated squads, and essentially, I don't know what you need to do to beat Guatemala, because I don't know if it's a situation. I don't think you can beat them at their own game. I think you need to find a style that just completely shuts them down. And there have been teams that have been able to find solutions like Ecuador, but the solutions have been bans, not necessarily comps.
Yeah, and that's been one big thing here. But I believe, like, here's the thing. I have a lot of faith in Redder and the players on that Peru team to be able to bounce back. They will have a chance to bounce back tonight. But like we said, it is against Guatemala, who, again, does play a back-to-back to end off their night as they play Argentina coming up in a mere matter of minutes. And then they play Guatemala. Then they play Peru to end the night here. But again, big, I think that's a big shift there. And this is gonna be a big shift no matter what for just the standings of this one, as you will now see Peru fall out of the top 3, maybe even out of the top 5 with that loss. But again, probably sitting just at 5th, maybe 6th. And I don't think you can really look into it that much. I still have one more game today, as we mentioned. But right now, 7 o'clock hour, second to last games of the day, or second to last block of the day. A stream, someone else will be broadcasting that one of Argentina and Guatemala. That is a really big game for both those teams, probably a little bit more for Argentina. Guatemala, though, I think this is really going to be a good test for them here because, again, you look at the teams they've played, they've been able, they've won, I believe, one series in 2-0 fashion. I think every other series outside of that, everyone's been able to take a map off them. That's the shakiness that I have with this Guatemalan team, is that every other team that they've been, it's kind of down towards the bottom of the standings. But still, I think if you're Guatemala, you have this momentum, so there's really nothing you could scoff at there. The game will be covering, though, Costa Rica and Panama. A really big game for both these teams, especially if you're looking over at Costa Rica, who want to try to keep their name in that conversation for maybe that third spot. But essentially, they have to win out now if they want to do that.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult journey to be able to do so, but obviously not impossible to pull that off. So we'll see how things end up going for them as we kind of go through the rest of the season. Remember, only 2 more sets of matches to go for the night. We kind of talked through them already. Obviously, as you can see below with everything set up, Panama is going to take on Costa Rica. You said that H-stream with the Argentina and Guatemala match, which is pretty important. Argentina does go back-to-back on the H-stream, though. They finish off theirs against the undefeated Chile. That's going to be a big battle for them to need to overcome. But of course, we're talking about battles. That Guatemala-Peru game we have alluded to so much. That is our last coverage of the night after this one right here. Everything from here on is so incredibly important right here because Costa Rica, again, in the same situation where this is such a must-win for them.
Yeah, and hey, we're going in. We are going in. We are
Let's go.
on it. This is fast. Hey, it worked out. Technically, this game's starting maybe a little bit late, but because the other one went so long, it works out for us here now. And again, for everyone who's asking in chat, we are covering Panama and Costa Rica. Argentina and Guatemala will be being covered by other streamers. I imagine we're going to either throw you guys over towards the way of Joker's Ransom or Ma Neva. I believe they've been focusing on the A stream today. But coming out of the gate is we're starting to see the Diva a little bit more, and these are the 2 teams I would really expect to see them from, because Panama, no matter what, even though they've been struggling so far in the Conference Cups, they do like to play the meta comps, and they have been good at them in the past. However, you look over at Costa Rica, those are some really, really good players, and they might have not gotten that recognition maybe in NA face it, but South American face it, yeah, they get that recognition. They are some of the best players in South American face it. Coqueron, though, running for their life here already.
Yeah, absolutely have to right here as waiting for that point to be able to open up to kind of take some aggression once. Well, Coqueron, I think, who has been, despite how things have gone, has been a little bit of a surprise for the team as well. We'll see how things end up going right here as they're going to start pushing on forward. Point open up. You're seeing actually got down early. This is the potential big opening coming through to get things started here for Panama. They're going to start trucking on forward. Rough situation as Benji would kind of have to run for as the rest of the team falls apart in Panama. Off to a good start as they may lose one early, but they come back and take that fight.
Are you at 2% right now as well?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so we're synced. Good. And again, if you're Panama, this is what you want. Like we said, Panama, the fact they haven't won a game yet is kind of a little bit of a surprise. I thought this team had the chance to maybe be a little bit of a big surprise, maybe have themselves in that fight for that third spot going into the final day, but just unfortunate kind of plays coming out for them so far. And this is a good start, especially against a good team in Costa Rica, who, again, I think a lot of people coming in this tournament maybe had them as the 1 or the 2 best team in their power ranking, which I think at this point, Hunter, power rankings on that first day, I think a lot of people were dead wrong about a lot of the teams.
I think so too. I think there's a lot to learn from power rankings and why we just shouldn't do them. But this fight is still continuing on. Right now, Artorias has the remake available in case they do fall out, but at this stage of the game, I don't know how worth it that would be. You're into the 3v5 right here, and Cuba's gonna pull out. That seems very unnecessary.
Coqueron's gonna get back in the mech. I mean, Panama won that fight straight up without their diva. And look at them. I mean, yeah, they invested in the consumer rush, but they're going to have everything else. And Artorias, they used the bomb. Actually, no, I think they used the bomb that fight. Yeah. I mean, this is the best start for Panama that you could have asked. Speed boost now invested in the beat. They want to play aggressive. I love this coming out from them.
Wait, Ajax! Oh, no, he got put in midair. No, Benji.
No, there's no way because there's no way he'd already be up. Oh wait, no, I forget he's that subclass.
Yeah, he got sliced in midair.
That is rough.
Oh my god.
Kind of fix the score.
Did I? What?
You have it as 1-0. But at the moment, Wed now investing early here with the Consumer Rush. Kale, though, going to respond right back with the Override Protocol. And Panama already losing Kokobo. They're just going to fall out here. They're going to give the point back over. Goodbye. Oh, my goodness. I don't think I've ever seen someone get thrown that far off this map.
Incredibly far off. You can hit it the right way, you can just be sent flying. But yeah, that fight over quickly. 77% though, and with everything that's happened, you gotta be feeling good right now if you're Panama. Override Protocol gonna be used to help you get through a little bit faster as Pulse Bomb thrown out. Doesn't find a stick though, and you're hoping to find some targets. You're definitely getting some low. You shoot it with the 3. Oh my god!
Oh my goodness! And Panama back in control of the point. Artorias just going to be staggered out here now. Or no, Kokobo just going to take care of them there. But Panama, oh my goodness, Tiger, what was that? Normally we would say they have families, but hell, they have friends. They have co-workers out there. And now Panama, or Costa Rica, with nothing in their back pockets here, has to make a dash for the point.
In a dash, they will indeed make Kokoron put themselves in a really rough situation, though. Needs to try to chuck this bomb out. Isn't able to do so. Needs to live. It's so critical that they will be able to do. Tiger and Takeda both in really rough situations. One sent back to the spawn room. The other clinging on to dear life as Bimbos has the sound barrier. He is going to get used to try to pull them back into this one right here. Wed and Benji just trying to keep themselves safe as the Consumer Rush comes out, but Kudo is just taken out immediately. Now, oh, God.
I mean, if you're Costa Rica, you got the flip there. It was looking rough for a moment, but you got the flip, you're back in control, and you got as the Consumer Rush out there from Kokobo. And look at what Costa Rica's coming back into. Pulse Bomb, their own beat, their own Consumer Rush, their own Override Protocol. The only thing that Panama's going to have for these next two, or maybe this next one fight if they win it, is the Blade. Pulse Bomb out, though. Not going to be able to find one, but you lose. You get the mech on Kokoron, and Tiger will fall. So
yeah,
if you're Costa Rica, you've successfully gone through one fight here.
Yeah, and now you just take this reset as fast as possible. Kokoron will just take the reset. You have time to go for a touch, but you don't have support ultimates to push you through this fight. In fact, there's a potential reality that they just try to blitz into this fight with that sound barrier the moment they try to push through that choke. At least, I believe they should. And they're hanging back, and they are ready for that moment. But Takeda, the only person with an ult, is down early, and now all they can do is rush toward this point, and even then, I don't think they have a touch anymore.
I mean, it's going right back to what we saw from Costa Rica. It will be Kokoron that gets touched. They do have Bomb. Benji holding on to this beat right here, I think, is the best thing for him because you really have it for the Blade. Kokoron, though, Bomb coming out here. You're going to be able to find them. Kubo, though, finds one. There's the beat coming out at the perfect time.
Yeah, and Takeda is just going to have no success right here. Going to be cleared away. And unfortunately, the ult economy is just too stacked for this last fight, and they're going to be able to clean things up. But what a back-and-forth map. It's now going to clear things out and take that first round for Costa Rica. My God, I mean, that was more stressful than maybe it needed to be for both teams.
Oh, insanely stressful, especially if you're Costa Rica. I think if you're Panama, yeah, you're maybe a little bit disappointed that you lost that point, especially with how strong you started out there. But Costa Rica, they had to really throw a lot of stuff at that. And I mean, you're just seeing the stats right now. It looks like a really close point right there. Even though Torres, Cal, and Kixo have over 10 elims, and no one outside of Tiger has double-digit elims, I mean, that really looked like Panama had control of that map, or of that point. They looked comfortable in it. While Costa Rica, I think you're starting to see a little bit of that desperation play come in from them right now. They know they cannot afford to necessarily make that mistake. Panama, on the other hand, again, they're not technically eliminated, but they know that, you know, it's going to be hard for them to necessarily get back into that third spot. So they're playing a little bit free, and you're seeing it early on.
Yeah, 100% you are. And we'll see what they're able to kind of do with that mentality. So far, I think it's worked out well for them, but there are things they still need to refine to try to take this one away and keep those spirits and hopes high. But unfortunately, losing out on your Curie is not the best way to be able to do so, as Kokoron is going to be taken out, and while you do have a couple of picks trying to swing back your way, this is looking like, actually, with Artorias and Benji, the other ones left, actually Costa Rica, who feel like they kind of had that at first, are now losing it.
Yeah, and I mean, you just need to cap this point right now if you're Costa Rica. You still have some members of Panama kind of hanging around. This is the worst case scenario. And they get Artorias out of the mech. I mean, again, Panama, it looks like they're just playing free, and it's working perfectly for them.
Yeah, and Takeda, one cut, make it two cuts, move it in, looking for the third, as they're going to be able to clear things out, as they will ultimately take this point. Takeda, you monster!
Oh, my goodness. I mean, again, this is the Panama team that I thought me and you would see in this tournament. Again, the winless record is a big surprise to me. We saw them in a couple of show matches, and they looked like a team that, oof, nice kunai there by Wed. But they look like a team that, I mean, they are almost there. They're on the brink of it. This is a good first showing for them. Even if they don't make it to the next round, I think this is still a good first showing for them.
Yeah, and they're clearing things out as much as they possibly can. Unfortunately, it's just Takada coming back, and only 23 on the board, unfortunately. But you're working after ultimates, you're going to be able to match things with that sound barrier. But unfortunately, Wed is quite further ahead for that Kitsune Rush.
Yeah, but Tiger should have Override online a little bit before Kale does. So again, it's just the back and forth that you're going to see here right now. Taurus, they can play a little bit aggressively here, knowing that they have the remaking tool, but you don't really want to use it early. Takeda, though, maybe going a little bit too deep in right there. Going to be able to stay alive, and Speed Boost uses the beat early.
Yeah, and Benji's going to be down. Didn't get the sound barrier on in time. And you see enough separation to where that should be able to get you to this point right here, as it's just Kale hanging around. Kitso and Wed are still kind of hanging around in there. Unfortunately, it's going to be near meaningless as they're just playing for a little bit of stall. Kitso gets rid of one, though, on the way out, and it's going to try to preserve their life right here, and that they will be able to do with a little help from Artorias.
Yeah, and look over at Costa Rica with ultimates right now. Everything on the board for them. Panama, they're going to have to deal with a lot here, and now they're not going to be able to deal with it with their Kitsune Rush. This just might be a quick point flip here for them, as Panama, I think it would almost be kind of dumb for them to use any ultimates.
I think it would, too. You'd love to force something out, but at this point, you're not pulling anything at this stage right now if you're Costa Rica. Closing things out as Kitsu going to help run down another one. As, yeah, last touch over on the point. Still, you stall it out to 50. You don't hate it, and if Takada can get out of here, that would be nice.
Takada trying to get out. Going to be able to dash away, and now they have the safety of their teammates. So a huge play by them, but even, I think, a better fight there for Costa Rica. No ultimates invested in that one. I think they getting rid of Kokobo early on just said, okay, we don't really have to invest anything. If they invest, it's fine. But they still have all 5 ultimates here, and I mean, really, this could be 2 fights is all you need. Pulse Bomb out there from Kixo, not going to be able to find it, and now the override out from Kale.
Yep, trying to find something, and everyone is in a weird spot. Kale almost takes himself out, and in a way, kind of does right there. Weird scenario. Now you're in the 3v3 of ultimates, but Tiger gets booped off the side. And now Kokoron, both bombs actually going to be let loose, and no one should die as a direct result of them. But now you're coming up to 80% marker. It feels like you really need to reset it.
Oh my goodness, Kokobo.
What?
Do it again. No.
Almost did.
Benji now playing dangerously.
I also love to live life dangerously. Name that movie. But they are trucking on forward. Takada able to get one to keep these going, both Konkaron out of the mech. It's going to make things really rough. Tiger going to be cleared out in the backline as well. The overtime is taking over, and the beat's going to be used to try to sustain through. And Konkaron is doing their darndest to try to get back in the mech. In fact, I think it is integral to even have a chance of winning this one. They get it, but not in time, and it's down to Takada to be a hero for their team. They got one already, gonna get rid of a second. Is it going to be enough is the question. The answer, I haven't found it quite yet, but as they're clearing out body after body, it's Takada once again trying to force their way over onto the point, running out of time, running out of resources, and have run out of health as they will just fall short here. It's so back and forth, but it will go the way of Costa Rica.
Costa Rica. I mean, Panama gave them a big run for their money there, but Costa Rica just showing the talent that they have there throughout those first 2 points. And really, you could go back to Control Center and really say Panama should have won that point. They really should have. I think Costa Rica stole that one away from them. Panama, though, I mean, oh my goodness, that play from Tiger right there was huge. But, I mean, Costa Rica, they looked great this map, even with the big sort of resistance that we saw there from Panama. Panama, though, I think, again, like I said, there is this talent on this team. No matter how this tournament ends for them, I think you can look at it as a really good starting point for them, especially as we've talked about a lot throughout the conference cups here. There is still the group of Senju circuit that they're going to be starting up here soon, and I think Panama is only going to get better and better as they continue to play as a team.
Yeah, no, that's the case that it's going to be for, honestly, a lot of these players. Because I think the mentality that we've heard from a lot of the staff and players is that they don't want this to be the end of how things are. They want to be able to kind of keep having these competitions between them as countries to keep the competition alive down here in South America and Latin America. It's been really exciting to see, and obviously we're excited for that to hopefully continue onward as well. But as we're kind of in this scenario where Panama's really trying hard to bounce back, and let's be fair, even though they have yet to win that series, these have been very back and forth series with a lot of these teams. Like, that has to be noted. This is not a team that has just lost every map convincingly. That is a good example right there of how they have come close, but unfortunately continuously fall just short of the mark.
Yeah, and we talked about it already a lot yesterday, a little bit tonight. You talked a little bit about when Ged was on. I mean, this region and a lot of these teams and players really do make it chaotic at times. And that's one thing that really tends to be exciting about this region and these players. It's just that you never know necessarily what's going to happen. You could see Panama here. I honestly think it would not surprise me if when you do see Panama, I think they still have to play Chile. When they go play Chile, I believe they play them tomorrow, if I'm remembering correctly. I'm looking. No, I think they already did play them. But I don't know. You could really just see Panama go out there and take a map off of one of those teams in the top 3, and it wouldn't surprise me. I mean, they have the talent there, and I mean, they're a good team right now. Again, the results just aren't fully there for them yet.
Yeah, not quite. And it's obviously a really unfortunate set of circumstances, but the best thing you can do is just go in here, give it your all for the rest of the weekend, do everything you can, and they definitely are. They're not holding a single thing back. And that's going to be potentially terrifying for the teams they still face a little down the line that are very much fighting for their livelihood, that very much take one more loss, and they're basically out of this thing. So we'll have to see what they'll kind of be in once they enter that situation. I don't know how it's going to go, but if Panama keeps fighting like this, it's definitely going to be a scary affair for some of these teams moving forward.
Yeah, and a quick update on the other game going on right now, Argentina and Guatemala. Remember, Guatemala, one of the only undefeated teams left, and a big surprise, I think, to a lot of people that they were undefeated, but hey, a welcome surprise. However, they are on Lijiang as well. First point just ended, and it did go the way of Argentina here.
Yeah, but it's weird. Glacier not really using the traditional style. We've seen them on the Diva a little bit. Let's make that clear. But they've mainly been in a situation where they play a lot of the speed. But I think the reason why is because I think the Lucio got banned. That's my genuine guess.
Interesting. Both teams play Cat. Yeah, I'm going to agree with you.
Yeah, to be fair, Lep has been playing the Cat a lot. Let's be real. I have seen it a lot today of Lep playing the Cat. Absolutely.
There might be a good reason for that.
There might be. Potentially so. Probably got a lot of practice over at the boot camp, I imagine. Had to play it so much due to, having to play it during those opening maps. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, and Argentina getting off to a good start here on the second point of Gardens for them. And I think, again, this was the first game I was really looking at here for Guatemala as a big test, especially as Argentina has bounced back today. I don't know if you swapped over to the game yet on your side, but I think this was going to be the first test for Guatemala. If they're going to be able to get through Argentina with a victory, I think we could really start to look at this team as what a lot of people are looking at them as a really good contender. Now, I had a couple questions about this Guatemalan team. Granted, they are 4-0. They have looked really good, and they still are fighting for those top 3 spots. I believe they could actually take one when it's all said and done.
I think they 100% can as well, but I think the only thing is that they're one of those teams that can be on the easier side to read. They know what they're good at, obviously. They know what they like to play. But the scenario is that, especially if you go to a longer series, you're only going to have one opportunity to really fully stop them from doing what they want to do. I think this is an excellent ban right here with the Lucio to be able to stop them from doing what they want to do. Because at this point, this is going to be really difficult to go back from as Oracle. It doesn't even... Oh my god.
I don't know if you... cover for me for a moment.
Yeah, I got you, buddy. Don't worry. But either way, yeah, we're kind of just looking at this game right now. It looks like it's going to be in the territory of cleaning things up for Argentina, who should be able to take this first map away from Guatemala, who, to be fair, Guatemala has lost a couple of maps in the past. But it's mainly been when teams have gone after those targeted bans to make that rush as difficult as possible to run. So yeah, Argentina should have this map pretty locked in right now. These mines aren't going to do anything. I realize y'all can't really see it right now, but let me tell you, it's an important thing right now to be able to kind of take a note what's going on, as Argentina really do need this today. They do need this today. They've had a really good streak. They need to keep a streak going, though. But obviously, we'll kind of have to see a little bit later as to what's going on. I'm keeping my eyes on other neck of the woods as well. Obviously, we have Collegiate going on this weekend, which has been an absolute joy to be able to see. Northwood and Winthrop going at it right now. That's a really fun one. A lot of really good players we've seen play in OWCS and Masters Division as well, for that matter. It's been really nice to see. But obviously, we'll kind of see a little further down the line as to, what will happen more with Collegiate right here. Because I know they're back at it tomorrow as well as the World Cup. So we'll obviously have to see where things will go from there. But obviously, lots of excitement still on display for the entire weekend between everything going on. And Dex, all the amazing co-streamers as well that have been helping put a lot of eyes on these amazing teams.
Yeah, and again, I think it's a really good thing, especially we talked about a little bit yesterday with Overwatch Esports deciding to say, okay, we're just going to open these up to everyone. And I think that was the right move to do, or everyone that signed up to do. I think that was the right thing to do, because you want to get as many eyes on this as you possibly can, especially since the World Cup is going to be one of the biggest events that OW or Overwatch Esports puts on this entire year. So getting those eyes on these teams early is going to be very, very important.
Yeah, it's going to be very important moving forward. We'll have to see how kind of things kind of line up as we keep continuing forward with the rest of the year and how things are going to kind of go. Again, there's a lot of stuff that I think is still really, not quite, whether not quite revealed or not quite talked about much yet. We're just going to have to wait and see. And we're anticipating something really nice moving forward. But all we can really do is wait to see. And in the meantime, do what we can, because something we could talk about while we're still waiting for both of these maps to kind of get going again is what starts up this week. We got FaZe League Season 8 starting up, coming up this week right here. And okay, World Cup is not when we talk about FaZe League. We'll talk more about that later as we get into things as, for a very good reason, as we see a big old swappy swap come through.
Yeah, coming up from Panama, opening and going to go over to the tank. Kokoron going to go over to the flex DPS role here. And I think we've seen this from them in the past where they've done this. Kokoron, I believe, is listed as a flex player just all around. So I believe you could see him go from tank to DPS to support. But Speed Boots and Kokoba, I think, have been the best supports for Panama throughout what we've seen them. For opening, though, this is definitely just because this is a heavy dive map. And it's not necessarily, and it's for good reason. But Wrecking Ball right now, I think it takes a lot more to make Wrecking Ball work because of the slight bugs that are happening right now with the hero. But if you can still get it to work, it's going to be really, really well for you. However, Artorias on this Winston is just scary, especially Kale when they're able to hit shot after shot on this Ashe, which I imagine the Emery Emery's not banned out here. Kale just wants to play the Ashe on this point.
I don't blame Ashe. Still, it hasn't really been played honestly at all this weekend. You can't say Ashe doesn't have utility. Still has really good utility between having the dynamite, the shotgun. There is a lot you can really, or the coach gun, I should say. There's a lot to really use in a scenario like this. But still, this is going to be a lot more of a poke game. And to be fair, this falls in the hands of Kitso a lot, who, to be fair, has been an extremely impressive member over on that Tracer.
Kale going to be able to find Tiger out there right now. And look at what this does here, this Costa Rican team. They're just going to play very aggressively, knowing they got rid of, I think, essentially the scariest player on the other side at the moment.
Oh, no, 100% they have. Now, pushing them back even further right here. Already a minute down, but already making some really good progress on the point as Kokoron has gone down, and now this creates a really troubling issue as Kitso's going to be able to kind of keep trucking on forward. Opening is kind of just hanging around and unfortunately isn't doing enough, I think, to stall out this point. Eventually he's going to be able to do so, but it's literally just being tracked down one beat at a time, literally playing a ring around the rosy, and eventually Opening is going to get caught out.
You know, I could say something there about Costa Rica, considering they just kind of left the cart on its own for about 25 seconds without moving it. It wasn't being stalled out by anyone. They just weren't on it. They're going to actually allow potentially Panama to come back in here very quickly and get a stall.
Yeah, and they will get another touch coming through, and Opening is going to get here in time. Unfortunately, Kokoron's going to struggle to help out because they're sent back to the spawn room, and Opening is very much just going to be playing the stall game at best right here as they'll be knocked around. Eventually will fall over as, everyone else just going to be cleared out, and poor Kubu is just going to be cleaned out as Tiger's still kind of up there, needs to try to get out of the danger zone. It looks like I would say they should be able to, and they will.
Kokoron was being taken out there, but you look over now at Costa Rica. They're coming up to almost all their ultimates. Same thing cannot be said, though, for Panama. You're going to have your own pulse bomb and your support ultimates here. As I think Opening right now, you really need to see this ball start to get going here, especially on Hangar. We talked about it a little bit last time we saw this map, I believe, on a look-in to a series. This is a hard point to get through if you're the attacking team, but if you're able to find people out early like Cal did right there, it's going to be very, very easy.
That it will be in Cal with the second one now. You see everybody push back. Now this is that Costa Rica squad that is trucking on forward that we expected to see a lot more throughout the weekend, as they're going to probably wet off the high ground as Speedwheels will eventually go down for the cause.
And now you see already 2 members back from Costa Rica on this point, and still 4 ultimates to their name. Almost all 5 gonna be ready here for Panama. This could be a pretty heavy ult fight here, but if you get rid of opening before they get the mines, oh, nice ante.
Oh, that is, yeah. But Tiger is still trying to truck on forward. Unfortunately, he's in such a weird area. Does clip in and get wed. The question is it going to be enough to turn this fight around? There's a Bob sitting on the backside of the wall right there. As that card's going to start pushing on forward. Opening's going to have to go and let those mines loose on the point. More than likely will do so, and it forces everybody to back out a little bit. But they're going to be cleared out pretty quickly as that shield ends up getting hit with a pulse bomb. Will not finish anybody off as a Taurus Slap could create some big room. But you see how people are having to hang out on this back line as eventually Kitso is going to nail that one right there. Gets rid of another one. And again, we talked so much about Kitso. They get 3 to finish that fight. 4.5 minutes, and Costa Rica looking hot right now.
I mean, Costa Rica just taking all the momentum they got from that last map victory here. Even though Panama looked really good, it's just Panama struggling right now. And remember, this is Panama brought us to this map for a reason. It had to be opening, playing this dive tank, but the ball is just not working out for them so far. And I really think if you're not able to do anything with the ball this fight, you might have to really heavily consider making a swap here now. As Costa Rica, I mean, they could really complete this map with over 2.5 minutes if they just keep rolling.
Yeah, no, they definitely can. They're in such a good condition right now. You're about to have the nano up online as well. You can send this aggressively on Artorias. You hit the anti over to opening, who is lucky to still be alive. Eventually going to get some care right now. But Tiger down early. This is becoming worst case scenario for you right now. The nano now ready to go for wed. Cubu, same condition right around the corner, but still you needed to find its value as, again, nobody from Costa Rica is on the cart. They're going to move forward, clear some bodies out as Nano's going to be given forward, and now it is Kitso on the run trying to find some bodies, but even so, it's just going to zone out Conqueron, who just really can't get anywhere close.
Recall coming out there from Coconut to keep themselves alive, and I mean, they do have that small health pack, but you look at the cart, it's now within 3 meters of it, and Ultimate's still online here for Costa Rica.
Oh, and Kitso nails it with the pulse bomb, and from there, it's a stall game. Cubu, Tiger trying to peek to help opening. However, it's not going to happen. 3:04 on the clock. Costa Rica putting themselves in brilliant position here to try to end this day on a win. A much needed one at that.
Yeah, a very much needed one here, and I don't know what happened with Panama. I don't know if the swap from Coconut going over to tank and opening coming in was that, but Artorias never died, Kixo never died. When your Winston and Tracer player don't die, especially with how aggressively they were playing, it means you're doing something right. Kale, though, most damage in the lobby at 6,000. I mean, you look over at the other DPS line. I mean, Tiger's the closest one to them, and Coconut. I mean, I think Kale might have actually just barely not out DPSing the entirety of Panama's DPS line there. But still, if you're Panama, at this point, me and you talk about a lot when this situation comes up, kind of forget about the time bank that Costa Rica has. You just need to complete the map. Give yourself a shot at an overtime round. That's exactly what you need here.
Yeah, you have to go down that route. You have to do everything you can just to make it towards the end. Don't worry about how much time you do it with, if any time at all. You just simply need to get there and make it happen. Now, what strategy are you going to utilize to do so? Well, we see that, hey, Costa Rica more than happy to just run what they just did. They feel confident in it for good reason. But nothing's changing a whole lot here for Panama, which could be potentially concerning. But we see Cubo, he's potentially just going to get Tiger in a position with the cat.
And I don't hate this. I mean, either they're going to get them on this high ground position, or I could just see him kind of taxing them around. But no, just going to be straight to the high ground instead. And the cat will stick here for a moment. But I wonder if Kubo is going to get off this at some point. Just go over maybe to the Ana, which I think definitely provides a little bit more pressure, as you see. A nice nade coming out there from Wed.
Yeah, it's great to push them back and give yourself a lot of this amazing space to work with as best you can. But they're going to go in with the aggression. Recall comes through from Kitso, is going to get out of dodge. Tiger, still plenty of care. And living here is amazing. Unfortunately, opening is not going to be able to do that. Opening down early. And even though you're taking the trades, I don't think it's going to matter in the grand scheme of things right here. Speed Boost does manage to back out right here as the cat running for the dear life, as they'll at least be able to reset. But Wedge should be back in time.
Yeah, but you look at this, Hunter, a minute gone, and I mean, everyone's kind of struggling with ults, but that was a one long team fight that just did not go the way there for Panama. You are really going to have to start heavily considering making some swaps here, but opening, I think this is the player that you really need to see get going here for Panama. This ball has to start working for them.
Without a shadow of a doubt, it has to. And now you're rolling in, you're throwing on all this damage over onto Artorias. Unfortunately, it's not really working out all that well, because Artorias, I mean, has such well-managed health coming through from Wed and Benji a lot of the time right here. Tiger nearly managed to find the head of Kel. Unfortunately, not able to do so right here. But this time, Kitso perhaps got a little more than they wanted to. Will be cleared out, and this is the first opening they've had so far in this round.
Also the first death for Kixo this entire map. And now you finally see Panama get going here. The sleep out there from Wed. This could be something where opening could punish them, but you see the peel right back for them, but Coconut going to be able to train them out. However, speed boost going to be traded right back.
Oh, yeah, 100%. They're trying to clear it out, and that they eventually will be able to do. Just QB and opening hanging about will eventually be cleared out here. So opening is in a bit of a weird position, and will get the mega health pack. Unfortunately, I don't think they're getting out of here alive.
They're not, and now, I mean, halfway through this time bank right now, the cart's only as far as you can see it right now, which is not necessarily a good spot. You've seen teams just be able to kind of bunker down there and play. However, you're not going to see that from Costa Rica. That really running comp, but you look at what they do have coming up here. 4 ultimates. Panama, though, coming up to 5. Is really Speed Boost the one that's kind of lagging behind here. Opening, though, going to go in. Kokoro will find Wed. That's a good opening, and Benji out as well.
Massive. It's going to get this going. Again, a big chance on the way here, but you need to keep clearing out bodies. If you can get rid of Artorias, it would be massive. Cal's also in a really rough position, sitting 1 health. I don't even know where they are right now, but they're still alive, and they're hanging about, and they have a Bob ready to go.
Opening went all the way back to essentially the middle part of second point push there to get that large health pack. And you're coming up to a decent amount of ultimates. Kale's Bob is going to be something that's used as a really good stalling tool here. That should allow Costa Rica to get back and get set up a nice mines. However, you just see Bob clearing them out.
Yeah, just the Bob just had a little target practice. Why not? Now you're a minute left right here. Override protocol. Sleep doesn't quite land. This is a potential opening. Wed is down, and you're trying to stay alive as much as you possibly can. But Cal eventually going to fall down as well. Takes 1 down with him. I don't know if it's going to be enough. As Artorias is indeed going to pull the trigger. What's trying to end this thing right here and right now if possible. Unfortunately, Artorias is running out of care. Wed and Benji are trying to run back. Kitso was able to take over momentarily. I just don't think it's going to be enough.
It is not, and now Panama keeps this round alive. Again, like we said, Hunter, they should not care about that time bank that Costa Rica got that first round. They just need to complete the map, and now they finally got 1 or 2 fights to go their way. They need to now keep this momentum going. We saw how this team played with the momentum last map, and they looked really good doing it. And you have some ultimates coming up here. Kokoron's Pulse Bomb could really do a lot of wonders for you. Kixo, though, has the same Pulse Bomb ready to go here.
That they do. We'll see if you're able to find any value off of it. And this engagement, again, 2:25 left on the clock right here. Tiger gets rid of Cal, opens up big time, but again, you lose out on the cap so early, puts you in a bit of a rough situation. Have to rely on the solo heals of a Lucio as the pulse bomb thrown into the ether. Will catch on to Wed, actually, and now Benji's being bullied into the corner. But the problem is, you've taken so many bad trades out in the situation to where you're not getting any help on the cart. It hasn't gone anywhere.
No, opening coming right back in. They do have mines, and they're going to be able to, with some help there from Kubo, take care of Artorias. This should be the moment where Panama gets going here again. But honestly, yeah, that's what you needed. You needed Kixo to die right there, because that allows you to breathe a little bit freer now and get everyone back in for what could be the final fight of the second point.
That I think it very well could potentially be. You have good ultimates to be able to do it. Again, the mines, if you can really let them hang above, it puts you in really good territory. Tiger as well. If Tiger gets a little bit of extra help right here, going up, you know, with this override protocol, it can be massive, but the mines are thrown out very much, again, in a very congested area. Doesn't end up getting a whole lot. It forces an awkward situation, I'll tell you that. But at the very least, opening is, just found out. And with that, I don't think you pull this fight out. Everyone needs to just take the opportunity to get out of here.
Whew.
Wow.
Go in, Kixo. Find 2 more.
Oh,
but
bye.
No, you're gonna see Tiger get yoinked away right there. But you look at the ultimates coming up here for both these teams. Override Protocol and Beat are gonna be very, very key here for Panama. But you look over at Costa Rica, you have Bob, you have Pulse Bomb, you have everything coming up essentially. Catnap though for Kubo. Who's the target? What are you gonna do? Actually, goodbye, Cat.
Ooh.
You're not gonna see this fight.
Wait, back cap? Oh, they almost back cap, by the way. Nearly. Oh, almost got away with it, but now I guarantee you they are not going to keep bodies off that cart from here on out, as they're going to force everybody back. Final fight territory, realistically, all things considered.
Yeah, 30 seconds left to go here now, but still, outside of that pulse bomb from Kixo, you still have almost all your ultimates coming up here for Costa Rica. You're in a good spot, and now you don't have to deal with the override protocol. And honestly, if you're Tiger, you might be considering making a swap to a hero that's going to get back here faster, because Kubo might be the only person who can drag him back into this one. And, I mean, they might just be able to now.
At this point, you keep everybody back, lit open, and get that first, that first touch. And then you can follow with Speed Boost, having the Speed Boost to, obviously, to bring them in there and hit the sound barrier. That's what you should do this fight right here. As Kyger's going to come back into the fight, immediately gets burnt down, though. And its worst case scenario as Kubo is going to have the catnap, but I don't think it's going to matter one little bit. Artorias with a little bit of nano is going to clear out some bodies. A must-win for Costa Rica and for Panama. The search for success continues onward.
Yeah, again, at Panama, they had their moments. They looked like, oh my God.
I saw that. Yeah.
Did you see the hamster?
Yeah.
Oh man, what a thing that just catches off guard there. But like I was saying, Panama, they look like they had their moments this series, and that's been something I think a lot of people have been able to say about this team through all their series. They have this moments where they start to look like the better team, but then Costa Rica, this is what we really expected from them, especially with this roster they have, able to really take control of maps, take control of series, and just never really look back for them. I mean, you can go back to that first point of Lijiang Tower. Costa Rica stole that one, and after that, they never really gave up the series back to Panama. Yeah, Panama still had their moments on Lijiang, and then back over on Watch Point. The Wrecking Ball, though, I think took a little bit too long for them to get going there. But still, I think Kokoron going from DPS or tank to DPS, well, again, it took them a little bit to get going. They started to be able to really max Kitso there. However, Artorias, I think, was a much bigger problem for Panama, and just really allowed Costa Rica to play a little bit more freely there.
Yeah, that was kind of unfortunately the situation there for Panama. Definitely had these really big moments of success to burst through. Again, it just doesn't work out. And unfortunately, the ball stuff hasn't really been working out all that well. And it's not even specifically a thing towards opening. It's just something that hasn't been working at all for teams throughout the weekend. It just hasn't. And it's a really unfortunate thing where you go in with this read saying, hey, we're going to try this out. We're going to see if it works. And much like we look back at the situation of, I can go all the way back to 2023. If we want to go back to Overwatch League, way back when, ye old days, where you had, who was it? It was like, who was it? I can't even remember, because I think they just went in. I think it was the Atlanta Reign who went in and just had the wrong read on the meta. And no matter how good of a team they were, it just did not work. And they got knocked out very quickly as a result.
Oh, you're talking about the last grand finals. Yeah, they were the best team going. They were the best team in the league up until that point. And then they just were the first team eliminated, which was a big shock to everyone there. But hey, sometimes that happens in the meta and just in games. But still, Conference Cup's going on right now. Oh my goodness! Oh, yeah. I'm watching the other one. Saxon Hale ends the map for Argentina with a 3K Sundering Blade. And there's only one undefeated team left as Guatemala gets handed their first loss by a surging Argentina team.
Yeah, Argentina needed this win so badly needed everyone going today, quite honestly, after having a not great initial showing before. And now, 2-0, they're in great territory with that. I believe that puts them up to 3-1 now, if I'm not mistaken.
3-1. One more game for them today. It is their last game of the day. We aren't going to be covering it. It will be on the A stream, but that is against Chile. So that is a big match for both of those teams. Chile, again, the last undefeated team. Argentina, they look like to be the hottest team right now, but you could say Chile has been the hottest team so far of these Conference Cups. That one's going to be a really interesting one. We also have Guatemala and Peru. That's going to be the one that we're covering here at the top of the hour, or maybe a little bit after it, as all the games tonight have not necessarily been on time, but both the games done now. So you have to imagine the lobbies are going to start getting ready for those final games of the night. But you look at the game, we're going to be covering of Guatemala and Peru. Peru now becomes a must-win for them. Guatemala, not necessarily at that point yet, but just handed their first loss, something they haven't dealt with yet this entire tournament. I want to see how they respond, because I thought these two games at the end of the day for Guatemala were going to be their biggest test. They just got dealt one. Now it's time to be dealt another test quickly after it.
Yeah, 100%. Double checking. Sir. I believe. Yes. I believe. Yeah, that is not correct. Wow. The last game you have Peru and Puerto Rico. I just realized. Gulp. On the overlays, I just realized.
Yeah. Okay. Give me some time then.
No, you're all chill, dude. All chill as can be. What's up?
It should be quick. I should get these back.
Oh, yeah, okay. I'll show you the screen that we look at sometimes, because that's the cool thing we wait for when we're getting the streams going. Obviously, streams used for the Americas and for the Asia ones going on, which they have their second and final day going on late tonight, starting around, I think it's like, my time, it's either midnight or 1 in the morning they get started. There's some good games going over there as well. But Malaysia and Pakistan is going to be the one to finish the day. That's going to be very, very interesting. They had some pretty good games there yesterday. Unfortunately, didn't stay up to watch them all. I did not know how I was going to pull that one off, and I don't think I'm going to pull it off today either, for that matter. But we'll kind of just see how things go moving forward. But no, we're just trying to have a good time here. Have a good, don't know. My brain just gave up there for a moment.
I mean, you've been going since the start of the day. I do not blame you one bit. But again, I think the one thing that we've been talking about with this has been a really, really fun tournament. Even the teams that have struggled so far, much like Panama, they've been making these games interesting against teams that are higher up in the standings. There you go.
Thank you.
But still, they're making it interesting, which has been really, really good. And yeah, even though you're seeing some teams struggle record-wise, it's still good games going on. That's been the one thing we've been really, really happy with. And I mean, you had that little kind of speech last night about people needing to watch South American, Latin American a little bit more, and it is absolutely true here. But heading into our final games of the day, maybe the games that have the most lying on them for teams that are still in the hunt right now. Granted, I think realistically 7 teams are still in the hunt, and I'm going to leave those other 2 teams still technically there, but they need a lot to go their way, and they need to win out the final day, which is going to be tough, I think, for any team. But I think you're right now looking at 2 tough games. Argentina, like I said, bouncing back, won 3 straight today. Their gauntlet, we said that maybe that would be something that could potentially hurt them, but they have been able to run the gauntlet right now. Chile, though, I think is going to be a different beast for them, as they've looked like the best team so far. But on our game, Peru and Guatemala. Peru needs to win it, essentially, to keep themselves in that contention. Guatemala, they want to have that bounce back win to keep them in that top 3 going into the final day. And essentially, if Guatemala beats Peru here, you really do look at it as a thing where you could say Peru is almost knocked out and would need a lot of help to be in that top 3.
Absolutely would need a lot of help, and rough situation to be in that state, but again, doesn't mean it's impossible. You can always try to bounce back, always have a chance to see what happens. You got to keep fighting as if there is still a chance, no matter how big or small it possibly may be. But obviously there's a lot to go into, and I think once we kind of see the final results, right in front of our eyes after these last couple of games are concluded, I think it'll be telling in our eyes the way things are trending with the games that are remaining for a lot of these teams, as we'll kind of wait for... I tried making standings last night. Overwatch Calvary put out some really good ones, so I'm just going to wait for those this time around.
Yeah, and I mean, right now, again, the standings is a little bit jumbled up right now because we're trying to quickly figure out who won games. We know the records of some teams, but you look at the teams right now. Guatemala just handed their first loss. That puts Puerto Rico and Argentina probably in those 2-3 spots. Guatemala now probably falls outside of that, but Guatemala, they have their gauntlet starts now. It started with that game against Argentina, right? That just happened. They now play Peru. Their first game tomorrow is against Chile. Then they have Costa Rica and ended off with Puerto Rico as well, which again, they got off to a really good start, but I think right now they're going up against probably in a lot of people's opinions, the top 5 teams with power rankings coming into this. All they need to do, though, is win 3 of those, and I think they're fine.
Yeah, it is genuinely all they need to do. That's all they need. And we'll obviously see.
Easier said than done, but yeah.
Oh, God, yeah, easier said than done. But the fact that there is a chance at all means you just have to play for it. You have to go for it. You need to make it happen. Dex, I'm going to tell you what, because I haven't been out of this chair in a hot minute now, and please don't tell me that's what that is. Okay. I think buffered for a moment, so we'll see if we get the resync. Actually, that's the A stream. Never mind. Don't even worry about me. But I'm gonna leave you to talk for a moment because I'm gonna quickly take care of business because I have been sitting here for a very long time. So I'm gonna let you entertain the audience for a hot second.
Yeah, and again, I'll focus in on the game that we're going to be covering here. Again, very important for both teams. Like I've really been saying, Guatemala, probably the surprise of the tournament coming into the day, went undefeated day one, and now they won their first 2 games of day 2. They looked real, or they won their first game of day 2. Let me just take a look back here. They beat Honduras. And yeah, they beat Honduras, which, again, a very good win for them. Honduras is one of those scrappy teams that can really drag it out. But the one big question I had with Guatemala coming into the day was the fact that every series they played, they never necessarily won them in sweeps. They've always been able to, they always drop the map in all of them. However, they're able to win them out in the end, which makes me believe they are a good team when it comes to, when worse comes to worse. They're able to find ways to get out of holes and make sure they come out on top. But that was the one thing. They dropped a lot of maps, especially going up against these tougher opponents, much like what Argentina was, and now what they have with Chile to end the night. Actually, no, it's Argentina that plays Chile to end the night. It's Guatemala that plays Peru, the game that we're covering. They're going up against some of the tougher opponents. I think now Peru, having that second loss, it's going to make them play a lot differently because they really have to. They cannot afford to lose a third game because, like me and Hunter have been saying, that 2-game loss area is around the spots where you have to kind of be saying, like, okay, we're backs are against the wall. You need a lot of help if you're a 3-loss team going into the final day or on the final day to be in that top 3. And you might have to cause a couple of those chaotic moments right there. But Peru, we look at this team as one of the better teams. Like we've been saying with a lot of these teams, we're not going to necessarily say like who we thought was best. But Peru, again, they have that talent. I think they have the coaching staff as well to come out of this with a strong finish, not only to the day, but tomorrow as well. As I look at Peru's games tomorrow, they have Panama, Costa Rica, and they should be playing one more, and Argentina at the end of it. And like I said, that Argentina game, final game of the day for them, might end up becoming a big decider for them when it comes to qualifying for the next rounds.
Obviously will be. It's super important for everybody going into not just these last games today, but obviously everything going into tomorrow. So it'll be nice to anticipate and see where we kind of go along from there. But we have just a few minutes left until these last games of the day are going to get started. Should be an absolute ton of fun. Again, 2 very critical games. I mean, it really can't be overstated enough. I know you probably talked about it quite a bit while I was gone for that moment, but they are genuinely both so important to where Chile, for them to go into day 3 undefeated, the chances of them being top 3 just are so exponentially high if they win that game here.
Yeah, I mean, if Chile wins, goes into the last day undefeated, you could really say all they need to do to safely be in is just win a game. Win a game. That would be it. Granted, you still have 2 teams sitting at, actually 3 teams sitting at 3 losses or 1 losses right now. So you could still go back and forth, but I believe 2 of those teams, or actually all 3 of those teams, do end up playing at least one other team that has 1 loss. But I mean, you look at Chile's final games here, starting off with tonight, has to play Argentina. That is a good team. I mean, we look at that team as being able to bounce back here, probably the hottest team of the day. 3 games up, 3 games down, all wins. Tizzy is a player we talk about a lot because I really do look at Tizzy as the best tank in the South American face it. But then you have Chile, and I talked about it. I publicly said I think they have the best DPS line of any of the teams in South America, even outside of Brazil and Colombia. I think they have the best DPS line, just straight up. But you look at their games tomorrow. Chile has Guatemala, another big game for Guatemala. They have 3 big games in a row. And then they have Honduras and ended off with Ecuador, which will be the final game on the B stream tomorrow at 8 p.m. EST. But by that point, depending on how tonight goes and their first couple games go, you don't know if Chile is going to be playing that game as a celebratory thing, knowing that they're in, or playing that game as we need to win it to make sure we give ourselves our best chance to make it.
Yeah, that's why it's really hard to anticipate at a time that, oh, this could be a big game right here, but also a big game in the context of, will it genuinely affect the standings, you know? Mm-hmm. Like, we come down to, I hate to point out a specific game, but I'm going to for the sake of the context, of, like, Chile-Honduras. Is that a potential reality where it's near the end of the schedule for tomorrow, and it might be at a point where Chile is pretty much already locked in with only 1 game after the fact, and Honduras in pretty much the same place, and with the way things are right now, again, they need to take really big wins going tomorrow, which include having to beat teams like Puerto Rico, like Argentina. You don't know how those games are going to go down, obviously. You never truly know. Again, we're still waiting on that game that I think you and I define as a true upset. We've had ones that maybe surprised us a little bit with how close they have been, but I haven't looked at a game and been like, they seriously didn't win, or they seriously won that?
Yeah, and normally, like, I'll talk about FaZe here. We normally have one of those games happen where an upset happens, and it's always towards the end of the season in FaZe it, and we can see it happen towards the end of the tournament here in the Conference Cups. Who is it going to be? We do not know. But again, I mean, you look at it right now, the top three, as everything has looked like it's been able to be updated on Wikipedia, Chile, Puerto Rico, and Argentina are your top three at the moment. Sitting just outside is Guatemala, the third one-loss team. And then you have the only two-loss team in Peru. Again, that's what makes this game that we're going to be covering really, really big going into our final day, especially with this final game of Peru and Guatemala. If Peru's able to get the victory here, they move themselves up to fourth. And I think they still, like I said, I believe they still end up having to play, one of those teams that's currently in the top three in the last game tomorrow with Argentina, but still a lot can happen. But we're just speculating a lot of it right now as we're waiting for these final two series of the night to get underway.
Yeah, again, a lot more will be kind of revealed tomorrow as things kind of start, moving on forward. Hopefully we get to learn more at that point. But yeah, all it is speculation. And I love my speculation as much as the next person. Unfortunately, you can only take it so far. So
yeah,
we just wait for this next... Oh, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, but I mean, you can talk about speculation. You still have Ecuador and Costa Rica sitting right there with 3 losses. There will be a team. I think there will be a team with 3 losses that does get in because we have a couple of these teams. I think Puerto Rico tomorrow, they have to play Ecuador. They have to play Honduras, and then they have to play Guatemala and Panama. They have their gauntlet tomorrow, but you look at that right now, that's not necessarily the worst gauntlet. I mean, those are all teams that are sitting below them in the standings right now, and probably games that you would put Puerto Rico as the favorite in going into it. That right there, though, might be where you look at one of those upsets. Who is it going to be? Is it going to be Panama? Is it going to be Ecuador, who's looking really good? And honestly, Ecuador could be playing for a run of their lives, being able, if they can win out tomorrow.
Yeah, it's a scenario where really anything can still happen. And we kind of have to sit here and be like, can it happen? Of course it can. It can happen. Will it happen? I don't know at this point. Because it feels like we are on the cusp of one of those games happening where we made the point earlier, and I made this point against her too, of teams that are going to be at a point where maybe they have nothing to lose. And they're in a situation where it's like, hey, we're going to play spoiler. We're going to throw it into you. And maybe it is a game that is so critical for these these teams that are kind of in the fringe right now that aren't nearly at a point where they're locked in, but are sitting rather comfortably as things are. Mm-hmm. We'll have to kind of see what way it's going to lean, but it's another scenario where everything's going to be so dependent on tomorrow and how things go on the spot, because we stand by the quote, any given day. But right now, it's not about any given day. It's just about going to every game, giving it every single little thing you've got, and whether you have a chance to make it or not, just putting that pride on the line. You have to. Yeah, so it is after 8 o'clock right now, EST. So this game, or our final 2 games of the night, should be getting underway. Again, we are going to be covering, as you see below us right now, Peru and Guatemala. The other game that is going on right now, a big one, honestly, Argentina and Chile. Chile, the only undefeated team now, as Argentina in their previous game was able to beat the other undefeated team of Guatemala. So, Hunter, let me ask you this. Before we get into this series, or before we get into the final 2 series of the night, what has been the biggest surprise to you so far of the America's Cup, or the America's Conference Cup here? Thursday night. To be fair, you brought up Argentina, and it really has been their bounce back. Like, we know these players are very good. We know what they can do, but they go up against they make it clear they go up against Puerto Rico, who in their own right is very good. So like, take that away, it ends up being a really rough start for them. But they come in today, they bounce back. They're 3-0 on the day right now. They have an opportunity to knock off not just the one of the undefeated teams, but potentially both, and be 4-1, and very realistically maybe take over the first seed. At the very least, they get the second seed and put themselves in brilliant condition tomorrow, where they do have another game or two that they definitely have to give everything that they have to kind of push some of these really good teams back. But that has been my biggest surprise. And it's not because I don't think they were good enough to get here in the first place. It's that it's such a bounce back from how, honestly, how unfortunately out of place it was for them to lose that early, that quickly.
Yeah, but you have to remember, they only played one game yesterday. One of the only teams to do that. And they went up against a really good team in Puerto Rico, who right now is sitting above them. And Puerto Rico's only loss is to, well, the only team that has yet to lose in Chile. I mean, a lot of people had high hopes for this Argentinian team. And I think me and you will fall into this, that one loss, because of how quick it was and how it looked, maybe was something that we put a little bit too much on. I mean, Argentina, we know the players there are able to bounce back, and they're doing that right now. They're going to be really fun to watch throughout the rest of the night. But Hunter, it is time to go in to our final series tonight as Peru takes on Guatemala. Now, everyone, if you haven't been seeing Guatemala play, you are in for a treat. They play differently than anyone else in this tournament so far. They play different tanks. You normally do see them maybe play something a little bit different on the DPS line, but support lines always around the same. Looks like Vinzi going to be coming in to start off for them. Marlio as well. Glacier, though, is going to be the person you really want to watch out for on this Guatemalan team. They play Rhine. They play Hog. They play Orisa. Tanks that we have seen really the least of so far of anyone. On the other side, Peru. This is a team that has been able to show us a lot throughout a lot of the play here, but they are playing essentially for their lives as dropping a close series against Costa Rica. In their last one, puts them in a spot where they cannot afford to lose another game.
Yep, and with that, that's done and dusted. Point opens up. Peru, easy take. And the real benefit of this Guatemalan team is their aggression that they're able to take. But again, I think these are two of the most aggressive teams we have here within the entire Conference Cup going on here this weekend. So you have to be more aggressive in this situation if you are Glacier in this Guatemalan team. You can't afford to sit back and poke away.
And look, already Guatemala is making a swap here, going over to the Ramatra instead. Let me just correct myself. They did lose to Puerto Rico, not Costa Rica. But Pugo on this Reaper, we've seen him play Reaper a lot. And, I mean, they just go right after the tanks. Persona can be able to clean up Richie, and Pugo back at full health, looking just to chunk down Glacier.
Yeah, and they're trying to keep everybody alive best that they can right now. Reload saves Glacier right there. You could potentially be looking at a method right here where they might try to bypass the choke as best they can and just go to the outside. But to be fair, I don't think Peru's going to let them do that either.
No, and again, we talked about Peru. Peru and Chile maybe might be the two most aggressive teams in this tournament. They love to take space, but right now they have to just give up all that space here as Pugo barely escaping right there.
Yeah, now they're going to keep moving on forward. Fix, nice headshot right there. Going to try to get everybody's trying to run out of this one alive right here as Vito will go down. Headshot to the back of the head there. Already 6% on the board. And unfortunately, with the way these fights have gone, they're just going to have a Kitsune rush for this fight. That's it.
I mean, right now, if you're Peru, I think you try to slow play this fight. I mean, you really do. I give up some space here to Guatemala. Hold on to these ultimates. Try to make this the final fight of this map as Vito now makes another swap here, going over to the Bastion. This Zarya, I think, is getting to them here a little bit. They want to get rid of those bubbles fast.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it's just not going to work out. It is a quicker fight, so maybe it plays into them a little bit more. But unfortunately, they're not going to get beaten out. And now it's just going to be a bummer to the point is they're going to consider rush the very front. They're going to be just staying through. And the problem is because of how aggressive they were, I don't know if anyone has a reliable touch to get over to this point right here as Pogo's clearing some bodies out. And that is honestly as dominant gets.
You were about 5 seconds ahead of me.
Oh my god. Okay. Well, that's cool. I was a little fearful of that. But
yeah, we're gonna figure it out. We're gonna figure it out when the gates open up here. But I mean, a great round there for Peru. Again, this is a team that desperately needs this victory. Guatemala, they can still afford a loss, but they would like to have a victory going into the final day with one loss. And you see the stats there. Pugo the only one to die, but key is gonna be, pardon the pun, the key for Puerto Rico, Peru going into this entire thing, especially playing the Zarya. You look at the other side, you have big counters with Glacier playing the Ramatra, Vito basically being that bubble popper. Hunter, me and you talked about a lot when Zarya was very strong, that bubble popper comp. You don't care if you highly charge Zarya, you just want to make sure those bubbles are gone. Okay, tell me what time you're at.
I'm at good old 23, 22, 21, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, all right, 11. I'm kidding. But they are moving on forward. Glacier matching the Zarya is indeed very interesting. Unfortunately, it's already not working out all too well as Vito down early. Cleanse has to be used just to keep them alive for a little bit longer. But Pugo may be a little too aggressive right there. Dora potentially opens up the comeback, but Richie gets somehow booped off the edge by Key. And unfortunately with that, it feels like you can hang around, but I don't know how much good that might do you here.
I mean, they're going to hang around, especially because Glacier's highly charged. They don't want to necessarily lose this by just falling back. And I mean, they're chunking down Key here, and you have Vito right back in here just pumping in damage. But Puggo going to be able to find them. They get the quick flip though.
Yeah, and unfortunately, you just have nothing to build up to in time, so this is going to be 10% at best right here, as Glacier, last one alive, is going to get a bit more charge, and yeah, 9% it will be. Glacier is able to build up a lot, though, is going to match Key on the charge build-up to that Graviton Surge, and because the beats are just slightly behind, that could end up mattering big time.
Yeah, and Richie going back over this cast. We watched Richie play this cast yesterday, and man, they just never miss shots.
Never missed those big shots. But now is kind of a potential struggle right here as Katsuna Rush, and bye-bye, Vito. I just saw you go flying. Graviton Surge as they somehow don't drop into the hole, but honestly, might have been for the better as they're going to be cleaned up right here. But the bright side is you get the Graviton Surge out, and as big boop onto Marleo, you still have the beat in your own Graviton Surge.
Yeah, and I mean, that's a huge play right there for Peru, just to hold on to all that as right still. But you look over at Guatemala. Oh, Puggo's looking for it. Puggo's gonna get it here, actually. No, they're gonna hold on to it, but I don't think they're gonna be able to escape it. Oh, someone's gonna be dropped into the pit this time.
Yeah, they're gonna run through right now. Certainly, yeah, about to say Puggo does not do it, and now you're hanging on the point right now as Persona would love to get somebody on the way out. Unfortunately, not gonna be the case right now as yeah, Ishar just gonna reset. 78% though. You would love to see it if you're Peru, and now, again, your Persona having that overclock that has been so deadly with it.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Guatemala, they just need to get control of the point. I think they are a much more confident team when they have control of it. Peru, though, they're going to come back in very quickly. I mean, you see Puggo looking for it. Vito, though, can start off with the artillery, and they just need to focus in on someone here.
Yeah, and you see us... Five Persona. It was good knowing you, buddy. But the whole different story going on. Vito and Richie get their own as the second person off the map in this fight. As Vito finds that, and to be fair, now you have the Deadeye coming up online here, but it's your only line of defense right now.
But, I mean, Richie has been able to use it in the past. I think normally, though, we've seen them with the cat. They don't have that this time.
Yes.
It's going to be used mostly as a zoning tool. But, again, you're watching for Puggo. You're watching for Persona. I would not be surprised to see both those opens come out at the same time, Hunter.
Dude. Yeah, Vito was just really too far forward right there. Puggo's got rid of a second one. Deadeye is going to get diddly squat as they will end up running it down, but I don't know if it's going to matter in the grand scheme of things as Puggo's going to get rid of 3 with the Death Blossom, and now they are going to push on forward.
And this is exactly what you need there if you're Peru. Puggo taking some space. If they can get rid of Vito here early on, as you already start to see him pressure them out, now they just need to get no, but they find Marleo. Huge pick right there as they've lost their speed. I think they've really lost their touch. Glacier, though, going to have to be the one now to do it.
Yeah, and it's not going to be easy right now because if I'm Ishtar, I am waiting for that to come through, and they're going to try for it. They will come up short, though, and that's Peru taking this first one away. Guatemala doing their best to fight back, scrappy as it was, but Peru is looking in really good form right now.
Yeah, and again, this is what you need from Peru. Quick thing, thank you to Swam for raiding us here right now. It was really fun to work with you with Team Poland again, and now for everyone who's joining us right now, you're watching the Conference Cups for the Americas. Peru currently sitting on the outside of that top 3. Guatemala so far probably the biggest surprise of this tournament. Just lost their first one earlier to Argentina, who has been the hottest team so far today. Argentina, though, going up against Chile, who is the only undefeated team left at the moment. But Peru, that's exactly what they needed right there to really get themselves righted. But for Guatemala now, they have lost 3 maps in a row. They are starting not to look like the team that went undefeated at day 1 and looked really good at the start of the day 2. This is going to be what I said. It was going to be the biggest test for them at the end of the day today.
Yeah, it definitely is going to be. So now we're in this situation. The biggest thing you can do moving forward now is put yourself in the best situation possible to be able to go into the second map with momentum on your side. And the way you do that, obviously, is I think having the crucial ban, having the crucial map pick, both that I think should be simple, all things considered, because you could take this to a point where obviously Brawl is king, but also you decide what to get rid of. And I think there's a couple of good choices. You could potentially go down the route of that Zarya. And while Key, that's not their only tank, it has been, I think, maybe the biggest fixture in shutting them down in a lot of these really aggressive fights that, unfortunately, while you saw a lot there from Glacier to match the Zarya, it just ended up not being enough.
And like I said, going into the map, and I pardon the pun then, I'll pardon it now, key is the key for Peru here. That DPS line's good, that support line's good, but key is just going to be the player that Peru really needs to get hot fast and then stay hot, especially if they're playing Zarya. No matter what tank they're playing, just stay hot. We have seen Glacier really take over games playing these, I'm not going to say oddball tanks with the Rhine, but Hog, I think you definitely could say, is an oddball. Orisa a little bit as well. They've played those tanks really good. I think the key thing here for any team that's going up against Guatemala is getting Glacier off Rhine, off Hog, force him over to something else, force him over to the meta, because I always feel like that just puts you in a spot where you think you're going to be able to beat them.
Oh, yeah. No, you're entirely right about that right there. And now kind of moving forward, Guatemala kind of needs to get back to the mindset I felt like they were in previously against some of these teams, because while like the Honduras game at the very beginning of the day when they played, 6 hours ago, it feels different than now. They felt very open to take all the aggression on Honduras. They felt so confident. It felt like they played a little bit more scared in the situation. They backed out a lot. They weren't as aggressive. And part of that comes from Peru being a super aggressive team themselves, playing up really hard on these chokes and not giving you room to move over towards the point to where you can kind of play your own angles and force fights indoors. Peru wasn't allowing that. At this point, you trust that Redder knows, hey, this is what they want to do. We know what we need to do to stop it. Now it is on this Guatemalan squad that after that unfortunate game to Argentina, they need to find an answer here or they're going to be flying by the seat of their pants for the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, and like I said, this was the first of their 2 tests that they're gonna have. They still have to play the other couple teams that are ahead of them right now in the standings tomorrow. I mean, hell, they start off tomorrow against Chile, then they immediately play Costa Rica, who, while having some struggles early, have won their last game. Still put themselves, if they win out tomorrow, give themselves the best shot to sneak into that 3rd spot. And then their final games against Puerto Rico, who currently is sitting number 2 in the standings. I mean, if you're Guatemala and you want to qualify, you need to be able to win 2 of those games, and you need to be able to come back in this one here.
You absolutely have to, and it's going to be rough to be able to pull that off right here, but you have to. It feels like for both these teams, it's a really big game that they have to win because, again, you still have Guatemala, who has their biggest test going in tomorrow, within Chile still going on. Peru has a couple of tough games on their own, including that game with Argentina. That is the very last one of the day tomorrow. Mm-hmm. There's a lot both these teams still have to experience, and even if they win this game, it doesn't take them out of the clearing, but it gives them a resurgence. It gives them ability to go into that knowing, hey, if we win this, we should be a lock. And to be fair, I think given the games that are left for them as well outside of that, I genuinely believe that to be the case, that we might look back on this game being, this might have been the decider right here.
Yeah, it really could be. Right now, though, I want to give you a quick update on what's going on in our other series, Argentina and Chile. Argentina won the first point on Busan, currently I'm going to say about halfway through on the second point. Not going to say necessarily what the percentage is, but Chile currently winning the second point at the moment here.
Yeah, 100%. We'll see, because there's a likelihood we do go to that 3rd, all things considered, but obviously we'll kind of keep you in on that loop when we can. Obviously, our priority right here is with this match to end out our night, which is the Peru and Guatemala, but we'll see how things go from here as we get ready to kind of get our second map set up here shortly. And again, we talk about where you want to go realistically here, and I think there are a couple of really good choices, especially some maps that we've seen in the pool very frequently. For me, Atlas comes to mind. Even though there is quite a couple of high grounds to work with, that first point might not be the best. We did see them pull it off in that game yesterday. I believe it was against Ecuador that they needed to bounce back on it, and they bounced back hard.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Guatemala, I think you're bringing us to Atlas. That's been their best map of this tournament so far. Because especially when you look at all the series they've played, this has normally been the second map, because I feel like they struggle on control maps. And then they end up winning the second map, going to the 3rd map with that momentum and doing really well. And you have to expect the Rhine coming out from Glacier. That has been a surprisingly huge pick for them this entire Conference Cup right now.
Been a massive pick for them. That's what they've been able to kind of like make their bread and butter this entirety of this entire tournament. And it's worked out very well, but now people are figuring it out. And now it's getting a little tougher to pull it out and have the same level of effectiveness that they've been able to find in a lot of other situations where you have these other teams that needed these big wins to get the thing started, but it was Guatemala that was getting all of them. But guess what, Dex? We are officially ball knowers. as Atlas, the next map up here.
Yeah, we're officially ball knowers, unlike some of the people who did those power rankings day one. I think some of them even admitted it. And I will say this, quick update on the other series. Going to point 3 on Busan. Chile able to come back, able to kind of finish the deal there on that second point as we now head over here. And again, this is the thing that we're going to be talking about coming into this one here as I'm trying to move something so I can actually see the rosters. But Glacier on this Rhine. This is their hero, especially for this map. Guatemala, like I said, has been bringing every team to this map for really good reasons. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just going to agree. You're entirely correct about that. But again, you need to see no hesitation from the squad to move in and take full advantage of this instead. Glacier hanging around, waiting for the right opportunity to kind of move in separation. And Ishtar exposed themselves early, and now here comes that aggression we know from this team well, as you're going to see the pin come through and somehow, again, avoids it. Yeah, and that one is done and dusted. Dexys, they're going to be able to take this point away on their first fight. And for Guatemala, if they can have more fights like that, this should be a lot more even of a series.
Yeah, and we talked about this a lot. This Ryan's a really weird thing to play into. You don't play into a lot. You don't practice for it. So especially in this close quarters map where the Ryan shield will block a lot, you see how the entirety of Guatemala is playing. Outside of Vito right now, they're playing behind that Ryan shield.
Yeah, you have to. Now Richie gets rid of another. You see the separation, but here's the thing. You win that fight, the point flip comes through. And that is a bit of a boom because everyone has to kind of run back, give up their positioning. And while Pogo is going to be able to get out alive, that's still easily a 16% that you have now given up.
But look at Glacier, look at Richie, look at Vinzi. They have ultimates this fight. The only one that can say that right now for Peru is going to be Fix, who has that consumer rush ready to go. Just watch out for this shatter. Glacier's been able to just win fights with this.
There's he come through as the slam comes through, and it's going to catch on to two big ones right here. Big cleanse, unfortunately, it's slightly mistimed, and Key got to go down regardless, but post bomb, big stick. Puggo almost had Vincent walk right into him, and now Puggo is going to clear out this point. Vito is going to opt to try to get out alive instead, which I think it may potentially a mistake instead of just stalling the point a bit longer.
I mean, yeah, a little bit there, but still, I think they were hoping that maybe it was just Puggo left on the point. Not going to be the case. And you look at Key now, getting off of the Queen, going over to this Malga instead. We talked about Bubble Popper's last map with that Zarya coming out and the Bastion for Vito. Now, though, you essentially have the Shield Destroyer with Malga coming out now for Key.
Yes, you do. And now Casino Rush still ready to go. You're hoping Ishtar can get this online as, oh my god, the cleanse doesn't come out in time. You lose the carry early, and now all you can do is go into 4v5. Take as much aggression as you can, but you see they're trying to chase down Key, who is just backing out, running away. He gets booped to high heaven somehow. And this is just not going to work out at all for Guatemala.
No, not at all here. They do still have members alive, so they could come back into this one pretty quickly if they want to try. And you do see them getting set up over there, but Key, I think, stunning them out. One will touch. It is Glacier, but they will fall.
Yeah, that won't be done and dusted as cleanup comes through. Persona gets rid of Richie. Richie, who again was on fire from everything we saw yesterday, and let me tell you, they kept up with that earlier today against Honduras. But unfortunately right here, as many shots as they're finding, it really is Pogo that is just finding people out.
Yeah, and I mean, Puggo's been a really good player so far. As my stream got a little chunky there for a moment.
Same here, but we're all lined up still.
But Puggo, whether they're playing the Reaper or whether they're playing their Tracer, they are a really good flex DPS player. You have to be wary of them here, as you already see them going right after Vito. And I mean, they have ultimates ready. Marleo could really invest the beat here just to try to get something going, but I think you're only playing into Peru's hands if you do that.
I think so as well. Just waiting for your opportunity to strike right here as Persona got extremely low, does end up being cared for. And you see, again, Puggo, who's just harassing the back line. And this opens up the door as the full wipe is going to come through as Persona gets rid of two right there. Again, we saw how much of a beast they were yesterday as well. In this, from everything we've seen, I'm going to be real, this is maybe one of the strongest duos of DPS we have seen all weekend.
Yeah, I mean, I put them just probably outside of that duo that Chile has right now when it comes to it. But you still see Puggo kind of lurking around, almost one-clipping Vito, who has that Death Blossom here, playing for their life right now. I almost thought they might have ended up using the Death Blossom.
Oh, no. This is out, but Richie's down anyway. Vito's going to go for it. Rough situation. Doesn't get anybody, though. And it's just Peru cleaning up shop once more. They're in such prime territory that if Glacier doesn't turn this next fight with the Shatter, this is going to be a really hard one to come back from.
Yeah, and honestly, if the Shatter doesn't win you the fight here, you really do have to start considering making some swaps off the Ryan here. I know this has been your bread and butter pick for this map, but you need to make those swaps.
You have to. You genuinely have to right now. Big Sun comes through though, and Shatter is here. It's going to catch on to just one, unfortunately. It's the one person you probably didn't want to have to catch with that. The one person who wasn't going to die from a pin, and now Persona has already gotten rid of 2, gets rid of 3, gets rid of 4. It's just Vito hanging around. Key will take it away. But now Map Point Online Peru, a game they really needed to win here today. They are 1 point away from pulling it out.
Yeah, again, this is just, you needed it. They needed this performance, and you can see him playing angry, and Puggo is playing angry. Same thing with Ishtar, who at times today has kind of struggled, but now you're just seeing this Peru team play up to their potential.
No, you are. And now they should be able to truck on forward without much resistance, going over to take the point, as Glacier's going to go over to the Sigma. So like, we haven't really seen them on. That's the situation that Guatemala's in right now, to where it feels like they don't know what to do here.
No, they really don't. But like I said, Ryan wasn't going to work. They needed to make the swaps, and they made the swaps there. And this has to be the breaking point for them right now, as you already see Peru get that first cap.
Yep, doing their best to. Big fight. Hopefully, incoming right here. Richie needs to find cleanup. Big stink, though. Exactly where it needed to be, and that's going to be another cleanup crew coming through once more. Persona, another 2 to finish out the fight, and my god, and now they're going to play aggressive with the cage fight as Glacier swaps again.
At this point, you can kind of tell Guatemala is just grasping at straws. They're hoping that something works. Your cage, though, going to be able to catch for Glacier in it, and you just see almost everyone else just kind of join their tank in there, and they'll be joining their tank back in the spawn here in a matter of moments.
Yeah, I don't know if Persona's died yet. I'd be curious to find out if that's the case or not.
They've died.
But, yeah, I would probably think maybe they did. But
First fight.
No. But hey, look at all these ultimates you have online, though. You got something to work with, but can you even touch? Oh my god.
Persona, it really depends if Persona just decides not to click your head.
Yeah, they're just pushing back one at a time. Catches another right there. And at this point in the game, Peru may have had some rocky starts, but it is nothing but domination for them here today, as Vito is over on the point, I believe, does have a pulse bomb sitting by. Would love to make it stick. Unfortunately, the wall is not a playable character, as you're going to have to see Vito go out one more time. Marlio's here for a very quick touch, for that matter. They're doing their darndest. They really are, Dex. They're going one at a time, hoping to find some kind of pick. But it's all done, and it's over. Second loss delivered to Guatemala, but a must-win for Peru here today. Puts them in a good position going into tomorrow.
And now that moves only 3 teams to 1 loss, or actually 3 teams with 1 or less losses left in this thing. So, I mean, if you're one of those teams with 3 losses, say Ecuador, Costa Rica, I think you now look at tomorrow as still having a good chance at being able to qualify. But Peru, this was the bounce back they needed. Again, they lost to Costa Rica, one of those teams that you have to remember, they're playing with their backs against the wall, as they were 1-3 going into that game. They desperately needed that game to keep themselves alive. Costa Rica was able to find it. Peru does the same thing here now. I am so sorry I'm messing that up, but Peru does that same thing here now, keeps themselves alive, moves themselves also into 4th place here, going into our final day of action. And I will give you an update on the other game. Went all 3 points, 99-99 on the 3rd point. Chile comes out on top of that one.
Yeah, it's really back and forth, and it feels like it should hopefully be back and forth the next map between them, maybe 2 maps between them for all we know. Did you see who was on what side, by the way? Because I'm trying to, in my brain, rack and figure it out.
Chile was on the right.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to set that up, because obviously I think we're going to help do this one, and then I think that's our, realistically, our night right there. But no, that's phenomenal. But the fact that Argentina is pushing them that far, that it's very telling as to what this squad can actually do.
Yeah, like I said before, while we were talking about both games there, I feel like a lot of people were kind of already counting Argentina out because they had a little bit of a rough performance in their first game, but that was against Puerto Rico, who, outside of the 1 loss that they had to Chile, haven't lost since, and they'll go into the final day 3-1. But they'll still have to play 4 games. Granted, those 4 games are against teams that are on the outside looking in or need miracles to be able to qualify for it. So you could really look at Puerto Rico as maybe one of the teams that you could put as a lock if Chile wins this game against Argentina, maybe have them on a lock as well. They still have one tough game tomorrow, so you cannot necessarily count them in just yet. But I mean, Argentina, a lot of people have them highly ranked, and I think a lot of people immediately just, like I said, kind of counted them out with that loss. But they bounced back today, dragged Chile, or really Chile had to drag themselves to a 0.3 there on the first map of Busan. They ended up winning that one. That's been one thing that I think we've talked about Chile a lot. They find ways to win fights, find ways to win close maps. I mean, we can go back to the Runasapi map against Puerto Rico yesterday. A minute to go, the bot was on their side of the map. They still had to go 50 meters. They ended up winning that map because of great play coming out and being able to really hold on some ultimates. However, I will say this about Guatemala. There's no reason to hang your heads about these last two performances. You still have a good chance tomorrow, but you are really running into your gauntlet now. And we talked about that a little bit earlier on, because not only did they have to end the day with Argentina and Peru, well, they have to start tomorrow with Chile, and then immediately follow it up with Costa Rica, who's going to be playing much like what Guatemala is going to be doing, playing for a chance to get that third seed. And then they finish it up with Puerto Rico, which is a really, really tough final 5 games. But you have to realistically say, if they can win 2 of those 3 games tomorrow, they have a good shot at being that third seed, barring other results.
Yeah, it does come down to some of these other results for sure, because you never know what's genuinely going to happen once we get to tomorrow. But we will sit here and we will speculate as much as we possibly can, because it feels like it could still go a lot of different ways, especially the standings the way they are right now. And this Argentina and Chile game, however it ends, that's going to affect things very heavily as well. Because I think Argentina, if you somehow pull out this win, which is very doable now, against Chile, you go into tomorrow, and the only games you have left, I know you have the Argentina and Panama game at the very least, which, and Peru, we're getting ready to head into things as... Yeah, they're on the right side. So let me make sure the audio is all checked up, and we'll get in. Let's do a sync up really quick to be safe. I'm gonna get in sync with, because I'm gonna get in sync with my thing first, and then go from there. All right, so I'm at 40, 39, 38, 37. 36.
Okay, you're a little bit ahead of me, but that's fine. It's less than a second.
Okay, that's fine by me. All right, let me make sure audio is working, and then we'll get into this thing.
So the big thing is, me and you have been talking about this a lot, especially with Chile, and I have publicly said it, that DPS line, Burt and Eli, very, very scary. Very scary. Maybe the best DPS line in this Conference Cup. And I will go as far as saying the best DPS line of any of these South American countries. Yes, counting Brazil and Colombia, who are those teams that are already locked into the next phase. On the other side, though, you look at Lep. That is a well-known name if you have been watching any Overwatch esports. Yes, that is the Lep of DSG or Disguise, one of the partner teams in NA. Tizzy, though. Tizzy, I think, is the best tank in South American Faceit. They are going to do they've done a really good job throughout this entire day. Saxon Hale, we've normally seen them as a tank player, but they've been, I think, doing a really good job on this Echo, or on really the flex DPS role here, as it's going to be Chile attacking here first and frack. They've shown us a little bit more Domina here today than what they have the past couple days from what I've been able to see, and they've made it look really, really good. Yeah,
they have right now. I'm excited to see if this is a temporary change or maybe permanent that we'll see here in a few days' time. But either way, Lep gets extinguished there with a little help from LCS right there. This is a really good start here from Chile to start bringing everything forward, as Tizzy is just really far cut off the rest of the team, and everyone is going to pulp subsequently. And the answer is, or the question is, are they going to have a retouch? The answer is probably not.
Yeah, I don't think it would be worth it to go for a retouch. You immediately see Oracle just get off the Widow. I mean, the Widow is a very smart pick on that first point if you're able to really find those picks, but you saw it there. Oracle is kind of struggling to find those angles, as now they have an angle here on Burt, but this is the start that you're looking for here if you're Chile. You want to get off to a fast start. You really want to start putting Argentina on the back foot and getting them in a spot where they're uncomfortable, especially with the time bank you could potentially have here. But this second point, very hard to push for, because if you start pushing up past the second, or past the initial choke point, it's hard for the attacking team to come back. But shutting down Burt is a really good way to get started.
Yep, and that's going to be a really good fight for them to finally shut down this momentum has kind of come into play. Oracle able to help close that one out as well, tracking down LCS. The bright side is no ultimates being used quite yet. It hasn't been that long. Not a lot of time to build up to these ultimates, but the closest at this point, actually, Tizzy's about to have that Panopticon as Frack doubles back, goes back to the Zarya.
I would have actually liked to see him come out on the Winston. I think it would have been something that really put Tizzy in a little bit of a bad spot. But this, I think, would be one of the most important battles of this entire map, or this entire series for as long as we cover it, this tank battle. Like I said, Tizzy might be the best tank in South America. Frack has been showing us a lot of great play here recently.
No, 100% has. Was the biggest, I think, unknown going into this team for us specifically, and has shown up big time. We'll see how much that means in this next map right here as Panopticon does come out. It does catch onto a couple of people as Tizzy and Oracle are going to start clearing them out as Frack, Burt would both love to get out of here alive. Unfortunately, I think both their fates are rather sealed.
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna lose LCS, so you lose your speed, and Tizzy, I mean, they're gonna be able to find Frack, but this is exactly what I was talking about. This is a very hard point to push through because you have a very hard choke for the attacking team to come out of the point, and then a very hard choke towards the end of the point, and a really long walk back if you lose it. Granted, Chile did the best thing they could have done there and had 5 minutes on the time bank, but you see Frack giving up the Zarya after one fight, going over to the Winston and said, like I said, I think this would be a little bit better. Force Tizzy to really play safe here as you see everyone on Argentina coming up to ultimates here outside of Tizzy.
Yep, copy over on that. Forces the beat out there. That's massive for Saxonell, and some of that tank experience might be coming into play right here, trying to bully them away, and Frack's in a weird situation as Saxonell nearly met an untimely demise in the river of sticks, but still, they're going to keep on trucking forward, trying to find some bodies, and bodies they have most certainly found here, as LCS would love to get out alive with FX. It looks like they'll both be able to.
And again, this is the thing. Like I said, Tizzy is, I will say for the last time here, probably not. Tizzy's probably the best tank in the South American region because he can just turn a game on its head. And so far, since the second point hold started, Tizzy has been able to do that, finding at least 2 picks every fight. Oracle and Saxon Hale are still doing a really good job here, but right now, Eli has a Sundering Blade, and really no good opportunity or place to use it, as almost Burt and Eli taken out very early.
Yeah, and now trying to find something with the override protocol. Could be cut down in mid-air, and in fact, will. Eli, massive, opening the door for them. Still needs to try to get everybody alive. Tizzy goes in with the Panopticon, and while it catches on to so many, it's not going to get diddly. Tizzy's finding people. The question is it going to be enough? And I'm willing to eat crow. It finds value.
Like I said, Tizzy's finding 2 every fight. Make it 3 for them right now, but I think they're eventually going to have to fall back here. However, there's no safe place for them to fall back. They don't have any movement ability, so they're just going to kind of be stuck.
Wow.
They find Frack! I mean, goodness! This is a single-handedly fight here that Tizzy won on their own!
And Tizzy's going to live, too. That's the biggest thing of it all. It wasn't they bought enough time for everybody to get back. It's they held it down, stayed alive through it all. That's phenomenal. I called out the ultimate, and Tizzy... apologies, bro. Did not see them hands.
I mean, you know the game Tizzy has. You have to expect that from them, but you did not expect that fully. And FX using the consumer rush, but it's going to be blocked. No, it's going to be able to go through the shield. This is a fight that Chile needs to win, as that time bank has been whittled down by 4 minutes already.
Yeah, it has. Now, this is coming up. This is a big fight they need to win right now. And Lep, Akira, just barely behind in the support ultimates. It's so necessary to have one of these ready coming up for the fight, because otherwise you have nothing. And Oracle has been so far pushed back already, way into the back line, beat and Kitsune used immediately, and now everything thrown directly back in their face. As a result, you're hoping for this first elimination to come through, and you are squashing, clawing away right now, trying to break through this fight if you are Chile, and so far getting rid of Tizzy. That's a great way to be able to do it. So much chaos, so many ultimates thrown in, but Chile will finish things out. A big must-win fight for them to put them in good position. 2:15 going into the last point.
Yeah, but like if you're Argentina, you're not happy you gave up the point. You got rid of almost 5 minutes. 5 minutes on a time bank is hard for any team to hold. We've seen it happen, but still, you look at the time bank that Chile has now, 2 minutes. Eli has Sundering Blade. They might just use it to shut down Saxon Hale Oracle. Again, and I would not be surprised, but Tizzy has his Panopticon. And again, single-handedly, they could win a fight here. That's going to be the big thing now.
Yep. Saxon Hale's in there. Unfortunately, won't get any value. At least not enough to get the Panopticon online. But I think we'll buy more than enough space for the big finish to come through. Lep getting a couple of their own. But that car's still moving. Do they know? They don't know. They don't know.
They don't know. Oh my goodness.
Do they not know at all? I think they know.
Do they not know? No, they don't. They're backing up just because
they do now.
backing up. I think, yeah.
That's so much
noticed.
progress.
So much progress. I mean, that could be huge. Now the override coming out here from Oracle. Eli is using the Sundering Blade. Doesn't look like it finds anyone this time around, though.
No, will not. And we'll have the cleanup coming through. But still, that's kind of a win in its own right. I gotta be honest. Even though, actually, they're kind of still cleaning this up. Yeah, Tizzy and Oracle, on the last couple remaining, Tizzy is gonna fall over, and now you can push this thing in pretty far. I don't know if you can win this fight right here, though.
You can't win the map. You're not gonna be able to complete the round, but 3 members on the cart is gonna basically put you at the finish line here. LCS and FX do have ultimates here, but I don't think they really invest them because you do see Burt coming back in as well. Nothing online though for Argentina. I like this kind of fallback for a brief moment for Chile. They're waiting for everyone to get back and then they go right back in with all their ultimates.
Yeah, that they do. LCS beat's still ready to go in this fight right now. Waiting for the right opportunity to pop this son of a gun, and 100% will. Double supports to try to push them through. And Tizzy is down early. They're pushing through, and it's going to be Argentina trying to stall for as long as humanly possible. But it is the winner's base set up here for Chile as they finish the map with 27 seconds on the clock. Again, some really good defensive stints there from Argentina. Unfortunately, you look at that instance of the cart being stolen away so far, it took away an ability to really have an extra fight.
Yeah, it really did. And it's one of those moments right there where, like, you have to just be on that. You cannot allow that to happen. I understand, like, hey, middle of a fight, you just see the Kiriko kind of teleport away. You're thinking, like, okay, they fell back to their team. They're just going to fall back. But no, I mean, I think it was a good job there by just Chile taking away that much attention from the Kiri to be able to do that. But you look at the stats here. I mean, great job coming out from both the supports here on the side of Chile. Even LCS, who is playing that Lucio. Normally, you don't see Lucio with that much healing after a round. I mean, compared to Lep, who was on the defense, where normally you see defensive Lucios get a lot more healing. LCS has over 2,000 more healing. But Tizzy, again, 21-4. That Tizzy is the sole reason I think right now. Yeah, Oracle, Saxon Hill, they had great performances as well that round, but Tizzy and their dominance on the second point hold. What? Thank you, Observer, for noticing the chair stuck in the glass. Have you ever been that angry, Hunter? You've just kind of thrown a chair and it just gets stuck in the wall.
Well, yeah, just only once.
They're just shaking their head. No,
It's just stuck in there.
It's just stuck. Like, oh. But here's the thing. Tizzy is the only reason that the time back is what it is. If Tizzy did not have as good of a hold on that second point that they did, you have to imagine Chile probably caps that point a little bit faster. And then I'm going to say probably an extra minute and a half would have been on that time bank here right now. But how is Tizzy going to be on the offense side? You're looking again at Oracle as Burt going back over now to these Soj, which really outside before this AMER was a big thing. Burt might have been one of the scariest Soj players I've ever seen.
Genuinely so, as Saxon Hill just unfortunately isn't able to find a trade there to get things going. So just gonna have to take a little bit of a reset. But a fight like this, Dex, it really does come down to getting that opening elimination. If Oracle or Saxon Hill find somebody early, it sets you up in such brilliant territory.
Oh, absolutely. Here, I mean, this DPS line for Argentina could really open some doors here as Eli almost put themselves back in a worse spot. But Burt, again, finding the opening here.
Trying the Jarnus to be able to do so, but still, Left Dying puts them in such an awkward position. Tizzy is hanging around, but can't really aggress too far. The moment they do, they're going to get cut down by Eli, but Frack is the one starting to suffer a bit, has to back out so incredibly low here as Burt actually will be the first one to fall as Frack is still hanging on the point, by the way. This fight not nearly over yet as they're going to try to run away, but unfortunately without some heals, this should be them falling apart one at a time.
And LCS, I mean, didn't mention them, not playing the Lucio, playing the Brig instead. Yeah. And this should be the first point really going over to Argentina now. The Brig, I feel like it's a much more defensive support, but you immediately see LCS just say, okay, we can't play the Brig. We cannot play the Brig into this because Tizzy's just going to take the space. The first point, though, should be guaranteed here for Argentina as Frack playing a little bit too close to the edge there, but still, first point there. I think we're just going to see Chile try to close hold this as much as they possibly can.
I don't blame you. You can still take a fight as if, the first cap isn't there. The problem is that the spawns are so radically different that it's going to be really hard to respond if you start losing bodies. You won't really have that neutral, difference in terms of the spawns right there. But Eli is down, and that should cause us to keep on trucking on forward. As Saxonel wants to find something here, but unfortunately isn't going to be able to get their own online. Is they're going to be cleared out. Left wants to be go, but Tizzy is not going to catch on to it. As close those spawns are, they need to start finding bodies quickly if they want to have a chance of winning this fight. Left doing the best 80 strafe impression humanly possible, as they will live long enough for Tizzy to get back here.
I feel like this is such a unique hold position because you don't see teams do it a lot, but Chile actually was able to set themselves up in it nicely. Frack, though, the moment they die, you're going to see them completely fall back and give a lot of space here to Argentina. Tizzy, Oracle, going to have a lot of ultimates to play with here, though. Bert and Eli, they're going to be the only ones that really have anything here for Chile. Beat could kill online for LCS, but I don't necessarily think you want to invest it, especially on this close hold. You're going to want to use it for the next one, but Oracle wants to get something going with the override. Bye, Eli.
I was good on Eli, but Bert, oh my god, just hops up, gets rid of a Churro right there, and Tizzy had that, I think caught it onto Frack, who had it burned away instantly, but big cleanup comes through as they're going to get that cart moving finally. But to be fair, you burn off like a minute and a half, roughly. If you are Chile, you're fine with that. You're happy with that.
You're fine with that. And this is what I was talking about a lot last round for Chile when they were attacking. The card is now at a point where it's a long walk back, no matter if you have speed or not. And Chile has actually put themselves into a good spot here. They have the Sundering Blade. They have a beat. There's nothing ready on the other side here. Chile can really win this fight without using an ultimate. They put themselves in a good spot just to be able to hold. But right now, Argentina, they have some momentum and they need to get going. But Frack needs to keep themselves alive here.
I think that's kind of what they're hoping on. Frack is another one of those things that is reasonably aggressive enough, as Saxonel's going to try to go over behind and hit this, but they know immediately, and Saxonel just cannot peek that angle. But Thunderblade's still ready, and Eli is going to be careful as to when to pull that trigger, because it looks tempting right now. I promise you, it will not be.
But just look at this. Argentina's not pushing the cart. They're taking this fight. They want to take this fight. But this is honestly valuable time coming off the time bank right now. Chile's doing a good job just kind of playing around that. Argentina, though, is banking on that they're going to win this fight and it'll give them the point. You look at the ultimates coming up here. They're going to have 3, but Chile's going to have 4 ones right back at them. So it's going to be a pretty heavy ult fight here, Hunter, and you have to be ready for that.
That continues to rush across right there, and that is going to be rough at that point right there. Eli finds one, is trying to make it winnable. If Tizzy goes down, it 100% is. And they're trying to find somebody's in there. As Saxonel is going to have the copy to be able to kind of still stabilize in here if need be. But remember, LCS is going to get back quicker, as Panopticon is basically going to kill Saxonel on the spot. And it's very well timed right there. Now less than 2 minutes on the clock. And by the way, no support ultimates left, because Akira and Lep used it for that fight.
Oof. But honestly, Akira or Lep should be able to build up. One of them should be able to build it up. Whoever is going to be the main support, you're looking over probably at Akira for that. Saxon Hill, though, this Panopticon becomes a lot more, or my bad, this duplicate becomes a lot more important for them. They might honestly have to use it on LCS, on FX here. They're going to have to get a support ultimate online for this team. Tizzy, Panopticon coming up as well. Oracle will have the override protocol, but I like what you're seeing here now. You're seeing just Chile go right back to where Argentina was playing on this hold for the longest time. But Argentina, I think they're just honestly trying to just build some ults right now.
Yeah, why not? You have your time to be able to do so. Unfortunately, Tizzy down means you can't really take time to do anything.
Pull back.
Yeah, literally run. That's all you can do, as Pert would absolutely love getting this blow right here. Would love to. Unfortunately, won't be able to, as everyone's going to take that reset, as Oracle lucky to be alive.
I don't think they noticed that Lep was low there. I don't think they saw that Lep was low either. I mean, that railgun shot would have killed Lep. It would have also staggered out this push from Argentina very quickly as well. But you look at Argentina now. They could have 4 ultimates coming into what could be final fight. The only thing, well, already overclock coming out from Bert. You're only going to have a support ultimates now for Chile.
Yeah, and B directly on top of him is Saxon Hill. My goodness. Yeah, that's nothing right there. Bert gets rid of Oracle, though, is keep this alive. Bid Panopticon coming through right there. Tizzy, unfortunately, actually only gets Frack out of it. But to be fair, that's more than enough to put yourself in a decent position. But Tizzy dies as well, and with 10 seconds left, backs are against the wall.
But you lose FX. The Consumer Rush online now for Chile is gone. But it's overtime or no matter what here for Argentina.
They didn't touch!
They didn't touch! No! Oh my goodness!
Excuse me!
No!
Our night ends like that.
My. It would have been tough. It would have been tough for Argentina, but you cannot afford to lose a series like that. Chile keeps the undefeated run alive here in the Conference Cups. But Argentina, I think, maybe since the Puerto Rico game, the second game overall for Chile, gave them their toughest competition yet. But you look at the games that Chile has tomorrow. And oh my goodness, I feel so bad for them. I do.
I do.
Chile though, I mean, you look at the games that Chile has tomorrow. They start off second game of the day against Guatemala. That'll be at 3:00 EST. Guatemala looking for a bounce back. However, already lost 2 in a row. A third loss in a row puts them at a point where they have to win their final 2 games against Costa Rica and Puerto Rico. Chile though, Guatemala, then they play Honduras and end it off with Ecuador. You could realistically look that if Chile wins that game against Guatemala, they might just be a lock in. If they definitely win 2 games tomorrow, they are a lock. That is, I think, the only team that we can realistically say that about, as Puerto Rico does have 4 games tomorrow. Granted, those are against Ecuador, Honduras, Panama, and then Guatemala themselves. And you look at the teams that Puerto Rico does have to play, you could realistically say if they win those first 3 games, they're also a lock as a 1-loss team. But outside of that, you now have a slew of 2-loss teams left here. Now, the only teams below 1 loss are Puerto Rico and Chile. Argentina, Peru, Guatemala are your 2-loss teams. And then just outside of that, Ecuador and Costa Rica are right there. Honduras, so they have a wild day, so could make it as well, especially if there's a lot of chaos here. But right now, you're feeling really good if you're Chile. You're feeling really good if you're Puerto Rico. But we're waiting for that upset. We are waiting for that wild upset to come in here.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, because legitimately, it really is like this. If you can include Honduras if you want, but it really is just like a 5-team race at this point, between being 3-2 or 2-3, and it's gonna be wild because there's so many games that still have to happen. Honestly, between some of these teams as well. Again, while Guatemala just has like the really tough test coming up here when it comes
Honduras
to Chile.
is a tough test.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, no, 100%. Or yeah, for Guatemala, they still have to take on that game against Costa Rica. That's a decider right there, easily. That game right there. Whoever loses that game, I think probably doesn't make it. I think that's such a must-win right there. It's the same situation where like you have Argentina that has to take on Peru. That's another really big game.
Yeah, and that Argentina-Peru game is the last game of the day for both those teams. And I mean, Argentina tomorrow, they have to play Honduras, they have to play Panama, and then they end off the day with Peru. That's going to be at 8 p.m. tomorrow night. That is going to be a game to watch. It might, I mean, it's going to be, like we said, a game that decides it. Like Guatemala, they have a really tough schedule tomorrow. Honduras, they have their gauntlet tomorrow of Argentina, Puerto Rico, and then ending it with Chile. Costa Rica, they have their games against Ecuador, Guatemala, and then Peru. So that's tough there. Ecuador has, that Ecuador also has a little bit of a gauntlet tomorrow as well. So yeah, you might be right. It's basically a 5-team battle right now.
Yeah, I think it is. I feel like it still can genuinely go either way. I have my own thoughts in my head that I'm going to keep to myself, but I think there are 2 particular teams that are going to potentially decide for themselves. If they win the games they're supposed to win, it'll come down between a battle between them. But we'll get there when we get there. With that being said, should we address the potential the elephant in the room?
Yeah, go ahead, do it.
Yeah, so obviously we both have very much real life things. Unfortunately, this is not something we do for a living. This is not something that we can do 24/7, as we have our responsibilities outside of that. Both of us will not be around for much of tomorrow. Obviously, we'll still be there. We'll be supporting as many of the co-streamers as we can. Again, people like Joker, like Mott, who have been working very hard, and I can imagine are going to continue working hard tomorrow as well. But with that, it's just we're not going to be able to cover a whole lot going into tomorrow. And it is unfortunate in its own right, Dex, but the fact that there are so many people doing this, it means there are just a plentiful amount of options, and I'm grateful now in this case for that to be the situation.
Yeah, I mean, you have Joker and Mott who will always throw people to no matter what. You also have Bolson and Kanosi doing it. And then you also have Grupo Senju, who is going to be covering a lot of stuff for the South American teams. So they'll be covering in Portuguese and Spanish. So if you're looking for those languages, that's probably the place to go. Also, big congrats to Grupo Senju today, hitting over 1,000 people for this. Again, one thing we have really been talking about a lot. Hunter had a big thing about it yesterday, but this South American region is passionate about this game, and the fact that there isn't a lot of representation of it at the professional level is a big shame. And I think right now you're truly seeing as four of the top 3 spots are being held by South American teams, South American countries. I think this has been a really good showing all around, but please continue to support this region, support South America, support Latin America as well, because you still have Puerto Rico, who's up there, Costa Rica. They could go on a run tomorrow and have a very, very interesting day, get themselves in. I think it's going to be a wild day tomorrow. So please, again, tomorrow, me and Hunter are going to be retweeting everyone who's going to be covering these games, because I don't think I'll be able to cover any. Hunter might be able to cover maybe one, but that's about it.
Yeah, that'll end up being the case. Obviously, we'll see where things end up going. Obviously, if I decide I'm going to try to cover anything at all, if anything, I'll do my best to do it tomorrow, and y'all will certainly know through social media, or just the tweet will, not the tweet, the stream will just go live. We'll see. It's all very codependent right now, and there's only so much we can do in the situation. But real life always comes first in these situations, obviously, for very different reasons between us. But that's our scenario. But let's make this clear, as Dex has already very much alluded to, this has been a big pleasure this weekend. We have been going at it with these regions for a very long time now. And we went from, like, it being the partnership with, like, CGL, and we learned more about what Grupo Senju was doing. And it's like, okay, this is really cool. And it leads to all of this, to us here today, watching all these players actually playing on this really cool stage, and being able to show what they have in front of so many people. That makes me happy, ultimately. I'm happy we've gotten to this, and I hope this really is just, like, the beginning of a really good year for them all.
Yeah. And again, a lot of these teams have been doing a lot of tryouts, a lot of show matches, and it's going to continue on. Like we talked about already, Grupo Senju is going to be doing their own circuit even after the Conference Cup. And as we get into the next phase of World Cup stuff, Grupo Senju will still be doing their own country tournaments as well. So it's going to be a lot of fun in this upcoming year. So please keep an eye on that. It should be a really, really great year for South American, Latin American Overwatch. But right now, I mean, updated standings are on Liquipedia. Chile, Puerto Rico, Peru, if everything was to end today, would be your 3 that would be moving on. But still, you have Chile, Puerto Rico, the only teams that are undefeated and 1 loss. Then you have 3 2-loss teams in Argentina, Guatemala, Ecuador. Or my bad, Peru, Argentina, and Guatemala. Ecuador and Costa Rica are your 3-loss teams. They still have a shot. But they need to have a great day tomorrow and have some chaos happen around them. Same thing could be said for Honduras, who has a 4-loss team. They have a shot. They need to win out tomorrow and have a lot of chaos. Panama, unfortunately, we talked about them when we covered them. The only team that has yet to win a game, but still they look good in all their maps. I don't necessarily know if there's a way for them to get in. I guess technically, since 3rd place right now, 3rd, 4th, 5th, could lose all their games and have 5 or 6 losses potentially. Actually, no, 5 losses. So there's still a shot for them to get in, but they would need a lot of help and a lot of chaos. But I mean, right now, that was the standings. It's going to be a really, really fun day tomorrow.
Yeah, it's going to be phenomenal. I'm very much looking forward to it, obviously, to watch what we can, and obviously we don't know what it'll be for the future when it comes to everything, but as soon as we know, obviously, you'll know as well. But again, we appreciate y'all being here tonight. Again, make sure to go support all the amazing co-streamers going at it tomorrow to finish out the entire weekend. And obviously, if you're here, or if we end up being here, you'll see it, for sure. But one more time, thank y'all for being here. We appreciate y'all more than you can ever know. Have yourselves a good night, and we'll see you next time for some more Overwatch action. Take care.